Hey Chai, how you doing? We're going to be covering the opening statements in the Georgia versus Leilani Simons. This is day one. Now I'm trying to find the best stream. They are on a break. The judge didn't have all of her paperwork in order, so I'm trying to find the best. The best stream that I can find for this. It is on Court TV, and they are still in recess at this time. So we're just going to start out talking a little bit about the case until they come back on. Let me see. We already had Leilani crying. I can show you a little bit of it, but the sound on the Long Crime Network is kind of messed up, but I'll go ahead and show you guys that. Maybe if the stream is picked up or not. I guess we'll see. All right, we'll just, hey H, hey little Deb, good morning, good morning, good morning. Like I said, I'm going to be streaming the live stream from the court. And like I said, the Long Crime Network, the sound was a little messed up, but we're going to, I'll go ahead and show you a little piece of it. You can't put that in chat, Chai. You can't put that in chat. Let me pull up my, my stream here so I can fix that. You have to dress up certain words in chat. If not, there's really not a reason for me to do this. Okay, I don't know where. Let me get to it here. Lord have mercy. Okay, where is it? I don't see it here. Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, okay, here we go. Hold on. Let me, I don't know where it went. I'll have to go back through. Well, I'm glad, Chai, that Duty Ron had a great show last night. You want everybody to go watch Duty Ron? I'll have to go back through and find that and take it off. Okay, we're going to just show a little bit of, like I said, the sound is kind of... Is that what you want to talk about, Chai? You want to talk about Duty Ron and Bullhorn Betty? Oh. Hey, Debbie, do me a favor. Can you go back up and find a comment that Chai made where she put the red rum word in there? What do you... Are you being... Chai, are you for real? Are you for real? Why are you doing this? I thought... Wow. All right. Well, anyway, like I said, this is about Quentin Simon. Leilani is absolutely going to court. These are the opening statements. Like I said earlier, the sound on the Long Crime Network is just a little messed up, but they are taking a break right now. So we'll go back. I want to show you guys Leilani. So bear with it. I do have another stream pulled up on a different site. I was just waiting for them to come back to see if it was any better than this one, but we'll show a little bit of this one. And it is the sound of them, right? So you can't hear it real well.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're now on the record in SPCR 22-03364J6, the state of Georgia versus Leilani Marie Simon. Ms. Simon is at council table. She is represented by her attorney.
Yeah, this sounds horrible. But I just wanted to show you guys Leilani. She is crying already. She is a crying. She is a crying. So we're just waiting on the judge. Okay, wait. I think the judge is back. Hold on. Let me get out of this one. Let me see. I think we're back. So let me check, because the bad thing, some of these stations are you can't hear them. So I need to find one that we can hear really well. Let me see if we can hear this one now. Let's pop over to this one. This is WTOC. And we still can't hear you, WTOC. Oh my gosh, please, Lord. Please, Lord, figure it out for me. It's kind of cray-cray. Okay, hold on a minute. Hey, Kirst. Court TV website. I'm afraid to show Court TV. Let me go back to, let's go back to Long Crime and see if they are ready to rumble here. All right, we're coming back. So I may be a little bit behind you guys, but that's okay. So let's go back to this one and see what's up. Here we go. Sound is okay. Credit goes to Long Crime Network. Leilani, earlier, first thing she did was started to cry. She's a crying. They banned it, yes. They bannered it yesterday. Court TV's free. Well, we'll pop over there. Let me pop over there. I've got like 3 of them pulled up. So if one goes out, we have extras. Because I do have a lot of different ones pulled up. Okay, hold on. So let's get out of.
All right, thank you.
Hold on.
As you come to your seats, please feel free to have a seat.
Okay, hold on. Wait, where am I?
And let the record reflect that all the jurors have been seated. We'll now move into the preliminary instructions. Before I do that,
all right, this is Court TV. Okay, hold on. I got to stop the other one. Okay, this one's Court TV. All right, here
So
we go.
I'm going to give you an overview of the criminal
You
law
can
and
hear it
trial
all right,
procedure
though.
that will apply in this case to give you a framework. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there shall be a union or joint operation of act and intention. That is, a crime is committed when a person
Well, they
violates a
want you to go through
statute
the
of this
website.
state by acting as prohibited, while at the same time he has a criminal intention and no other defense excuses the conduct. A person will not be presumed to act with criminal intention. However, the jury may find such intention upon the consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and all other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is prosecuted. The state cannot bring a person accused of a felony to trial unless the grand jury has first indicted that person. Grand jurors do not try criminal cases. They ordinarily only hear from witnesses for the state. When a criminal case is tried, the defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. This plea of not guilty
Well, that does
denies
matter.
every essential allegation of the indictment and forms the issue or the question that you as a trial jury will decide. The indictment and the plea of not guilty to it are not evidence, and you should not consider them as evidence. Every person is presumed innocent until proved guilty. No person shall be convicted of a crime unless each element of the crime is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The state has the burden to prove each essential element of each crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. In this state, a defendant on trial may or may not testify as she chooses. If she does testify, you would judge her credibility by the same test applied to any other witness. If the defendant does not testify, which is her absolute constitutional right, you shall not draw any inference of guilt
It's
from
okay,
this decision. And her decision, her election not to testify, may not in any way affect your verdict. Moreover, the defendant has no duty to call any witnesses or present any evidence during a trial. If she calls no witnesses or presents no evidence, you may not derive any inference of guilt from such failure to produce evidence.
Look at
In
her.
such case, you decide guilt on whether the state's evidence proves the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Under our system, I have the duty as a trial judge to decide the law that applies to a case and to instruct you on it. You have the duty as a jury to.
I'm sorry, but look at her. What? There's nothing behind those eyes. I couldn't imagine little Quentin looking at that face.
Decide the facts in a case from which the evidence
Hey,
and
Island
reasonable
girl.
inferences arising from the evidence. I'm going to say that again. I don't think that was too clear. You have the duty as the jury to decide the facts in a case from the evidence and reasonable inferences arising from the evidence. In reaching your verdict, you also have the duty to apply the law to those facts. You decide the facts from the evidence. The evidence has two parts: testimony of witnesses and exhibits.
Okay.
A witness means anyone who testifies in person from the stand. The exhibits are those documents, objects, or photos that the court admits into evidence. You will have most of the exhibits with you in the jury room while you deliberate. However, there are some exhibits that cannot be sent to the jury room, so it will be important that you pay close attention to all of the exhibits admitted during the trial. I caution you that what the lawyers say during a trial is not evidence.
I had all that pulled
Also,
up.
anything that I might do or say is not evidence. I have no leanings at all in these cases. My only interest is to have the cases tried fairly and according to the law and the constitutions of the state and of the United States. You are the exclusive judges of the witness's credibility. That is, you decide.
Okay, I'm going to mute that just for a second. She's being charged with Shit, I just had it pulled up. Dang it. 19 felony charges, including 1 count of malice red rum, 2 counts of felony red rum, 1 count of concealing the passing of another, 1 count of falsely reporting a crime, and 14 counts of making false statements during the course of an investigation.
Evidence. If an attorney
Those are her
objects to
charges.
the admission of evidence, then I must rule on the objection and decide whether you can consider such evidence. You should understand that there are 2 ways that I can respond to an objection. If I say sustained, that means that I granted the objection and you should not consider the objected to evidence. If I say overruled, then that means I did not grant the objection and you may consider the objected to evidence. You should not infer or assume anything from either lawyer's objections or the court's rulings. During this trial, the court will have to consider some procedures outside your presence. When that occurs, I shall excuse you to the jury room for a time. During these periods, the court will do its best to handle the matter as promptly as the law permits. On the other hand, I will appreciate your patience when this occurs. Now, the procedure in a criminal trial is generally as follows. First, the attorneys for both sides may make an opening statement to you. The opening statement is not evidence itself. Remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence. However, it is a preview or an outline of what they expect the evidence to show. Following the opening statements, the state has the opportunity to present evidence to support the charges against the defendant. And the defendant.
Yeah, you guys, please dress your words up. Please dress your words up.
Has the opportunity, if she so elects, to present evidence in her defense. This part of a trial is called the party's case in chief. In the state's case in chief, the state calls its witnesses and introduces any exhibits. When these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the defendant. When the state has presented all of its evidence, the state will rest its case. Then, if the defendant elects to present any evidence, the defendant may call her witnesses and introduce her exhibits. Of course, when these witnesses testify, they may be cross-examined by the state. However, the defendant has no duty to testify or present any evidence whatsoever. After the presentation of the evidence, the attorneys may make a closing argument to you. At this time, the attorneys will try to persuade you to decide the case in their favor. Following the closing arguments, I will charge or instruct you more specifically on the law that directly applies to this case. Then you will retire to the jury room to do.
That's what I was talking about earlier with the Law and Crime Network. The sound wasn't very good at the time, and she came in immediately crying. She came in immediately crying.
It is your duty to follow any instructions that the court may give you during a case. Please remember to listen carefully to all the evidence. Don't jump to conclusions before the parties present all the evidence.
That girl's got some
Also,
serious
please remember
issues.
that during a trial, it would be improper for you to discuss the case with anyone
She
or
looks
to
more
allow
like Simon.
anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence or within your hearing. This applies even to discussions among yourselves in the jury room or elsewhere before actual deliberations begin. Also, during a trial, you should not communicate with the parties, the attorneys, or any of the witnesses. Under this rule, you should not engage even in social greetings or small talk with anyone involved in this case. I've had situations where a juror saw a party or attorney in the parking lot during a break.
I get it, Curse.
And was offended that the party or attorney did not speak back to the juror. They're not being rude. Please understand that these attorneys and parties should not speak with you as the trial progresses and will likely avoid speaking with you to ensure that there is no appearance of impropriety. So please do not take offense to their failure to speak with you as we go forward for the trial in the coming days. This procedure will
Hey,
protect you
Sandy.
not only from wrongdoing, but from the appearance of wrongdoing. And these restrictions also apply to the friends and family members of interested
This
parties.
is court TV.
During
guys.
these trials, the court will
My
not
thumb- my
require
little
that you be kept
thumbnails over
together,
it.
except during breaks and during the meals. There have been special arrangements made for that. So
She looks like the
we will
devil.
learn
I'm
more about that
sorry.
as we go. Today is the day I believe that you will go out to lunch, but you will go out together. When you return to the courthouse from any adjournment for meals or from the night, please go directly to the jury assembly room. Is that where the jurors set up? Jury assembly room? Okay. This will lessen the opportunity for an accidental meeting with a person that you may not know is involved in the case.
Okay, while the judge is reading this, I just want to say a quick prayer. Lord, please let Quentin get justice. Let him rest in peace. He was a child, and I'm sure he loved his mother. Please let Quentin get justice. Amen. Sorry, you guys, I'm not good at prayers, but I'm sure she's going to be cursed. I'm sure she's going to be the babysitter also. The babysitter also.
My preliminary instructions. So at this time, I will turn first to the state. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the defense is ready to proceed.
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
We'll begin now with opening statements.
Thank you.
Here we go, you guys. Here we go. I'm not going to be I'm not going to try to interrupt this too much. Quentin looked a lot like his mother. They let witnesses stay in court after they give them warnings. A lot of times I thought that if they were witnesses, that they couldn't be in the courtroom while other people were testifying, but I don't know. I really don't know a lot about the justice systems. Oh, what's the matter, Leilani? You bored? Not back in your little celly eating your honey buns? Looks like you had a few honey buns. Oh, that's mean of me to say. I shouldn't say that. Mr. Nobody, you're up awful early, sir.
This is Quentin's son at about 1.5 years old, a little bit over that, 20 months. Like all children, he was blameless, he was innocent, and he was beautiful.
Amen.
And like all children, he was totally defenseless, totally and completely dependent on the adults in his life to take care of him and to look out for his safety. And the evidence in this case will show that the defendant violated that trust, that most basic, sacred trust of a parent, in the most horrible way. In the middle of the night, she killed him, her own son, got in her car with his body, drove to a dumpster, and threw him away like a piece of trash. She would go home, go to sleep like everything was normal, and wake up the next morning and report it to the police as an abduction. I woke up, my front door was open, and my child was missing. Now, the story started to fall apart pretty quickly because of good, solid police work. But she would go on to tell a series of evolving lies over several weeks,
Thank you,
only
Kirst.
moving from one lie to the next as the police picked apart the first lie and presented her with the evidence that made the first lie untenable. So now it's time to move on to lie.
Yes, they did, Mr. Nobody. You're absolutely correct.
And as they're doing this with her,
Oh,
they're also searching for his body, which they ultimately discovered about 6 weeks after his disappearance in a local landfill, in pieces, unfortunately. And as a result of all of that police work and investigative efforts, which I think you'll be quite proud of when you hear about them in detail, the defendant is charged with his murder. So that's sort of the 50,000-foot view, the bluff, the bottom line up front for the military folks here. A little more detail on what happened, what the evidence will show. The 2 days that we're primarily concerned with here are October 4th and 5th of 2022, specifically the night of October 4th, moving into the morning of October 5th. Now, at that time, and I'll try to go slow for those of you who are taking notes. At that time, the defendant is living here on the west side of Savannah, jurisdiction of the Chatham County Police Department, in this house that's roughly in the center, with an in-ground swimming pool in the back. It's on Buckhalter Road, 535 Buckhalter Road. She had most recently lived in North Carolina, where she had met and lived with her most recent boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin, who you'll hear about. And some months before October of 2022,
hey, traders,
they had moved down
50 cents.
and were living in this house at 535 Buckhalter. Now, the house belonged to the defendant's mother, Billy Joe Howell, who you see here, and her husband, Thomas Howell, who is not the defendant's father, but is her stepfather. Also living in the house at that time is the defendant's brother, Paul Simon. They have the same mother and the same father. And Daniel Youngkin, her boyfriend from North Carolina, and the defendant's 3 children. October of 2022, she has 3 children by 3 different men. The oldest is Zane Wharton. I think you'll hear was roughly about 3 years old at the time. Zane has been through a lot with her. He's her firstborn son, and I expect you'll hear testimony that she considered him her ride or die. That's her guy. Sky Youngkin is an infant on the far right there. That is her youngest child by Daniel Youngkin. And in the middle was Quentin. Quentin was her child by a man named Henry Bubba Moss Jr. You'll hear that she'd had kind of a tumultuous relationship with Mr. Moss, that they had split before she even knew she was pregnant with Quentin, and that he initially didn't even believe that she was pregnant when she told him, and that he was never part of Quentin's life at all. And I expect you'll hear some testimony about the way that background influenced the way that she treated Quentin. But you're supposed to love all your kids equally. You're supposed to treat them all the same. I expect you'll hear some testimony that didn't happen. That she treated Quentin differently and not in a good way. Here's the house from the street. The master bedroom where defendant's mother, Billie Joe Howell, and her stepfather, Thomas Howell, lived is over here in the two-story portion of the house on the first floor. Brother Paul Simon's bedroom is upstairs, and you'll hear in one of the defendant's interviews, she'll say, you know, when you're up in that room, you can't really hear anything that's going on downstairs. It's kind of its own layer up there. Now, the defendant, Daniel, and the three children lived in a bedroom right through this front door. I think there was some sort of addition or something on the house at one point. This bedroom that they live in appears to be like a converted one-time living room or something like that. If you step through that front door, this is what you see. You see a couch in the foreground. You see a desk behind that. And then on the far wall there, you see a bed. That's the defendant and Daniel Youngkin's bed. If you pan to the right, you'll see a closet door here. And then it's hard to make out in this picture, but beyond this closet door is a door into a bathroom that then feeds into the dining room. And that is the only way to get from this room to the main body of the house. You see a race car bed there. That's where Zane slept. We further pan to the right. You can see that race car bed completely, and you see a projector on the wall, evidently for watching movies or something while you're sitting on the couch. And then if you pan into that right-hand corner, you see this pack and play. That's immediately to the right as you go in that front door. And that's where Quentin slept. That was Quentin's den. Now, that sort of sets the scene as to who's living in this house and where they're sleeping. Before we come back to the morning of October 4th, I want to talk to you about what the evidence is going to show as far as what's the biggest thing going on in the defendant's life. And the biggest thing going on in her life in the months, days leading up to October 4th is the status of her relationship with Daniel Youngkin. Things are not good. She is feeling unloved, undesired, ignored. And I'll show you a couple of text messages taken from her phone by the investigators that show this. Now, this is kind of small on here. It's kind of bright, so I'll read it for you for those of you who can't see. Some of you may be able to read it, perhaps not all of you can. This is July of 2022.
What in the world?
I want to feel beautiful, not barely average. I want to feel loved and not just liked. I want to feel wanted, not just tolerated. I want to be able to look at you and know it's just me, not wonder how many others there are. I want to feel like my body is worth showing off, not like it's just been trashed from having 3 kids. I want to feel the way you made me feel in the beginning, like I'm treasured and safe, not like I'm just here because you really don't have a choice.
Just to let you guys know real quick, these are excerpts from, I believe, Leilani's journal, which they tried to have that removed from the court proceedings, and the judge said no.
And you'll see quite a number of messages like this. It's basically an unbroken
Oh, wait, those are messages.
string of text messages all the way up to
Sorry.
the day that she kills Quentin. August 6th. Yeah, go get yourself some ass. I know mine is not good enough. Never was, never will be. September 10th. You're the reason I'm angry every day. You're the reason I'm depressed, why I feel the way I do about myself. Now, this is not a minor thing for her. I told you it's probably the biggest thing emotionally going on in her life. the way that she perceives herself to be being treated by Daniel, and perhaps to some degree actually was being treated by him. It's at least how she feels. This is such a big deal for her that with her phone, at one point she filmed something that can only be described as a digital suicide note. All right, she's in the car, and you'll hear her at the end say, "I've got to go. I made it to the river." She's in her car, evidently contemplating driving her car into a river and ending her life.
Wow.
And she starts out saying goodbye to her children. She has some kind words to say about Zane. She has some kind, loving words to say about Sky. You might perceive that she momentarily kind of seems to be at a loss for what exactly to say about Quentin, our victim, the middle child. And then she goes on to explain that the message is clearly addressed to Danny. She goes on to attribute what she's about to do to the way that Danny has treated her. Now, this is a 4-minute some video. It's a little long for an opening statement, but we're going to watch the whole thing. And we're going to watch the whole thing because it's an important window into her state of mind at this stage in time. This video was filmed in August of 2022, but the evidence in terms of the text messages and her statements will show that nothing really changed between when this video was filmed and October 4th of 2022. So with that preview, I'll play this for you now.
To Sky, Zane, and Quentin. Mama tried. And Mama's not here no more because she doesn't love you. I do. I can't love myself. If I can love myself, how can I love y'all? I have tried over and over and over, and I failed.
Oh, shit. Shit fires. Same matches. Hold on. Court TV's got that commercial.
I wish I could watch you grow up. I wish I could hold you for your first heartbreak because my mama didn't. Sky, I love you, baby girl. And Zane, you were so handsome, so sweet, so protective. You were going to be such a good man one day. Just a good man. I hope you grow up and you learn what loyalty is. And you learn how to treat a woman and how to love a woman. And Quentin, baby, you are a middle child. You're so happy all the time. You smile all the time. I wish I could see what kind of man you would be too.
Oh my gosh.
And Danny, I loved you. I loved you with all of me, all of my heart. I loved you.
Maybe she
I
should have.
worshiped the ground you walked on. When we found each other, we were both in such fragile states. And I built you back up. I would do anything for you. But during this time that I was building you back up, you were doing things that would eventually tear me back down. And even now, after everything that I think has been brought to light, hopefully it was everything, right? Even now, you look at me with the same look in your eyes that you have when you talk about Kate. you. I wanted you more than life itself. But you proved that it was only one way. That feeling was only one way. That love, that loyalty, it was all one way. You take care of my kids. Okay? You couldn't take care of me. You couldn't love me. You couldn't do me right. So please, for the love of fucking God, do my kids right. And the kids swimming up at the river now, mine is.
Wow.
Now by Danny. So that's where she was at. This is her emotional state in summer, fall of 2022. That brings us back to October 4th. And here I'll give you sort of an overview of what the evidence is going to show us to the sequence of events of that day. Now, the first thing to establish is that on the relevant dates here, Billy Joe Howell, the defendant's mother, and Thomas Howell, their stepdad, are out of town. They're not in town. They're not in the house. They are sort of out of play. I expect that will be undisputed. So that leaves in the house Paul, the defendant, Danny, and the three children, Zane, Quentin, and Scott. In the morning,
Look, here's the
of
babysitter.
October 4th, quite early in the morning, in fact, the defendant and Danny take the three children to babysitter Michelle McCardle and her two teenage daughters that live on the same street. They live like right across the street on Buckhalter. And it says babysitter up here, and I've called her the babysitter, but really you'll hear from Michelle, one of her daughters. And it comes across more like they're almost like a second family or a substitute family for these kids because of the parental shortcomings at 535 Buckhalter. So the evidence might show that babysitter kind of undersells it a little bit. And the child care arrangement was this. At this point in time, Danny and the defendant are working at a warehouse in Port Wentworth, unloading, loading boxes. They're carrying boxes in a warehouse in Port Wentworth. And their shift starts at 6 a.m. They're working the 6 a.m. shift. So early in the morning, on the way to work, they'll drop off the three children with Michelle, with her two teenage daughters. And so they do that. And they both go to work. They clock in at essentially the exact same time, a little after 6 a.m. on October 4th. Now they clock out less than 2 hours later. And the reason they do that is the defendant is experiencing some kind of dental issue. She has a tooth that's bothering her and it needs to come out. And so they clock out right around 8 o'clock, just before 8 o'clock in the morning. And they go to some type of like emergency dental clinic or walk-in dental clinic. And she gets a tooth pulled. These are some pictures, selfies she took of herself in the dentist chair. And you can see the side of her mouth on the left side there, I think it's kind of swollen. She sent these to Daniel Young and Danny, who was sitting out in the waiting room waiting for her. And so after this, they do not go back to work. They go home. And the rest of the waking hours of the day are pretty normal. They get some lunch. They relax. Her mouth is bothering her. She's tired. She's sore. And eventually, at about 4:30 in the afternoon, they go and they pick up the three kids from the babysitter, from Michelle, and they bring them home. So at that point, Danny, the defendant, and the three kids are in the house. Now, Paul, he worked at the same warehouse, but he worked a later shift. And you'll hear what it is. It's something like 2 p.m. to late at night. around 10 or so. That was Paul's shift. So same place, different shift. So he's not there.
Paul's the brother.
Now they're there. They do dinner. They do bath time. They put the kids down. Quentin in his pack and play. I think you'll hear testimony or a statement from the defendant that Sky, the infant, slept on that couch that we looked at, and Zane in Marie's car bed. And I think it'll be undisputed, and I expect that it'll be undisputed that, at around 10 p.m., Quentin is fine. He's just in his crib, in his pack and play for bedtime. Okay. And what happens at this point sets off a chain of events that goes over the next couple hours and results in tragedy. And that is that the defendant and Daniel have yet another argument about how he's treating her. This is sometime a little after 10 p.m. And that this is something she told to detectives eventually in some of the interviews about how he doesn't want her, he doesn't want to touch her, he's not feeling desire for her like he used to.
Wow.
We've already talked about this is a major trigger for her. This is the biggest emotional issue going on in her life, and it's significant. It drove her to the brink in the video that you've watched. This is not a minor thing for her. And so she leaves the house after 10 p.m. on the first of two trips that you'll hear a lot about in this trial, and that she didn't really want to talk about, at least truthfully, with investigators. And that first trip is to the drug dealer. She says that she left so that things wouldn't escalate between her and Danny. She was upset. That's her word. So it wouldn't escalate. The first place she goes is this Circle K. And I should have pointed out that you can see her getting out of the car. That's at 10:29 p.m. So about 10:30. I'll back up and you can see her getting out of her Dodge Journey with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She's not in a good state. Anyway, 10:30, she goes into the Circle K. She buys a couple convenience store items. And then she texts Danny. He's got her saved in his phone as Lanny Baby.
Lanny Baby.
She texts him, I'm going to run to 204, I guess. That's at 10:32. Immediately after she leaves the Circle K. She might still be in the parking lot for all I know. And 204 is an area you'll hear about in this case. It's sort of it's shorthand for our drug dealer. I'm going to run to our drug dealer. This is Highway 204 is what this is in reference to. And their drug dealer lives on a street right off 204. So she's going to get drugs to try to make herself feel better. This is a screenshot of some GPS plots from her phone that the police eventually made after getting into her phone. You can see Highway 204 here. And this red kind of blob up here is a series of GPS points showing that she's at the drug dealer's house on Arkwright Lane from about 10:45 p.m. to 10:55. And she's scoring drugs to use that night because she doesn't like the way she's feeling. This is some information exported from her cell phone extraction showing that while she was there at 10:49, she made an $80 Cash App payment to a Timothy Weston, who is her drug dealer, at least one of them. While she's gone, Paul gets home. He had clocked out at 9:56 p.m. And I think he will say that he took him a minute to get home because he was smoking a blunt in the parking lot or something like that. You're going to hear a lot about drug use in this case. And he gets home while the defendant is still out on this trip to the drug dealer. And he'll tell you that when he got home, he went in and said, hey to Danny, and he saw the kids, he saw Quentin in his crib, in his pack and play, and Quentin was fine. He even interacted with him a little bit. He'll tell you what it was. Hey, little man, how's it going? And he sees that Quentin is, hey, okay, he's fine. May not be completely asleep yet, but he's there and he's okay. Now, by 10 after 11, this is another GPS screenshot. It's hard to make out on this TV. But this is by 10 after 11, she's got a bunch of GPS points hitting at the house on Buckhalter Road. And this is just to signify that this is around when she gets home. 10 after 11. And so she's home at that point. Paul is upstairs in his bedroom, going to sleep, kind of secluded from the rest of the family. And Danny eventually goes to sleep as well. And you'll hear her say this to the investigators, that she was the only one up and active in the middle of the night, in the hours leading up towards 1 a.m. Danny is sleeping because he's going to get up and go to work in the morning. He has to get up at like sometime between 5 and 5:30 to go to work. And Paul is sleeping as well because he just got off work. He's tired. And you'll hear her say that I was the only one up and about.
The boyfriend was there,
My
Kurt.
tooth was hurting. I couldn't sleep. What she's doing is she's going on a bender. You'll hear her admit to this eventually with the police. She didn't want to talk about it initially, but you'll hear that she eventually acknowledged that she was up kind of frantically using drugs for an extended period of time while everybody else in the house is asleep and out of play. You'll hear her talk about it. I would hit a line. I would go outside. I would smoke a blunt to kind of bring myself down. Maybe smoke a cigarette. Then I'd hit another line and repeat the cycle. So she's in her house by herself, physically uncomfortable because of her dental issue, emotionally wrecked because of what's going on with her and Danny, and it's resurfaced again this night. Well, the resurface is probably not the way to put it because it's just an ever-present problem for her. And this is a bad situation, right? This is a volatile, dangerous situation. And that's because you'll hear something that she later said during the investigation on a recorded phone call to Daniel, who was cooperating with the police and trying to help them gain information about the effect that cocaine has on her. It's not just fun for her. You'll hear her say that it makes her angry and impulsive.
Wow.
I become angry and impulsive when I'm like.
And so those are the conditions. She's up all alone, physically uncomfortable, emotionally unhappy, unstable to some degree. And around 1 a.m. probably, she kills Quentin. Now I'm going to focus on what she did and when things happened. And probably in closing argument when all the evidence is in, we'll talk to you a little bit more about the why. The why exactly in that moment did she do this? But for now, I want you to just understand the sequence of events and what happened. She takes his body and puts it in Dodge Journey, Georgia tag TEN 9300. And she begins the cover-up. The cover-up is not just the lies to the police. The cover-up starts immediately. A little after 1 a.m., she drives down Buckhalter Road, which turns to the right here, but it's still Buckhalter Road at that turn. It comes into Ogeechee Road right here. and she pulls into this mobile home plaza. It's right here. Mostly what you're seeing is trees, but there are mobile homes in here. This is Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And there's a convenient stand-up dumpster sort of hidden away under some tree cover in the tree line there. And she throws Quentin's body away like a piece of trash about 1:17 in the morning. She drives home. This is another export from her phone, showing that her phone was locked from 2:01 in the morning until 9:13 in the morning. And this is just kind of a shorthand way of saying that's roughly about the time she eventually goes to sleep. And her phone is inactive. Now Danny wakes up for work a little after 5, and he tries to wake her up to go to work. She's supposed to go to work with him. Remember, they work the same shift. She has been up all night doing drugs, and he's been, responsibly sleeping, so he's able to get up for work. And he cannot wake her up. She will not wake up. And at this point, he's trying to get out of the house to go to work. And he believes that all 3 children are there. He does not go over and check the packet plate. He doesn't even know that Quentin is gone. You saw in those pictures the packet plate is all the way across the room in the far corner. It's not right next to the closet. It's not right next to the bathroom. He can't wake her up to go to work, and he's annoyed by this because this is, I think he may tell you it's not the first time this has happened. And they are kind of tight on money. They are trying to make money to either put a down payment on a house or a security deposit on an apartment, so they don't have to live with a mom.
The kind of blowing the nose and the clicking, a lot of it is the court, just to let you know, but when I'm typing, I'm sorry, you guys can probably hear it.
Money.
NTM, darling.
And he'll tell you that he was frustrated by this. You're not going to get up and come to work and make money. And his decision at this time was to say, well, okay, you're not going to come to work and make money. We're not going to spend money on a babysitter today. Because they have to pay, they pay her every day, Michelle. And so he texts Michelle, hey, the kids are going to stay here with her today, Miss Michelle, at 5:20 in the morning. She says, okay. And the reason for that is his thought is, look, if you're not going to get up and make money, you can stay here and watch the kids. Wake up and find these kids are still here.
I have to stop this for a minute because it was my understanding that Billy Joe, the grandmother, is the one who paid for the babysitter to start with.
They're yours.
Yes, he was. He was.
So he goes to work and he clocks in at 6:11, 6 a.m., 6:11 a.m. And he will clock out at 9:15, a little over 3 hours later. And the reason that he clocks out at 9:15 is that at 9:14, 1 minute before the clock out, he gets a call from the defendant who's got him saved in her phone as King. And he's got the 910 area code that's North Carolina, where he's from. Now, this is a 21-minute call. She calls him, and the cover-up, initially I said, the cover-up starts with covering this up to him. Before the police ever, she covered it up to the police, but before they ever even get involved, she's covering it up to Danny. She calls him and she tells him that she woke up, the front door was open, and Quentin was gone. And he would run out to his car, leave work, and come home, and stay on the line with her for 21 minutes. Police went to the warehouse that they work at, and they got some video footage to see, well, what did Danny look like when he was leaving the house, leaving work, having gotten this call. And this video shows him running out. That's Danny running out of work. You'll hear from his boss, a fellow named David Mullins, that David ran into Danny in the parking lot. Danny's running out. Dave is just pulling in and getting to work. And they briefly encounter one another. And Dave will tell you He looked genuinely upset. He was for real crying, tears coming down his face. Danny does not know what is going on. He knows what he's hearing from the defendant, and that's it. So he rushes home. And I'll tell you this. I told you the call to Danny was at 9:14. As he's on the way home, on this call with the defendant where she's telling him she woke up and the front door was open. These are ADT records. There's an ADT security system on this house. And it keeps track of when each door was open and closed, or just opened, or just closed, having been open. Police got these records. And you'll see that front door didn't open until 9:22 in the morning on October 5th. Now that's 6 minutes in, 6 or 8 minutes in to that call with Danny. And so what the evidence is going to show that she's on the phone with him saying, I woke up and the front door was open and Quentin was gone. And it's during that phone call that she's opening the front door. So you'll hear that she's essentially tampering with evidence, tampering with the scene, staging the scene to fit with her story before the police ever become involved. Danny gets home. Somehow babysitter Michelle got wind that this was going on. Maybe she heard screaming or something. She'll tell you how she heard about this when she testifies. She comes over. Paul hears yelling, comes downstairs, and now everybody's there and they're looking for Quentin. And the defendant, of course, is the only person who knows where he actually is, and that's in a dumpster at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. And they call 911, and here's what the defendant says.
Get my son! Get my here outside! I woke up and the front door is open and his apartment is empty, please!
Police show up a little before 10 a.m. and she repeats the same story to them. The evidence will show that car that's like the furthest one, in the most recent one that entered the driveway, is the babysitter's, Cheryl's. She had pulled up and parked her white Pathfinder there. But in any case, the defendant repeats that story to the responding officers, and you'll hear from some of them.
I woke up about 10 o'clock. His husband was pretty much sick, so within a 3-hour period, somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his blanket.
Now, this is a missing child. So situations like this, it's all hands on deck. Everybody comes out. Forensics comes out. The forensics unit came out, had a drone up looking for Quentin. Patrol officers are being pulled from other beats, other areas of patrol, to canvass the area and look for Quentin in the woods. All sorts of people are coming. Most of the command staff for the Chatham County Police Department showed up because this is a big deal. They take these things very seriously. One of the specialized units that responded after patrol officers had gotten there was the detectives for the Chatham County Police Department, CID, Criminal Investigations Division. And the first detective there for CID is a guy you'll hear from, Sean Wilkins. Sean Wilkins shows up, and he's the one who conducts the first, what you call more like the first formal interview with the defendant. And most notable from that statement that he takes from her at this time is when she says she went to bed and when she says she got up. You'll hear that she tells him, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9. She doesn't say anything at all about this trip to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza a little after 1 a.m. She doesn't want to talk about that because that's the trip that she took to get rid of Quentin's body. So here's her telling Wilkins, I went to bed around midnight and I got up around 9 a.m.
When's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that?
I
Do
think
you
it was
remember?
around 12.
12? Okay.
12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that sucks.
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them out too.
So I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check my kids, and he was going, all the rest were there. He was going.
It's all right. It's all right.
Went to bed at midnight, woke up around 9. No mention of the Azalea trip. I told you there were 2 trips, 2:04 earlier in the night, 10:11. Trip number 2 is that Azalea trip, a little after 1 a.m. And she is totally omitting that. Now, all hands on deck, right? Missing child. There are detectives working on this case that aren't even out at the scene from the very beginning. One of them is a Chatham County Police detective you'll hear from named Kiana Robbins. Kiana Robbins is at the Islands Precinct, I think is where she was on Johnny Mercer, like not anywhere close to here. But she's in her office, she's sitting at her computer and she's researching. She's seeing if she can find some helpful information. This is a stock photo of what's called a flock camera. The flock system is a series of cameras that are set up around town at major intersections or along busy roads. And what they do is they snap a picture of the license plates of all the cars that drive by. And police can use these for a number of different things. One of the things they can use them for is, say you have somebody who flees from a traffic stop and actually gets away. The police can't pursue them without undue danger. They can take that tag number of that individual, they can put it in the flock system and put like a lookout out for them. If that tag hits on any other cameras, it'll alert the police and they can try again and make the traffic stop. Another thing that the police can do, and what Detective Robbins did, was look up vehicles registered to the defendant. She finds that Dodge Journey that the defendant drove to dispose of Quentin's body. And she puts it into the flock system, looks it up in the database to see what, if any, flock cameras that vehicle has hit on anytime recently. And she sees that car has been out late at night, driving around on trips that the defendant hasn't mentioned yet. She radios that information, or maybe calls via phone. This is the tag she looks up. That's the Dodge Journey in the driveway at the time of the police response. She calls Lieutenant Foster, who you'll hear from. This is after the defendant has told Wilkins that she went to bed at midnight and woke up at 9. Hasn't mentioned anything about the Orangeville trip or the Azalea trip. Foster goes up to her. He now has this information that this tag has been hidden on some flock cameras and seems to have been driving around during the night. And he goes up to her, and he's a lieutenant at this point, which is like kind of a managerial type position. He's, by this time, is the senior man on scene, I believe. But he has background in investigations. He was with the Savannah Police Department, I think, at one point, in their violent crimes unit, investigating homicide. So he knows his way around an investigation. He knows how to do these sort of things. He goes up to her armed with this information about the flock hits that night. He wants to know what these trips were about. So he goes up to her and he asks her, "Hey, did you go anywhere last night?" And he's a savvy guy, so he's careful to tack on, like where the kidnapper could have followed you home. And she seems to know, the evidence will show that she seems to know that he knows something about this trip to Azalea that she took and has not mentioned to this point. And so she comes up with a story. It's not totally clear when she came up with it. But the story is that, that trip that I took away from my house shortly after 1 a.m., that was to go pick up Oragel from a friend at the Chevron. Now, the Chevron is right next to Azalea Mobile Home Plaza. They're kind of right next to each other. And so that's her story. This is what she was doing, driving to that location at that time. My tooth was bothering me. I didn't have any Orajel. I went to pick some up and got some from a friend. This is the first appearance of the Orajel story, which lasts for about a week or so, maybe a week and a half.
Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Faith that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, I mean, just you made you yourself.
Yeah, I know, because I got my check full yesterday, so I went to go to Oregon, that was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning at 5, I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road, right here, that Chevron. And my friend that I used to work with, she had Oregon there, and I said, okay, I'm home.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else that we may have been home? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly. What are you going to do? I was home at 25.
25?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
All right, so that's the story about what I was doing when I drove there. Now, I'll tell you this. She's trying to show them on her phone this trip on an app called Life 360. Life 360 kind of generally tracks your movements. You can join with your family, and they can see where you are and have been, and vice versa. You may be wondering, well, look, if this trip was so sinister in nature, why is she trying to show it to them on her phone? And you'll hear testimony that the reason that she was comfortable holding out her phone as corroboration for this trip to the Chevron is that, again, the Chevron and Azalea Mobile Home Plaza are right next to each other. And looking at the screen, you can't necessarily tell which one she's at. You can only tell that she's in the general area. So she believes that this kind of helps prove that I'm telling the truth about being at the Chevron. Now, the police would later pull very precise GPS data from the phone, like not just looking at the screen, but from the actual phone, that puts her not at the Chevron, but right at the dumpsters at Azalea, which are, I don't know, maybe 100 yards, 75 yards from the Chevron. But that's why she's holding the Life 360 out, saying, look, this helps me. So that's the first appearance of the Orajel story, to explain the Azalea trip. They take, the police take all 3 of the adults in the house. Eventually they say, we really need you to get Danny, Paul, and the defendant to the police station. Sit them down for a formal interview.
The best things in life never change. They just get
called the lactation room or the nursing room. I think you sometimes also hear these things referred to as mothering rooms. And the reason for that is that Danny was in the single interview room that they have with the cameras wired up in the corners and all that. And this video is recorded on Detective Marion Lemon's phone. Now, by this time, this is a joint federal and local investigation. The FBI has shown up because they get involved in kidnappings, abduction cases. And what happens at headquarters is that they pair off teamwork. One FBI agent, one detective, and they each in a pair interview each of these people. And so Detective Lemons is paired up with Special Agent Brad Snyder, whom you'll hear from. They were kind of partners.
Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, sweetie.
And it's very open-ended at the beginning. What they're asking for is just give us an account of your day. Give us an account of the last 24 hours. Where have you been? What have you done? And so you'll hear Snyder asking him this. The video is really nothing special. I think it's just ceiling tiles the entire time because the phone is sitting on a table. But the audio is good. You can hear her. And she starts with, we left the dentist and came home. So she does start at the beginning.
So right now, again, we're sorry for everything. I mean, we can't imagine the emotions you're feeling right now. But it's difficult. 24 hours would be this time yesterday. So from about 1 o'clock yesterday. That's what the time of year.
So that's the start. I was leaving the dentist, getting my wisdom tooth pulled. And the end is the Oragel story, the Chevron Oragel story that she has as her last trip of the night. And she omitted that to Wilkins, is now had to come up with a story to cover this trip.
So, look, that was really bothering me about almost 1 in the morning. So I called Circle K to see if they had Oragel. No. So I got in contact with another one of my friends named Misty that I used to work with. She has a lot of mouth problems, and that's sure if she had any Oragel. Let her up there at the Chevron. And I called her and got that one back home. You also 12 minutes. I got it for like 360. I can show y'all right around. Everything was on the little bills on your back. Get home, took my mouth, checked all the kids again, they were okay.
Now, a couple things about this initial interview in which she's asked to give an account of her movements for like the last 24 hours. No mention whatsoever of the trip to the drug dealer. She doesn't want to talk about what she was doing that night in the state that it put her in. So that's omitted completely from this interview. And now she's put a name to the friend who gave her the Oragel. Misty is what she calls her. Now, I'll tell you before we move on from that, I'll tell you this. The police asked her to go through her phone, and of course she's playing, the victim. I'm the victim, the mother victim of a child abduction. So she probably feels some pressure to cooperate. And so she lets them go through her phone. A couple things I see is there's no call to Misty, and there's no call to Circle K to check and see if they have Oragel, which is something she said. First, I called Circle K to check and see whether they had Oragel. They didn't, so then I called Misty. None of that in there at all. They also see a message from the defendant to Danny. We looked at this earlier. This is when she's leaving the Circle K and is about to go to the drug dealer at 10:30. Going to run to 204, I guess. This is something that she had left out in this initial interview with Snyder and Lemons. So they interview her again, and this time it's in the interview room. And they want to ask her, what's the deal with this 204 thing? Here's what she tells them. Oh, yeah, that was a trip to the drug dealer, but it wasn't actually to buy drugs. She tells them that the reason that she left the house at 10:30 at night and went to her drug dealer and was there for 10 minutes was simply to pay off a pre-existing drug debt in the amount of $20. Now, the evidence will show that that story is just absurd on its face. But in addition to that, the cash out was for $80, not $20. And she'll later admit that this story wasn't true. But here she is launching it.
Yeah, and I was already heading back by the time that.
So at 10:40, you texted them that you were turning on 204 to go meet with?
Yeah, like I'm turning on 204 now, like I'm not meeting them. That's what I was trying to tell them.
And at that point, you didn't get anything.
No, I just gave them $20. I gave them $20 and I left. It was a couple days ago.
Wow.
Paying off a $20 debt, not actually buying drugs. Because after all, she tells them, other than marijuana, I don't use drugs.
See, you didn't get a percent.
I just gave them $20. And even if I didn't get a percent, like $35. Last time I asked them. I want to keep it 6%. I don't do it like that. Like anything, anybody got to worry about anything with me is on me. Because I was weak. I was everything else. I was on my shirt. Because I was covered. So I was anything that's not homegrown or part of the community, son, I don't want. I mean, homegrown, I don't need to put those stuff when you're going out there. Homegrown is wrong. Not creative.
Very
Wow.
strong, detailed denial of the use of any drugs other than marijuana. And the reason they're asking her whether she got a Percocet from the drug dealer that night is that they had seen some messages about buying Percocets as well when they went through her phone. And they asked her about that. What about these text messages with you? Look like you're buying Percocet, using Percocet. And her story at this time is, oh, those are for a friend. I'm just the middleman for my friend Cheyenne, who likes Percocets but doesn't, I guess, know a dealer herself.
Things, that you just have to answer for, so we have to get a better understanding as to, what went on. You gave us the authorization to go through the text messages. There's text messages in there unless you purchasing those as recently as within the past 24 to 48 hours. So just, I don't know if that did or if you totally understand that.
That is it. So,
What's your
sometimes when I ask me if I've done, I haven't done it recently. I do have a friend named Cheyenne Crosby, who lives in Florida. She will call me from time to time. I'll place her a call off. She will help me along the road, asking for a register or whatever if I can get it. And I'm waiting for it. I'll drop it off. Whatever, or I'm gonna drop it off. They should let me know. So, but we haven't been messing with her since.
She does not want to talk about her drug use that night because that contributed directly to the state of mind that she was in and relates so closely to her killing Quentin in the middle of the night. So she feels that she has to tell these lines. And she wants to focus on 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. because after all, this is an abduction. It's not as though I did anything in the middle of the night. My child was taken after Danny left for work. That's her story. That's what she's trying to sell. And again, she forcefully denies this.
No, I did not. I did not take a Percocet right now. I will piss and coffee right now.
Now, police
Wow.
follow up. Okay, October 5th, they get statements from the defendant. She's making all these claims that we've talked about. You get a statement from Paul, they get a statement from Danny. And what you do, and this goes late into the night, eventually it's kind of time to stop on October 5th and wake up in the morning and follow up on some of this stuff. So she has said that she was at the Chevron getting Orajel from Misty, her former coworker. And so they go out and there are two real notable things that happen between the October 5th statements on day one and the next interview. And one is that they do what they call a video canvas. They go out to this Chevron area where she has said that this Orajel exchange happened. And they look around and they see if they see any cameras. They go in and they ask if there's footage. And they get footage from the Chevron. And it does not show her stopping there. In fact, it shows her driving by. And they get footage from Azalea next door. And this is a major break in the case because what the Azalea footage shows is her pulling in, doing a loop around the complex, and pulling up to the dumpsters and sitting there for about 2 minutes. And that's when she throws Quentin's body away. So you're going to hear in detail about the footage from Azalea, the different cameras and camera angles, and what you could see on which one. But this is just a sample of that. This is her driving in the Dodge Journey after 1 a.m. on a mission to throw away her dead child. So that's one notable item of follow-up that leads into the next interview. The other is that they go talk to Melissa Misty Bray. The defendant's calling her Misty on the first night. She doesn't even get her name right. But she describes her as a former co-worker from Bojangles. So Special Agent Snyder goes out to Bojangles, asks whether they could direct him to this person. They do. He goes out and he interviews her. And he asks her when the last time that that she saw the defendant was. And she tells him, I haven't seen her for months. The last time that I saw her was when she ran it. It was like in July of 2022, months before what we're talking about. The defendant had run out of gas near Missy's house, had walked to Missy's house, and had borrowed a gas can. And their last contact was Missy texting her a few times, saying, hey, can I get that gas can back? And that was it. And that was months before. And Special Agent Snyder looked at these messages and they corroborate what Missy is telling him. So, Chevron story, the met Missy at Chevron story is now just completely torpedoed. And so they bring her in for another interview on October 8th. And this one is with an FBI agent named Bridget Brock. And it's conducted at the FBI office in Savannah. And they confront her with these two findings. One, the security footage from Azalea and from Chevron. And two, what Missy has told them. And she just sticks to the Orgel story and just insists that it is true. And this is what that sounded like. She just hasn't had time yet to figure out how she's going to play this with this new information that they're presenting her with.
We'll talk about that, okay? Because Missy hadn't talked to you.
Yeah, she has.
She hasn't talked to you in quite some time.
Yeah, she
Yes,
has.
she did not have a conversation with you about the origin.
Yes.
So in your mind, you've looked at all these timestamps and possibly you came up with a story that's partly true.
No, that is
But
true.
there's very, very many missing pieces, right? And in your story, you haven't been completely honest about where you were at and why you were there.
I was 100% honest about where I was at. I showed the Life 360. I told my even give her the Orgel that she gave me.
Right, and that didn't happen. We've already interviewed this.
That I got the Orgel. That did happen. She had that moment inside of her mouth. That's the reason why I asked her for it.
You have to stop saying this. It did not happen.
Yes, it did.
So that's the story on October 8th, sticking to her guns. Now, October 12th, she comes in for another interview. And this is with Brad Snyder, who I've talked about already, who you've heard a little bit from and seen a little bit of, and an FBI agent named Savannah Solomon that he works with closely. And this is at the FBI office. And this is a long interview. I've pared it down a little bit so we don't have to spend 3 hours watching it during the trial, but it's still fairly long. And initially, at least, she's sticking to the Orgel story. That's Savannah Solomon on the left, Snyder on the right, and the defendant in the middle.
And I did. Yeah, I did.
I did meet Misty, 100%. It happened. I'm telling you. And she tells this kind of flowery story describing this meeting. She lavishes them with details about how this went down.
So you went to Missy's house, and did you go inside her house? She was just standing outside.
Yeah, that's not
How long did y'all interact here with Missy? How long did you
2-3 minutes. It was quite a little conversation. I almost an hour doing this one. She does some craft and stuff. She did how much she was outside.
Now she has Misty was smoking crack when she gave the defendant the Orgel. And what is going on here is when the defendant is lying and telling a story to cover something up that she did.
Objection, Your Honor, at this point in time, those opening statements, Mr. Dean has the right to say what he expects the evidence to show, not his interpretation of it. So,
Sustained. Dean, I'm going to ask you to move forward.
The evidence will show that she added this detail to suggest a faulty memory on Misty's part, to suggest that, maybe this will help explain why Misty is telling them she hadn't seen me. And it is nothing to her to just accuse Missy of having smoked crack during this meeting that didn't happen. But in any case, a few minutes later, she finally admits that she didn't see Missy.
You should understand that you have got to be 100% truthful. 100%. That's the only way that we're going to take the document. That's a big thing. Yeah. Because. It's a lot of money. So, did you do any work last night? I did do work last night. But I found it, and the cards were the ones that I lost. And I found them when I got back to the house.
So after insisting on the 5th that she met Misty at the Chevron for Orangeville, and after insisting on the 8th that that was the truth, and after insisting even at the outset of this interview that it was true, she finally admits that it wasn't true and massages the inconsistency by saying, you know, I didn't speak to her, but I did go there with the intent of seeing her. And she adds a detail that hasn't been included in any of her stories to date. Oh, and by the way, yeah, you've asked me if I threw any trash away there. Yeah, I did throw some trash away. She has a story for what that trash was. The evidence will show she did not want to admit that it was Quentin's body. So she describes this trash that she threw away as stinky shrimp pasta that had been sitting in the car in a trash bag and smelling up the car.
Maybe it's just about the trash bag. She's standing for the trash a few days ago, and there's still food in the car. So I go around and see my dad's talking to the trash. Yeah. There's portals, like shrimp pasta. Yeah. The whole car's like shrimp. What is that smell? I thought that before I even went to go to a floor. You know? I go up there and I'm like, get out of there.
And they ask her about this. Gosh, you know, this is the most critical fact in the case. Throwing Quentin's body in the dumpster at Azalea, what she was doing at Azalea Mobile Home Plaza at 1:17 in the morning or so. And her explanation for that is, you know, it's just such a minor thing, throwing away some trash, that I didn't think to mention it in my hours of previous interviews.
I don't stop, let's not stop it. I don't think anything of, to be honest. It's just, oh, food, up in the car. See an opportunity to do it out.
She does not want to talk about what was in that trash bag. They also revisit the drug use, and you'll remember the strong denials on October 5th, which are repeated on October 8th. Well, in this October 12th interview, she admits finally that, you know, I did take a Percocet that night.
And you have a Percocet in conjunction with smoking. Yes. About what time would you have done that? By the time I got home, I took it like 11 something or whatever.
And so Snyder asked her about her changing story. You know, you've been adamant that you met Misty for Orangeville, and now you're finally admitting to us, oh, you know, I actually didn't speak to her. You've initially, over the course of 2 interviews, maybe more, didn't mention throwing trash away. And now you've got a very detailed account about doing that and what it was. And you, on the 5th, were adamant that you hadn't used any drugs other than marijuana. And now you're telling us that you did take a Percocet too. What's going on? Why is the story changing? And her explanation for that is, oh, well, my faulty memory might have something to do with all the cocaine I was doing that night, which is a drug that had totally been absent from all of her prior accounts and fits much more with the $80 Cash App than the story about paying off the drug front. And so she is explaining her inconsistent stories by adding another inconsistency, which is an admission to cocaine use.
You requested a short break. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's take a 10-minute break and resume with the opening statement. Mr. Dean, again, I'm going to ask you not to talk about the case, don't do any research about the case, avoid conversations about the case. The time now is about 11:29. Let's aim to be back here at 11:40. Okay.
So now let's have a conversation about this. She comes out the gate lying. She comes out the gate lying. Okay. That's interesting, Kirst. A good possibility at that. But I don't even know if that's truthful about the perks because she talked about the Coca-Cola usage as a number. Oh, wish you could remember as a number. Yeah. Yep, she's got a number for the substance dealer. But she knew she threw Quentin in the trash. She knew she did. So, all right, I'm going to take a moment and go to the ladies' room and throw me a cup of coffee on real quick. And so, yes, we are going to continue our conversation in just a moment. Please bear with me. I think this is the first trial that I've ever tried to cover on my channel. So, thanks you guys for hanging with me. Why would she get personal on top of doing? If the gag order is related to the possible. I'm not real sure about that. I know that when her mother was arrested, I believe it was for the other children. I know there was a gag order placed on that. So, see, let me go to the bathroom. I'll come right back. Okay, I got my coffee on. Strong enough case to get justice. Kaylee Anthony didn't get hers. I think that if they wouldn't have found Quentin, I think it would have been a different ball game. Now, this is what sticks in my mind. I can't get this out of my mind when I think about this case, is when Leilani and Billy Joe gave that interview to the news, and she talked about Quentin possibly being taken by somebody who wanted a child and was being cared for. I heard those exact words come out of Dawn Wells's mouth. Now, why that stands out so much to me is because a YouTube creator at the time was talking with Billy Joe and Leilani, I believe. And so when that came out, those were words that I believe was maybe said to them by this creator. So that's always stuck out in my mind. She threw him away. It took 3 weeks to find this baby. And she's going to get on the news and, maybe somebody just, took him because they wanted a child, knowing the whole time she had thrown him in the trash. For real. Yes, Billy Joe worked out of town. Billy Joe said she paid the babysitter. Leilani didn't have to pay the babysitter. I don't know, Debbie. I'm sure we'll find out. I'm sure we'll find out exactly what the facts are, in this case. Billy Joe should be charged too if the egg donor wasn't supposed to be Quentin. I don't understand what you're saying there, Flies. Well, that's what I want to find out. I want the truth on that. Whether because see, Billy Joe was talking like she had filed eviction papers. She had filed eviction papers to get Leilani and her boyfriend out of there. But from my understanding, she wasn't supposed to be with them kids. Hey, loves to lurk. And yes, this content is very triggering. So if you're uncomfortable with it, please, please come back another time. Leilani, Danny, Paul, and Billy Joe and her husband. It was Billy Joe's house. But they were all living in the house. Oh, well, thank you, Sandy. Thank you for popping in. And thanks to everybody who's popped in and gave us a wave. I appreciate you guys. If I missed anybody, I apologize. If she had custody and left the kids with the egg donor and the egg donor wasn't supposed to be around them, that screams. Yes, hey, Poppy, I don't know why that, why she left the kid. I don't know why Billy Joe. I think Billy Joe was under the assumption that those kids were going to go to the babysitter. Well, Billy Joe had problems herself. Billy Joe had substance problems herself. That's what I thought, Loves to Lurk, that Billy Joe actually had custody. So it's going to be very interesting to find out for sure. For sure. Let me see if we can, I don't think we're too far behind here. They should be coming back anytime. See, that's what's confusing because I don't think they're really sure exactly what time that Quentin was unalived. Now, what I thought was very interesting was that pool. I never realized the pool was that big. I thought it was like maybe, you know, a smaller pool. But yeah, that was a whole big backyard swimming pool. I don't know, Genevieve, because that was the problem. Billy Joe was the one responsible for those kids. So I never heard anything about a reintroduction into Quentin's life or the other kids' life. But just because her brother was there, does that make him responsible for what happened? And I think it'd be very interesting to find out the facts if her boyfriend well, you know everything, Genevieve. You got the court papers? Send me the court papers, Genevieve. Let me see them. I want to see them if you got them. I'll find out. Hold on. Why did Billy Joe have custody of Quentin? I'll put Quentin in. Oh, okay. Are you guys ready? Billy Joe Howe, Quentin Simon's grandmother, had custody of Quentin and his older siblings because of family conflict between Quentin's mother, Leilani, and her grandmother. Billy Joe had filed an eviction notice for Leilani and her boyfriend from the home. So she was in the process of evicting them. The Georgia Department of Human Services sued Leilani for child support for her two sons. Leilani didn't appear in court, and the order was signed requiring her to pay $150 per month. All right, let's get back to this. Did you guys get that? Did y'all get that?
Their table. We haven't yet brought the jurors back in. Is there anything that we need to take up before we bring the jurors back in?
No, Your
The
Honor.
family conflict.
All right, let's proceed.
Okay, here we go, you guys.
Jurors entering.
Hey, Ro.
Okay, thank you. And so for the record, the jurors are all back. They are being seated at this time. All right, all 16. Thank you. And Mr. Dean will resume with his opening statement.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Poppy?
So, October 12th, and we've come a long way from the October 5th account, of only using marijuana that night. This is where we end up on October 12th.
Just before you take the trash, you had cocaine. You were upset.
And in this interview, she acknowledges that this wasn't like the one night she used cocaine. She's a regular user of cocaine, which she had denied in earlier interviews. Now, at the end of the day, the most critical thing though is what happened to Quentin. What happened to Quentin in the middle of the night. And here is what she had to say about that. I don't know if I did something to him, but if I did, I will take responsibility. She appears to be claiming something like a lack of memory, and I'll tell you that the evidence that you'll see is going to show that when she drove to those dumpsters at Azalea to throw Quentin's body away, you can see that she's driving normally. You'll see that she comes to a complete stop at stop signs. She uses her turn signal. You'll hear evidence that the investigators could tell from her phone that she plugged her phone into the USB charger in the car when she got in. So the evidence will show that she was aware of what she was doing when she took him there, and that her claims to just not know what happened cannot be true. They do not fit with the other evidence. We've talked a lot about what she has been saying to the police and the FBI on the 5th, on the 8th, on the 12th. But we haven't talked much
Love
about
you,
the other
Flies.
aspects of
Thanks for
investigation.
popping in, girl.
Effort to find Quentin.
I hope you feel better.
To him. So I'll talk a little bit about that now. Now, on October 18th, police announced that they believe Quentin's body to be in a local landfill and that they're about to begin this extremely challenging needle in a haystack search of the landfill. And this is how they got there. A detective with the Chatham County Police Department goes out to the mobile home plaza once these dumpsters become an area of interest after they've looked at the security footage. And he asked what garbage truck company services these dumpsters, and they give him that information. He gets in touch with that garbage truck company, and he learns that it was truck 309 from a company, 3909, I should say, from a company called Waste Pro. This is the list of stops for that truck on that day. Serviced the mobile home plaza. This is on the morning of October 5th, actually. Quentin wasn't in the dumpster for very long because it was emptied that day. And this, what I'll tell you next, kind of goes to explain Quentin's condition when they ultimately found him. Not an intact body, but in pieces, little pieces, bones.
Trigger warning, you
It's a
guys.
front-loading garbage truck. Extends its hydraulic forks into the slots on the side of the dumpster and drops Quentin and all the other garbage into the box in the back of the truck. There's a compactor in that truck that compacts everything. You want that compactor in there so that the truck doesn't have to go to the landfill as frequently. Makes the garbage smaller and take more garbage. That truck went to the Waste Management Superior Landfill on Little Neck Road on the morning of October 5th. This is a landfill ticket. They weigh the trucks when they're coming in. That's how they know how much to charge the garbage truck company for this particular load. This is for Waste Pro truck 3909. And with this information, the detectives go out and they talk to the landfill manager, and he's able to identify the area that garbage was being dumped and then kind of shoved to on October 5th. And this kind of general area up here, that becomes the search area. So they have kind of an idea of like a general box in the landfill of where Quentin is going to be found. But this is still an extremely difficult thing. Even if you know the general area, there's like 2 more days of trash that have since been dumped there since the 5th. And this stuff gets compacted and moved around. They drive these compactors over it that have studded metal rollers, and everything just gets shredded. You may have this idea that you go into a landfill and it's just like a pile of bags of trash, just like they were when you put them in your garbage can at home. It is not like that. You will see that it is not like that. Everything is shredded because compaction is the name of the game in landfills. You will hear that. You got to get everything pressed down real tight because space is money. So at the end of the day, they have tons and tons of garbage to search through. And so they arrange the landfill search. They have some consultants from an outside agency come in and advise on this because it's a very technical thing. These consultants are able to tell them, based on the size of the box, about how many tons of trash they'll have to search through to exhaust the area, based on known rates of searching, like pounds per day. They're able to give them an estimate of how many people this is going to take and how much time it's going to take. They have to order specialized protective gear, steel-toed boots, Tyvek suits, respirators, gloves to put over the gloves. This is a biohazard environment. And they have to find volunteers, and this is an all-volunteer duty. Right? And for weeks, volunteers from the police department and from some other law enforcement agencies came out here early in the morning, and they do this landfill search that involves an excavator up in the search area, scooping up garbage, putting it in a dump truck. Dump truck comes down on this open area bounded by cones that they call the search deck. Excavator down here kind of spreads the garbage, that particular load, I think they were calling them lines, out onto the search deck. And the law enforcement officers, these volunteers, get online with rakes, and they just search through it. This is what that looked like. And they do this for days, weeks, in the heat, all that gear on. That's why I said earlier, these efforts can only be described as heroic. They want to find Quentin. The evidence will show that These things are not typically successful. There's a very low success rate with these landfill searches because, again, it's a needle in a haystack proposition. But that's what the police are doing while she is playing games with investigators and changing her story and changing her story again. October 24th, while the landfill search is underway and those volunteers are suffering in the heat out there, not knowing whether the next raid is going to bring more tedium and boredom or if it's going to bring the horror of what they're actually looking for. The defendant is still playing games. Having already admitted that she went to Azalea and threw away trash, but it was only stinky shrimp pasta. She does an interview with the news, WTOC, in which she still, even at this late stage, this is October 24th, that's 19 days after the initial 911 call, and after several interviews where her story has just been shot to pieces. She does this interview where she holds herself out as the victim of a child abduction, still on that, and has the gall to make an appeal to the public to just please bring Quentin home safe. And the evidence will show that she knows he's not safe. And she knows he's not coming home.
My kids woke up to me screaming, "Where's Quentin?" and running through the house. I ran and looked everywhere, inside, outside, so screaming for help. I've been here every day since this. I'm not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station. And I won't go there. All we want is justice for Quentin's life. We want justice too. We want answers. We don't care the cost. We want answers just like everybody else does. At the end of it all, we love you, baby Q. My little monkey, and we want him home.
That same day in which she's claiming to the news she had no idea what happened and to just want him home, she sends this text message to Savannah Solomon of the FBI. And this is just the latest Hail Mary. After all the statements about going to the Chevron and then going to Azalea, what she was doing there, and I was actually throwing away trash and not Quentin. At this point, October 24th, the same day as that news interview, she and Danny are split at this point. He kind of seems to see the writing on the wall for her and has left town, I believe. And I think they're not together at this point. And so now's the perfect time to try to put it on Danny. I'm not lying for Danny anymore. The reason why my story about Oragel and shit didn't make sense was because Danny told me to say that he was the one who left. My phone was in the car from my previous trip. And the reason she says that is her phone GPS puts her at the dumpsters too, not just the video. So anyway, she's throwing it on Danny and is now saying, you know what, I didn't actually make that trip at all. It's him and me. And they get her in for an interview a couple days later to formalize that statement. And they just sort of let her talk and put it out there. But the evidence will show that it was clearly not true. It was a desperate attempt to just try something new after, I don't know, a dozen lies to that point.
Yeah, she did. She blamed her boyfriend.
That interview was on October 31st, last day in October. Now, on November 18th, about 3 or 4 weeks after they started searching through that landfill, it was an arduous task.
Thank you, Sandy.
All volunteers. They finally find what they're looking for. November 18th, it's a memorable day for the people who are involved in this landfill search because they find Quentin. And he's not in good shape. Okay, they find him.
Trigger warning.
mostly bones, a foot. It's not as though he's in one place on that search deck. They're finding bones in different lines, spread out. He's torn apart. They send Quentin's remains up to the FBI lab at Quantico, Virginia, where DNA analysis is done. And they confirm what everybody already knew.
The biggest RV blowout sale of the year is
Hold
coming
on.
to Fort Wayne. If you've been waiting for the best time to buy, it's
Sorry. I had my chat pulled up. Well, I gotta get her out of there. I hit another line. Oh, thank you, Loves to Lurk. Thank you.
So that's where she ends up. After having given this
No
very
kidding,
detailed cover
Genevieve.
story
For real.
about going to the Chevron to meet Misty for Oragel, and having added this later, this richly detailed account of having thrown away some garbage at Azalea in the dumpster, but it only being shrimp pasta. Her final story, when they found Quentin after tracing the trash and making it undeniable that what she was throwing away in that dumpster at Azalea was her son's body. The best she could do in her last interview is to claim a total and complete lack of memory from seeing him in his pack and play at 10-something to snapping back into consciousness on the way home from Azalea. And we'll watch it, you'll see more specifically what she says happened is that she was driving home, hit a set of railroad tracks, and that jolted her back into now forming memories again. That's the story she ends up with. After those richly detailed accounts of false statements.
Thought it
for
was
what
teeth
happened
marks
during
off the
trip.
trash compactor.
Now,
What do you
she just
mean?
can't remember anything that happened during the critical time period in this case. The murder and the disposal of the body. So that is as concise as I can make it, the account of what happened and what the investigation.
There wasn't any hair on that part of the skull because he had been out there for 3 weeks. He had been in the trash. He had been in the trash compactor. But I don't know what you mean by teeth marks off the trash compactor. How would they have teeth marks off the trash compactor? All right, I'm lost.
Investigate how the investigation unfolded. What will the trial look like? Okay, so that's kind of the story, start to finish. What will the trial look like? Trial's not like an opening statement. All right, we bring witnesses in one at a time. It can be kind of disjointed and choppy because each individual comes in and they can only talk about really their role and what they did, heard, saw, that sort of thing. You will hear from some of the responding officers. You'll hear from people like Michelle McCarta, people in Quentin's life who can tell you some things about how the defendant felt.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
You'll hear from the investigators who took these statements and followed up on them. You'll hear from some of the people who were involved in this search of the landfill. You'll hear from some of the scientists at Quantico who were tasked with identifying Quentin and seeing what they could make of these remains, which are just totally torn apart. What I do not expect you will hear is exactly how the defendant killed Quentin. And that's because she covered it up. It's because she got rid of the body. All right, the evidence will show that her specific intent from the outset was that he never be found at all. And him being found in pieces, little bitty pieces, was the next best thing. The judge will tell you that in a case like this, we do not have to prove exactly how the defendant killed Quentin. Under these circumstances, how could you? And that is a sensible rule. Because what we have to prove, what is important, is not exactly how she killed him, but that she killed him. The fact that she did it.
No, I got
The
you
evidence
first.
that we will present
I know
to
what you mean.
will do that. It will do that beyond a reasonable doubt. So at the end of the case, when all the evidence is in, we will make our closing arguments and we will ask you to find her guilty of all of the charges in the indictment. I want to thank you for your attention. This has been a fairly long opening statement, but it was important to us because it's our one chance to do it, is to give you kind of soup to nuts from the outset. What is this case about, and what did this investigation look like? So I thank you for your attention.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Turn to the defense. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Well, let's see how they try to cover
Ladies
this
and
up.
gentlemen, I don't intend to speak nearly as long as Mr. Dean did,
Oh, well, you're sweet.
because frankly, this whole case is about rumor, gossip, speculation, and
There we go.
innuendo, and ultimately the state's bold conclusions about what they say happened but can't prove. Unquestionably, this is an emotional case. I know that. I have 5 children, 4 grandchildren. So I understand how emotional this can be. But this case can't be decided based on emotions. It has to be decided on facts and evidence presented in this courtroom. It can't be determined by emotions or their rumors and their gossip and their conclusions. And in the end, what you will determine is that's exactly the foundation of the state's claims. Bunch of conclusions, bunch of declarations, unsupported by actual evidence. These declarations about she did this at 1 o'clock, she killed Quentin. She drove here, and then all of that are their conclusions, what they have decided the evidence shows. But what is important in a trial is this witness stand, where witnesses testify and evidence is presented. It's not what some lawyer says. It's not what the state declares the evidence to be, and that includes this discussion about the statements. Mr. Dean has his ideas of what those statements represent, but that's your job. And it's not to simply rely on the state's conclusions about what they mean. The state has a conclusion. The core conclusion is that Leilani Marie Simon murdered her child. The evidence will simply not support that bold conclusion. That is why, after we've heard all the evidence and all the argument, the evidence will lead you to one place, and that is a finding with respect to murder and concealing the death of another of not guilty. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Your Honor.
Genevieve, I thought you were going to send me those documents. You guys have to remember, Quentin was just a little guy. He was just a little guy. Let me see if I can find that picture again of the skull. I know it's here somewhere. You have to remember he was well, let's just finish this out.
Thank you, Ms. Purse.
Wow, that was quick.
This would probably be a good time to break for lunch, and then we'll resume testimony after the lunch break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a time for lunch break. It is, the time now is 12:10. I'm going to ask that you report back at 1:20. We got to give some time for them to get to lunch and get back. Let's go ahead and make that 1:30. It's 12:15 now. Let's make it 1:30. Got to give some time. I want to be realistic about what we do. When you go, please remember not to discuss the case, not to do any research on the case, and not to talk with each other about the case. All right. And with that, you're excused.
Okay, so they're at lunch. Okay, so why did you get the documents then? I didn't say I was going to share them. I just said I wanted to look at them. You said you had them. I just wanted to see them. That's all. I didn't say I was going to share them. We can do that right now, Kirst. Okay, so let's see. What would a decomp be for a, we'll even say 4-year-old. 4-year-old child. Who was found in a landfill. We'll see if we can find it. Landfill for 3 weeks. After, boy, that's tough. After being compacted in a garbage truck. Okay. Because we have the landfill waste that's decomposing also. Let me word that different. That's not worded right. Hey, Bee the Bean. Well, you have to remember, you have the elements, you have him being in a trash, the back of a trash truck with the compactor. Hang on, I'm going to try to see if I can find that picture again of the remains there that they showed, because they only showed a little piece. Oh, I don't know if I can find it. I know it's on here somewhere. I don't know when he showed it. But I see what you're saying, the hair on that part of what they found. And they're not even showing the other parts yet. So I'm sure that's going to come out even more. But I see what you're saying. Hold on, let me pull it up. Stages for stages of decomp. Hold on. Shit, I just had it up there. What are you doing? Stages of decomp for we're going to say 4-year-old. Let's see what that comes up with. How long does it take for a child's body to decompose? 3 weeks to several years for a body to completely decompose into a skeleton, depending on factors such as temperature, humidity, presence of insects, and being submerged into the water. So we have 3 weeks that he was in the landfill. We don't know exactly how long. We don't know what she did to him either. Found in a landfill. We'll just Google a few things here and see if we can find out. So after 2 weeks, there's discoloration, bloating, and a release of fluids due to decomp. But I understand what you're saying, because usually the hair is still on there. But also, they may have removed the hair to see if they could find out what happened. Yeah, gosh, if they ever looked at my browser, there's 4 stages. How long does it take for a boy to decompose? The time taken for a body to decompose depends on climate conditions, temperature, moisture, as well as accessibility to insects. in summer, a human body in an exposed location can be reduced to bones alone in just 9 days. 9 days. He was there 3 weeks. For a small child, the accelerated decomposition process, which can reduce a small child to a skeleton in as little as 6 days. How sad is that? How sad is that? Yeah, and they found different, later, Chai, they found different, parts in different areas. They were very fortunate to find him to start with. They were very fortunate to find him to start with. So I believe that it's going to be very interesting, especially when they start bringing witnesses up. We've got the babysitter, right? Don't forget, when I've talked about this case before, I've shown the Billy Joe actually fighting with the babysitter, telling the babysitter, I paid you to take care of those children. It was a big argument. And that interview, let me see if I can find that. Billy. All right. So when Billy Joe got arrested, she was arrested when Billy Joe got arrested. Well, I'll just play it for you guys. So this is when Billy Joe got arrested. There might be a commercial if there is.
And we are following some breaking news. WTOC has learned the grandmother of Quentin Simon has been arrested. Billy Joe Howell has been charged on a hold for juvenile court. We're working to get more details about what that means. We're going to have the very latest for you coming up on the
22 and a half minutes back. Okay, why didn't they say why she'd been arrested? Well, that was silly. Okay, well, that wasn't what I was looking for. You said 22 and a half minutes back. Hold on. Let me ask you guys a question. Put a 1 in chat. Put a 1 in chat. Bye, Poppy. Thank you. Put a 1 in chat if you believe that Leilani's guilty. Oh, fuck. If I wasn't looking for it, I wouldn't find it. Or I'd find it if I wasn't looking. Here it is. Trigger warning. trigger warning. Hold on, I'm going to show you. Oh shit, hang on. I just had it up there. I didn't stop it. Like a dum-dum. Okay, there it is. Trigger warning. You're on the fence about it? That I don't know if that looks like the front, doesn't it? I would think that they cleaned it up so they could look to see if they could find okay, so you're talking about these two bottom curves. I'm wondering if that's not the yeah, that's what I thought too. Maybe the that's where his eye socket started. But no, I get you. I get what you're saying, Cursed. About the compactor. I want to try to find that where Billy Joe got into it with the babysitter. Because remember, the babysitter was going to do a vigil for Quentin. And Billy Joe was mad. And said, how do you do that? How can you do that? She says, for a fact, Quentin is not gone. Let's see if I can get a, I don't know if it's will show on Reddit or not. Okay, that's not what I want there. Let me get this picture of little Quentin's skull off of there. Okay. I don't know, because I used to have all this stuff. I used to have it all. All right, let's see if I can get this. I wish I'd have had all of this up before and just kept it up. Let's see if it's going to let me show it or not. Oh, Lord. All right, let's get through the commercial and see if it's going to pop up there for me. Hey, Marie. Well, if I can get through this commercial, I might be able to show you guys where they got into it. I'm hoping. Okay, wait. All right, this is Billy Joe getting into it with the babysitter. Let's turn on closed captions. Oh, wait a minute. Did I just turn them off? All right. This is Billy Joe getting into it with the babysitter.
This video is absolutely
Here it
jarring.
is. Here it goes.
It shows the desperation of the people who love Quentin Simon.
You're awful to say you're going to put a memorial. My baby's not dead.
Quentin's grandmother in Quentin's babysitter's house.
We'll have to find a better one that you can hear better.
Intense moments recorded by Dana McCarta's daughter. Dana says Quentin's grandmother barged.
Okay, that one's hard to hear. I can't hear it. It happened because the babysitter, before Quentin was even found, wanted to have a candlelight vigil. This upset Billy Joe, and let me find it, you guys. There's a better one. I wish I'd have pulled a lot of this up on my watch later list. Okay, hold on, because I've got all this stuff on my watch later list. I just didn't pull it up. Let me see if I can find a good one. Hold on. All right, let's see if I can find it this way. Maybe this will tell us why Billy Joel was arrested. Hang on. Let's see if we can see exactly what she was arrested for. Oh, hold on.
News, we've learned in the last half hour that the grandmother of Quentin Simon has now been arrested. WTOC's Shay Schrader joins us live outside the Chatham County Jail with more details. Shay, what can you tell us?
Billy Howell has been arrested, and on her booking report, it lists that she's being held by the juvenile court. Now, what we do know is that Billy has been involved in a custody case regarding Leilani Simon's other two children than Quentin Simon. That case was sealed from the public, and everybody involved in that case has been placed under a gag order, but the charge is for contempt of court. That is why she is being held by the juvenile court. This isn't in connection to Quentin's murder. That's very important to note. Right now, Billy's daughter, Leilani Simon, is also being held in this very same jail on charges of murder in connection to her son, Quentin Simon's death and disappearance. Billy has had sporadic contact with Leilani ever since she was arrested a couple of weeks ago, and today entering the same facility that her daughter was booked into just a couple of weeks ago. Details are limited at this time because that juvenile court case, again, is under a gag order. So WTOC has not been allowed into the courtroom, nor has any other media outlet in the area. The only folks that have been allowed in there are people directly involved with this case.
Okay, so she was arrested. It had to do with the other two children. And she was trying to get custody of the other two children. Hang on, I'm still looking for the fight. I am still looking for the fight. Let's see if this one's a little bit better. I don't know if it's going to be, but we'll try it anyway.
This video is
Can you
absolutely
guys hear that? I'm
jarring.
not hearing it.
It shows the desperation of the people who love Quentin Simon.
You're awful to say you're going to put a memorial. My baby's not dead.
Quentin's grandmother in Quentin's babysitter's house. The intense moments recorded by Dana McCarta's daughter. Dana says Quentin's grandmother barged through her back door, mad over the thought of a memorial for the missing toddler.
My baby's not dead.
I think that she's trying to take the heat off of them.
Diana talking with us today, telling me she's called Georgia's Department of Family and Children's Services about Quentin and his siblings before.
DFACS told you there was a case.
Yes, absolutely.
Diana isn't the only neighbor here to tell us they were concerned about the children in this home.
Absolutely, the babysitter was on YouTube.
We tried to get Billy Joe Howell's side of this story. She didn't answer her phone since yesterday, when federal investigators, firefighters, and Chatham police drained Quentin's grandparents' backyard pool. Grandmother Billy Joe Howell's Facebook had a post asking for help getting that pool fixed. It's been deleted.
I should not have been out of town. Yeah, you did. You shouldn't have.
But the emotions in this neighborhood, they haven't gone anywhere.
I want to see that on the news.
Oh, it's going to be.
Now, let me ask you guys.
We feel that.
Hold on. Let me get back over here. Person lied big time. She swore it was because she was told stay off here and came on. The thing with the babysitter, she was coming on to different YouTube channels, saying how much that she loved Quentin and the other kids. Billy Joe got upset because she was going to have a memorial for Quentin. I think, and this is just my opinion, I think deep down that Billy Joe knew that Quentin wasn't around anymore. But I do believe that let's see, this is only 9 minutes long. I'm going to show you guys the whole interview that Leilani did, knowing her son was, she put her son in the dumpster. It's freaking disgusting.
Dawn Baker has the night off. Tonight, the mother accused of killing her 20-month-old son in Chatham County, Quentin Simon, remains behind bars. No bond was set for Leilani Simon today. The Recorder's Court judge hearing the case says his court doesn't have the authority murder cases.
The hell happened?
She did not appear in court personally. She was represented by the Public Defender's Office today. Leilani is facing several charges in Quentin's disappearance and death, including murder. It's now been 7 weeks to the day since little Quentin went missing from his home on Buckhalter Road in Chatham County. Since then, several developments have happened in the case. Camille Syed shows us how we got to this point.
A lot has happened since Quentin went missing 7 weeks ago today.
Leilani Simon reported her 20-month-old son, Quentin, missing on October 5th. A week later, on October 12th, police named Leilani as their only suspects in Quentin's disappearance and presumed death. Over a month after that, she was arrested. That's on November 18th, after law enforcement found remains that they believe are Quentin's this past Friday. Fast forward to today. Leilani Simon pleaded not guilty on multiple charges, including the murder of her son, and she was denied bond.
This court will not consider bond, don't have the jurisdiction or authority to do so.
Quentin lived with his 22-year-old mom, Leilani, and his grandmother, Billie Jo Howell. Howell had custody of Quentin, filed an eviction notice on Leilani and her boyfriend on September 26, a little over a week before Quentin goes missing. In between Quentin being reported missing and Leilani's court hearing, Chatham County Police and FBI agents scoured through a landfill for exactly 1 month until they found what they believe are Quentin's remains last Friday. Leilani, who is currently in jail for killing her son Quentin, has 2 other young children. Neither were in her custody before she was arrested. While Leilani is behind bars, many questions remain. We still don't know what led up to Quentin's death or what evidence law enforcement has that leads them to believe Leilani murdered her child. As we learn more about this case, WTOC will bring you the latest. Camille Syed, WTOC News.
Our Shay Schrader spoke to Leilani on October 24th in an interview you only saw here on WTOC. And tonight we're looking back at that exclusive interview. Shay joins us now in the newsroom. And Shay, what does this interview look like knowing what we know now?
That interview was almost a month ago, and it was the only time that I've ever spoken with Leilani. That was on October 24th. And when I did that interview, Chatham County Police had already said that they believed Quentin was dead, had named Leilani their sole suspect, and had started searching a local landfill for Quentin's remains. In that interview, Leilani never outright stated whether she was guilty or innocent. She maintained that she was broken up over Quentin's death and disappearance, visibly crying both when the camera was on and when it was off. However, she said if it came out that she had anything to do with Quentin's disappearance, she would turn herself into the police.
And she didn't.
I'm here. I've been here every day since this. I am not running and I'm not hiding. And if something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station.
3.5 weeks after making that statement, Leilani was arrested and charged with murdering her son, Quentin Simon. That came 3 days after Chatham County Police found what they believed to be Quentin's remains in a local landfill. In a news conference held shortly after Leilani's arrest, I asked if she did turn herself in. Leilani made a statement to me that she would turn herself in. Was there any talk of giving her that opportunity?
No.
After Leilani made that statement in the interview that she was willing to turn herself in, her mother, Billie Howell, also jumped in.
I will take myself to that police station. And I will walk with her.
According to a family friend I spoke with on Tuesday, Billie did take Leilani to the FBI office where Leilani was arrested and then transported to the Chatham County Detention Center.
Okay, so this is what allegedly happened there. Leilani went to rehab, and Billie Jo, Leilani allegedly wanted to leave the rehab, and Billie Jo was concerned about that. She was, if I remember correctly, she was afraid that Leilani was going to take off because she was still looking for a man. She was still looking for someone to love her. Yeah, 3 babies. And it's going to be very interesting because I thought, and I could be wrong, I thought that the boyfriend said he saw Quentin when he left to go to work. When he left to go to work was my understanding. I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. For real. Yes, they got her on camera sitting out by the dumpsters. I don't think that, I don't think she is going to be found not guilty, but that's just my opinion. And why, where she made her mistake also was because she claimed that the Quentin's dad had him at one point. That Quentin's, his biological father, had him at one point, if I remember correctly. So she sat out front with all the protesters around. Billy Joe was going on YouTube channels. Well, maybe a couple. I know one she was on continuously. It was, the whole situation was sad. And she sat right out there in that front yard with those protesters and was very adamant that if I did something to Quentin, I'll take myself to the, I'll take myself to the jail. There's no way that, this is just my opinion, she was so intoxicated that that she didn't remember what she had done. Now, can we look at it like this? Danny says, if you're staying at home, you're watching the kids. She didn't want to go to work. So he's like, you can watch the kids if you're staying at home. She wasn't, I don't believe she was on that though, Ro. She said Perks and Coca-Cola. Yes, they have checked a lot into her brother Paul. But he worked at a different time than they did. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know anything about those things, but for real. For real. Just very sad. Like I said, girl, I don't know anything about the nanny's Annie. For real. For real. But my question was, if they pulled her wisdom teeth at the dentist, I would think that they would have gave her a prescription for pain, but I don't know. I do not know at all. Let's check this out real quick. Let's check this out.
And her second straight night in jail tonight after being charged with murdering her 20-month-old son, Quentin. Simon reported her son missing more than 6 weeks ago. Police arrested her yesterday after finding human remains in a Chatham County landfill. Right now, the FBI is conducting DNA tests to confirm that those remains are Quentin's. Tonight, many are awaiting for Leilani to make her first court appearance on tomorrow. We're also hearing more from people close to Quentin. Tonight, our team coverage continues with our Shay Schrader and Camille Syed. We'll start with Shay. And Shay, you talked to Leilani's mother, Quentin's grandma, Billy Joe, today. What did she have to say?
Max, the first call I made when Leilani was arrested was to Billy Joe, who had custody of Quentin when he disappeared. She was clearly distraught. When she was on the phone, she was crying, and it seemed like she had been crying for some time, likely because her grandson has passed away and her daughter has been arrested. She wasn't able to get into any details with me today, but she did pass the phone off to a family friend who's been by her side since the day that Quinton disappeared. And this family friend was able to shed some light on what happened in the hours before Leilani was arrested. Billy Howell's friend tells me that a few weeks ago, Leilani Simon had checked herself into a treatment center and had been there ever since. But on Monday morning, Billy found out that she was planning on leaving.
Her mother had to make one of the hardest decisions of her life and called the FBI agents and let them know that she was signing herself out and she could not come back here and that she was going to be a flight risk because she could not come back here because she was going to be back on the streets doing God knows what with God knows who.
Billy's friend said that at the request of the FBI, Billy picked Leilani up from the treatment center and spent the last few free hours Leilani had with her.
They asked her to buy some time, so she went and picked up Leilani's belongings from another center, and then she took Leilani to have her last free meal.
After that, the Simon family friend says Billy took Leilani to the Savannah FBI office where Leilani was later arrested and charged with Quinton's murder. There's been a strong reaction to the arrest, including from Diana McCarta, who says she babysat Quinton for 10 months before he went missing. She says she keeps thinking back to that morning when she received a text that she wouldn't need to babysit that day.
You wonder what he had to endure from the time that he left my house till the morning when I got the text. You know, I can't even imagine. I don't want to think about it because it drives me crazy.
Folks from everywhere, all across the country, have been calling for justice for Quinton and feel that maybe we're one step closer to that.
I just don't know how any mother could hurt their child. I don't know what could be going through their head for them to hurt their child. I am happy that justice is going to be served because Quinton needs that.
Won't justice serve for this precious baby? No matter what it is or who it is. We all, at the end of the day, all the protesters and the family all wanted the same thing. We wanted justice for this precious baby.
Billy's friend tells me that Billy has been in contact with the FBI on a daily basis since Quinton first went missing, giving them any information that she can come up with that she thinks might help the case. Billy also shared with me today that she is in the process of making funeral arrangements for Quinton as the police believe that they have located his remains. Those remains right now are at Quantico in Virginia, pending DNA analysis to confirm that it is indeed Quinton. Meanwhile, Leilani Simon is about to spend her second night in jail after being arrested and charged with murder in connection to Quinton's disappearance and death. WTOC's Camille Syed joins us now outside of the Chatham County Detention Center where Leilani is being held. Camille.
All right, I'm going to end that right there. Now, what I found interesting is because Leilani wanted the 911 call suppressed. No, they didn't show Bullhorn Betty at all. Not at all. Genevieve, where'd you go? I don't know if the police carried him to his final resting place or not. That table with all the stuffed animals and stuff, is that what you're talking about? I want to see if I can find those 911 call. I thought they had it released, but I don't know. Let me check.
TV anchor Julia Janae reports. Little Quinton Simon was just 20 months old when he was last seen in his home in Savannah, Georgia on October. Leilani Simon tells police that Quinton's biological father, Henry Bubba Moss, took him.
Okay, so I want to show this, but I'm going to speed it up because it tells us a lot. Because she said the biological dad took him is what she did. So let me see if I can go through this quick.
We begin this hour in the state of Georgia, where Leilani Simon is charged with the murder of her 20-month-old son. You might remember he went missing in 2022, only for his body to be found a month later at a local landfill. Well, Leilani Simon was back in court Tuesday for a pivotal pretrial hearing. Before we bring you those key moments, here's a little refresher on the case. Court TV anchor Julia Janae reports.
Little Quinton Simon was just 20 months old when he was last seen in his home in Savannah, Georgia on October 5th, 2022. He lived with his mother, Leilani Simon, her boyfriend, Danny Youngkin, and his grandmother, Billy Joe Howell.
The boyfriend woke up, saw the child at 6 a.m. The mother woke up some other time later and reported the child missing at 9:39, I believe, talking to
the boyfriend allegedly seen, no, you didn't insult her. I did, Debbie. I did. Because she came in saying that she had these reports, and I asked her if I could see them, and she was like, no, I don't get my stuff for the public to see. I didn't ask for the public to see them. I wasn't going to show them to the public. I just wanted to see them because I get aggravated when someone comes into my chat saying that they know things as fact, but they don't want to show me any receipts, Genevieve. That's like when you told me, Genevieve, that you had a newspaper article done about you. And I said, this was 3 years ago. Hey, I would love to see that. Can you send it to me? Crickets, crickets. Genevieve is very opinionated, and I'm good with that, Genevieve. But you came in here saying you had reports. All I wanted you to do was prove it to me that you had them. That's all. And it takes a lot to insult Genevieve. She's used to being thrown out of people's channels all the time. I heard it in body cam footage that morning. Let's see what else they have with this before.
Local police and FBI begin searching for Quinton that very day.
We've yet to locate Quinton. We continue to investigate this incident. We got some assistance from the FBI. We got numerous interviews to conduct today, as well as county phones and things of that nature.
Leilani Simon tells police that Quinton's biological father, Henry Bubba Moss, took him, so authorities go to Bubba's home more than an hour away.
Dad, okay, so bio dad, she immediately says that, yeah, she came in really hot. I get it, Debbie, for real.
He was being questioned about where he was overnight, October 4th into October 5th, and proved to police satisfaction anyway that he had nothing to do with it.
Is there any contact with Quinton's biological father? We have that contact with him. He's absent.
After a week of searching for little Quinton, the Chatham County Police confirms everyone's worst fear. Quinton is believed to be dead, and his mother, Leilani, is the primary suspect, but no charges or arrests are made.
What are you doing? What is going on here? Where's the FBI? Where's Secret Service? Somebody needs to find this baby and lock her up.
After that announcement, all eyes turn to Leilani. Protesters, podcasters, and YouTubers gather outside of her home day and night. Nearly 3 weeks after Quinton was reported missing, Leilani and her mother finally speak out in an interview with WTOC News.
If something does come up that I am at fault, I will take myself to that police station.
Then 47 days after Quinton vanished, law enforcement find remains of a human child in a local landfill, and they arrest Leilani Simon.
Our search team.
And the thing about it was, no, the bio dad was, his name was Bubba or something like that. Bubba or something like that. But they went straight to his house, and he had nothing to do with it.
Teams at the Waste Management landfill found what they believed were human remains. This afternoon, the FBI lab in Quantico, Virginia confirmed that they are, in fact, human remains. Additional testing, including a DNA analysis, is being conducted, and we have every reason to believe that this will confirm the remains are Quinton's.
And
That was
still
Julia
is.
Janae reporting there. Now let's get you into Tuesday's important pretrial hearing. It all centered around a defense motion to suppress previous statements made by Leilani Simon. There was only one witness called to the stand. That's Detective Marion Lemons with the Chatham County Police Department. And in this portion, the detective describes her background knowledge of Leilani Simon.
Before we get into the particular facts surrounding the defendant's various statements in this case, I want to ask you some background about some background information that will help, I think, set the scene. Okay. In the general time period in question, we'll say fall of 2022. Where was the defendant living?
So it is a address off of Buckleter Road, 535 Buckleter.
And is that in Chatham County?
It is.
Generally speaking, what area of town is it?
We refer to it as the west side of town, as right off of Medici Road.
Can you describe, just briefly, I'm not asking you to give like a full layout or floor plan, but can you briefly describe the residence?
Yeah, it's a single family home, 2 stories with a fenced-in backyard.
And how many bedrooms does it have?
It has 4 bedrooms, but one of them is more been converted into a bedroom. It's probably a living room more.
Okay, but it's been converted into a bedroom. Okay. And who, I don't know what you said already, whose residence is that or was that at the time, I guess?
So it was owned by Billy Joe Howell and her husband Thomas.
Yeah,
who are
Henry
they in
Love
relation
or
to?
something.
Billy Joe is Leilani's biological mother.
And what about Thomas?
Her stepfather.
Okay. At the time period in question, who else? I think we were up to 3 people now. The defendant, her mother Billy Joe, her stepfather Thomas Howell. Who else, if anyone, was living in that residence at that in that general time period fall of 2022?
Yeah, so Mrs. Howell's other son, Paul Simon, lived there as well. He lived upstairs. And then Leilani's boyfriend at the time, Daniel Youngkin, and then her 3 children.
The defendant's 3 children.
Yes.
And who were they? Like, give the rundown of their names and ages.
So Zane is her oldest. He was 3 during the time of this incident. And then there's Quentin, who was about 20 months old. And then Sky, who was 5 months earlier.
So they believe that Leilani hit Quentin with a blunt object. I think I feel some kind of way that person lied bad about this, but she was friends with. Well, I think what has happened is they could easily disregard the boyfriend, the bio dad, the brother slept upstairs, I believe. So the possibility of him knowing anything just because he was in the house, it's going to be very interesting to hear these people testify. Very interesting. All right, let's see how much we got to go. Only a few minutes left, I think. Let me check here. They should be coming out of lunch here very shortly. So that's what we're waiting on. Give me just a second, you guys. 420 it if you need to. So Leilani admits, here, I'll pop back over to what I was showing you guys. We'll pop back over here on this.
Guy was that they needed to born of the defendant's relationship with Daniel Youngkin. The other 2 children were the products of previous relationships. Sorry. Okay. I think you mentioned that Paul slept in a bedroom upstairs.
Yes.
And that the defendant lived in a bedroom
I
downstairs
doubt
appeared
it.
to be a converted living room or something like
I
that.
doubt
Yes, that's
it,
where her
Lynn
Daniel and
Deb.
Rachel went.
Okay, so all 5 of them live in that room?
Yes.
Okay. And did that room have,
Cher did that before, said that she was going to go to Georgia and all this other stuff, and she never did. I don't know a whole lot about that because I didn't pay it that much mind, right? For real.
any door that opened directly to the outside?
Yeah, the side where the children were, it led to the front door, which is an exterior door leading to the Buckholter side of that business.
Okay, and is this the door that people in this family refer to as the front door?
It is.
They call it the front door, but it opens directly into their bedroom.
Yes.
And does that appear to be a consequence of the fact that this bedroom is a converted living room?
I object as to the relevance. My understanding is we're here for a Jackson Denham hearing. I don't really understand the reason for the biological history lesson.
Now, the thing about it is, if I remember correctly, oh, thank you, 2 cents. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I do. Let me tell you guys something. My channel is not perfect. I don't do things the way some other people do, for real. So I appreciate you guys hanging out and watching this with me. I've been trying real hard to keep my mouth shut. Well, it's out there where, do you guys remember when that big old sign was put out in Billy Joe's front yard and it had a big picture of Cher on it? And up in the right-hand corner was a little picture of Quentin, right? Oh, yeah. Cher spoke with Billy Joe and stuff. Thank you, Ro. Cher did have an interaction with Billy Joe and Leilani at the time. They were, people were sending donations of clothes and stuff for the other 2 kids. And that became a shit show, in my opinion. Oh, you talking about, along the line of Don Wells pictures. Well, I don't know. I don't think Billy Joe would have necessarily needed those kind of pictures, but hey, to each their own. To each their own.
We're being given right here, but I don't see the relevance to what we're here for.
Shadeen?
Your Honor, we had a burden of establishing that all of the statements that the defendant gave were voluntary.
For the geographical residence doesn't do anything to establish.
If I may just finish my response.
And this is just
it is going to be necessary for us to do a certain
video
amount of
about the
scene setting,
911 calls
for the
and
court to
stuff.
understand what these statements were, what she was talking about, and the general investigative context in
DJ
which they were made.
Billy Joe went to jail over the other 2 kids for some reason, but there's a gag order on that case, so we're never really going to know. We're never going to know exactly what happened in that courtroom because it was a juvenile court.
If the defendant wants to stipulate that they were all voluntary, then certainly the inquiry would at that point
This
probably
is
become less
just
searching.
court TV and why Leilani wanted to suppress the 911 calls and the interviews about her missing child. She also wanted to suppress all of her journals also. I know, I get it, but until today I thought it was YouTube. I don't know what you mean, Ro.
But we have a burden and we intend to carry it, not ask for a little latitude.
Mr. Dean, I'm going to give you a little latitude. I am not overruling the objection. I am overruling the objection, but I want you to rein it in because I do understand the objection about where we are right now.
Now, let's go to the evening of October 4th like the night of October 4th / morning of October 5th. Okay. Who was actually present in the home on that day?
So it was Paul Simon, Leilani Simon, Daniel Youngkin,
The
and
objection, Your Honor, as to relevance, he's getting into his case in chief at a motion hearing as to the voluntariness of certain statements.
If I may, Your Honor, this has nothing to do with the cameras. The court will remember that I've objected to every media request in this case. The very next thing that I'm going to get into is that it was the defendant who drew law enforcement to her residence by making a false report of a crime and representing this as a child abduction. Now that bears on voluntariness. It bears on the voluntariness of their statements that day and all the ones that followed, is that she brought the police attention on herself to misrepresent what she had done. This is really not very far. This is not far afield at all.
Mr. Hilliard.
Your Honor, let's call his conclusory statement as to what the evidence reflects. It doesn't have anything to do with the voluntariness of the statement. If Mr. Dean wants to sit here and say, she called him to her house, she gave a statement, it was voluntary, that's fine. As far as the way he paints the evidence,
Well, I was trying to do this kind of professionally, but yeah. I think this one's going to be a non-monetizer one. Billy Joe going to bed or to jail. Yeah, we just don't know exactly. I know it had to do with the other two kids. But she did go to jail. I'm assuming with their father. But she needed love. Leilani needed love. And when she started feeling unloved by the boyfriend, because Quentin was the middle child. Quentin was the middle child. On this one or the other one? This is just... Okay, what I'm showing right here, thank you, Marie. What I'm showing right here isn't the trial. This is where the detective is talking about what transpired in the property and stuff and the 911 calls. Because she started lying immediately. Yeah, she had another one that was younger, if I'm not mistaken. I will definitely enlarge the other one too.
Mr. Dean, I tend to agree with the defense on this. Let's go straight into what the evidence is and proceed from there.
Oh boy, it looks to me like Leilani Simon is in big trouble. Let's bring in our guest and talk more about it. Criminal defense attorney Michael Riley on the program and criminal defense.
Okay, let's get back to, they should be coming in here pretty soon. Let me find out. Okay, still on a break. Excuse me, still on a break they are. I'm keeping an eye on it though. Yes, Marie, thank you for coming out the bushes. Maybe she had some postpartum stuff. Well, I want to know why mom decided that she was going to file eviction papers on Leilani. It only says, the only thing that I can find is where they said it was verbal arguments that they were having. Let me see this one. Maybe this one will. Let's see if this one tells us the 911 call.
Right now, dozens of local and federal agents are combing through our area for this little boy missing since Wednesday. We're talking about 20-month-old
I'm
Quentin
sorry, you
Simmons.
guys. I know I'm all
We want to
over
get
the
right out to our
place.
Nakaya Carrero now live at the Chatham County Police headquarters. Nakaya, talk us through the new updates that you have this morning.
Excuse me.
Frank, Olivia, for the very first time since Quentin Simmons was reported missing, we are hearing what 911 dispatchers told police officers the morning he disappeared.
We have a signal 56. Complaint advised her 1-year-old son is missing. She woke up, her door was open, but as he's unable to open the door, saying someone came in and took him.
See, she tried to say also that the back door was open, and that's why they were concerned about the swimming pool. Now, the swimming pool wasn't clean, so it had a lot of that green sludge and stuff on it. That is why they came in and emptied that pool out. But of course, we know he wasn't in the pool.
Another update this morning, Chatham County Police Chief Jeff Hadley is now saying they're looking into everybody and everything, making the first mention of a potential criminal case.
We're looking at it from multiple fronts, and one of it being a criminal investigation, as well as, a missing child at this point. We don't have anything confirmed, so we can't say anything absolutely.
We spotted Chatham County police officers and FBI agents at the boys' home on Buckhalter Road yesterday. They were searching the home again and even draining the pool. All this as they continue to work to figure out what happened to little Quentin. Don't forget, Chatham County Police has also set up a tip line.
Now, if they are saying she unalived Quentin in the home, if she hit him with a blunt object, right? If she hit him with a blunt object, yeah, it's Georgia. Would there have been any anything showing that happened? They should be starting back up here any minute. Okay, we're just waiting for them to start back up. So you think that they could see in the pool? They said it was pretty sludgy. They said it was pretty sludgy.
Line. It goes directly to the detective on this case. The number is on your screen. It's 912-667-3134.
You heard what lit up like a Christmas tree? Inside the pack and play?
We also have that number for you on our website, WJCL.com. And here's another look at Quentin. He was last seen at that home off Buckhalter Road in Chatham County last Wednesday morning. If you have any information, call that tip line. Again, it's 912-667-3134. Frank, Olivia?
Hey, Nakaya, while we have you out there, what about the 911 call made by the mother? Have we received that call yet?
Well, Frank, we requested the 911 call from Chatham County Police Department, but Chief Hadley told WJCL 22 that they don't want to release that call because it is an ongoing investigation and they don't want to compromise the case. Frank, Olivia, back to you.
I don't know. I'll see if I can find it. I don't know if they would. Why would they put those pictures out there before court? Let me see if I can find anything on there. Yeah, the pool was pretty gross. Pictures of the Seen at the Quentin Simon home. Let's see what I can find. Those are pictures of the home. This is the channel I initially wanted to watch. But I couldn't get them. I couldn't hear anything. The live stream is on a 30-minute delay. It says the judge put it on a 30-minute delay. So we're just waiting on him to come back from lunch. Let me word this different. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Let's see what this is. Quentin Simon update. FBI released chilling photos of search for missing toddler in Georgia. Okay, that's the landfill. This is pictures of the landfill. I don't know who would release that. Do you know, do you remember, Kirst, who released those? Oh, you're welcome, Lester Lurk. Like I said, I am not perfect. This is the first time that I've shown, you know, a whole trial. But I'll get better. I promise I'll get better at it. The pool or the pack and play? I know they showed it in court. They showed the pack and play, but I thought they were just showing basically where Quentin had been sleeping. Here, let me see. Here we go. Oh, okay. This is a picture of the pack and play. This is what you guys are talking about, right? Are you talking about this right here along the side of it? Oh, wait a minute. Dang it. Sorry, I should have stopped it. Let me find it again. I just had it on there. Hold on. Where was it? I could kick myself for that. Because he just showed it. Okay, that was Donnie running from work. And I don't get, I mean, they showed him. How come I show something and then I can't freaking find it again? Ugh, I just want to scream. I want to show this video again real quick of Leilani when she's now. This is when she was allegedly going to drive off into the river. Right?
Starts now saying goodbye to her children. She has some kind words to say about Zane. She has some kind, loving words to say about Sky. You might perceive that she momentarily kind of seems to be at a loss for what exactly to say about Quentin, our victim.
Let's hear what she's got to say about Quentin in this.
And then she goes on to explain that the message is clearly addressed to Danny. She goes on to attribute what she's about to do to the way that Danny has treated her. Now, this is a 4-minute some video. It's a little long for an opening statement, but we're going to watch.
It's over and I failed. I screamed for help, and I don't get it. Sky, you are such a beautiful little girl.
Sky's the youngest.
I wish I could watch you grow up. I wish I could hold you for your first heartbreak because my mama didn't. Sky, I love you, baby girl. And Zane, you were so handsome, so sweet, so protective. You were gonna be such a good man one day. Just a good man. I hope you grow up and you learn about loyalty, tears, and you learn how to treat a woman and how to love a woman. And Quentin, baby, you are a middle child. You're so happy all the time. You smile all the time. I wish I could see what kind of man you would be too. And Danny, I loved you. I loved you with all of me, all of my heart. I loved you. I wish that the crowd you mocked on. When we found each other.
When we found each other. When we found each
We were
other.
both in such fragile states.
Oh, you gonna cry, Leilani?
And I built you back up.
The thing about it is, I'm not gonna show all of it. I don't want to miss when they start back up again. But the thing about it is, why, like Debbie asked, why didn't she go in the river? Why only Quentin? Right? Weren't they discussing that Quentin didn't want anything to do with her? Didn't like her to even touch him? Why was she so mean to Quentin? What was it about Quentin? He was a baby. He didn't do anything wrong at all. Be careful, Kirst, if you're driving. Be careful. So, the sad thing is, will we, as we go through this trial, it is going to be heartbreaking. Well, I mean, the thing about Quentin, supposedly, his daddy didn't have a lot to do with him. Let me see. I wish I'd have pulled all that. I apologize, you guys. I wish I'd have pulled all this up. Because I have so much on my watch later list about this. Let's see. Quentin. Simon. Biodad. Okay. Now, after Leilani broke up with Wharton, the father of her first child, Leilani met Henry Bubba Moss, who later introduced her to what was called hard substances. Moss is the biological father of Quentin Simon. Henry Bubba Moss. They also say that Leilani was very agitated prior to Quentin's passing. Let me see. I don't know if I can get a picture of Bubba on here or not. At the time, he lived 85 miles from Savannah, where Quentin was last seen. Leilani tried to pin the disappearance on Henry Bubba Moss. Henry Bubba Moss says that he told police she's going to hurt that baby. He described Leilani as a cheater and a liar who spent her days putting Coca-Cola up her nose and smoking marijuana. Don't forget, like I said, yes, I do. I do have cats, Ro. I do. More than one. And I've had one laying right beside my freaking pillow at night. And it's driving my sinuses flipping crazy. So he says, that is what she did all day, was put Coca-Cola in her nose and smoke marijuana. Leilani told police that her ex-lover snatched the toddler from her Savannah home in the darkness of night. Law enforcement contacted him right away. I don't know if I can find a picture of him. They asked, did I have him? And when was the last time I was in Savannah, he recalled. They told me Leilani said I came and got him overnight. Here's a picture of Bubba. There's Bubba. I was thinking with 4 pits and a cat here could be a problem. No, my pit, passed away. My pit passed away late last year, I think it was, and I had to get her put down. So I don't have any dogs anymore, but my pit loved my cats. So, okay, so this is Bubba and Leilani. So Bubba lived in Girard, Georgia, a rural town of 250 people. Told police he hadn't been anywhere near Savannah for a month when he installed an air conditioner in a nearby Tybee Island, where Leilani and her mother, Billy Joe Howell, were seen downing tequila shots in a bar a week after Quentin's disappearance. I don't know if you heard my cat, because I don't think I got any cats in here right now. So if we remember right, Billy Joe and Leilani and a couple other people went to Tybee Island to a restaurant bar type thing where they were having drinks and others said enjoying themselves. So Leilani, oh shoot, here we go. Oh shoot. Well, what was that? I thought it was back on. Okay, hold on. It's not quite back on yet. Not that I can see. Okay. So, hang on. I got to find myself again. So, Immediately, she knew to start blaming other people, right? Immediately, it was his bio dad. Quentin did seem like a lovely child, smiled all the time, the babysitter said. All right, here we go. We're back. We are back, ladies and gentlemen.
If we could bring out Miss Simon. Bring out Miss Simon.
Okay, hang on. I'll make it bigger. All right, here we go, y'all. All right. Where'd the sound go? And I know that's not me, y'all. For real. What is going on here? Okay. Well, I guess we'll see. I do have another channel pulled up. Let me see.
Leilani Simon is present in court with her attorney.
As Purdue STEM students, we're in our solving problems era, our getting that internship
Wait.
era, our leading the way era, in our research.
The state
Here we go.
is
Sorry,
at
you
their
guys.
table. AUSA, Tim Dean, Assistant District Attorney Jenny Parker, and Detective Lemons. Just a couple of things. I think that as to the media, some were operating on a delay, some were not operating on a delay. I think we're all on the same 30-minute delay now, right?
I can speak for WJCL. We have been running delay all day.
Awesome. There are always some technical difficulties in the beginning. What would life be without technical difficulties? So everybody's running on the delay. I don't think we have any other issues with regards to the media. Thank you. And the jurors have returned from lunch and they are ready to go. And is the state ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Okay, let's bring the jurors out.
All right, jury's coming in. What are you saying to her, Mr. Defense Attorney? We want to know. And the clicking you guys hear is my lighter because I let my cigarettes go out. That's why you hear it clicking all the time. All right, where'd the sound go again? What is up with the sound? I know it's not me, y'all. Maybe it's because the jurors are coming in. Maybe that's what it is. I guess we'll find out in a minute. When I pull it up on WTOC, there's nothing there either. I don't understand how any mother, oh my God, Ro, You know what? I got asked that question before. Why are you always clicking your lighter? It is because I smoke a brand that will put itself out if I'm not puffing on it. But anywho, I feel like I can hang out with the judge, play a couple rounds of golf. Yep. She seems very, very nice. All right, what's going on here? I know it ain't me. I'm not hearing anything. Oh, you were joking? No, I had somebody ask me that before. I was like, for real? Me too. Maybe I should get my hair cut like that. Okay, let's I guess they're waiting on the jurors to. Okay, come on now. Where's the
Ladies and
sound?
gentlemen of the
There
jury,
we go.
welcome back. I hope you had a
There we
good
go,
lunch
you guys.
break. Yes, ma'am. And I trust that you are all able to comply with my instructions not to research the case and not to discuss the case.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
All right. And for the record, everyone has either nodded their heads or responded yes. And with that, we're ready to get started. Mr. Dean.
Here we go,
State
guys.
Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
Sergeant Bobby Stewart coming to the stand.
Deputy's voice, sir. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand.
The evidence you shall give the court and the jury the trial of this issue should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I can't wait to see the evidence that they have against her.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
And is Stewart Stewart?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And what do you do for a living, sir?
I am a sergeant with the Chatham County Police Department.
That's the uniform?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
Probably about 34 and a half years.
And how long have you been a sergeant with the police department specifically?
Quite a while. Can't tell you exactly how many years, but it's been quite a while.
Now, what is your current position?
I'm a patrol sergeant, A watch.
What is a watch?
A watch is, we have different watches. We have A watch, C watch, D watch, and C watch, A, B, and C.
And are these different shifts?
Yes, sir. Different shifts.
What are the hours for a watch?
A watch, the hours now today is 6 to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Okay, so it's essentially the daytime.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your position? Patrol sergeant for AWATCH, you said?
Yes, sir.
What are your responsibilities in that role?
My responsibility is for during the day, the shift that we're on. I'm responsible for doing the briefing. At the beginning of the shift, I assign officers to divisions in Chatham County.
I think they did, Marie.
Now, I'd like to draw your attention to the morning of October 5th, 2022, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what were you doing on that day?
Patrolling Chatham County.
Okay. Any particular precinct or area?
I was in the West Chatham precinct of Chatham Parkway.
And were you the sergeant over all the patrol officers assigned to the West Chatham precinct?
Yes, sir.
And how many of them were there at that point? Patrol officers on the west side?
It should be a total of 7 or 8 that day.
Now, at some point on that day, on the morning of October 5th, did you respond to a call for service originating from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was the nature of the call that brought you out there?
Missing child.
Now, when you get called out to a particular location on a particular call, do you yourself hear the 911 call?
You talking about on the radio?
Yes. Do you hear the 911 call that was made, or are you just getting a call from a dispatcher?
No, sir. I don't hear what was said when the person calls in.
Okay.
The only thing I get is the dispatch, what the dispatch tells us.
And the word from dispatch initially was it's a missing child call.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you go to 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did you get there?
It was in my marked patrol vehicle. I drove there. I think if I'm not mistaken, I went down Chatham Parkway.
And what? I'm sorry, go ahead.
Chatham Parkway to Gorod Avenue to Buckhalter Road.
And what type of residence is 535 Buckhalter Road?
It's a 2-story, like a single family dwelling.
Okay. Do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 1?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you look through that and tell us what it is, please?
It's it would be to the east of Highway 17 on Buckhalter Road, which is off of Gorod Avenue.
Well, I just mean, what is the document in front of you, State's Exhibit 1? It's more than one page, is it not?
Oh, yes, sir, it is.
Okay. And what is it?
It's a little like maps off of Google.
And do those maps accurately reflect the location of this residence in Chatham County?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer State's Exhibit 1 into evidence at this time.
I think I've already seen it, Judge.
Yes, Mr. Hilliard, and just make sure you speak loud enough so that Ms. Natalie can capture your words.
I'm just gonna look through several of them. I think I've already seen them, Judge. I just wanted to make sure.
Was it a nightmare, Marie?
Yes, ma'am. No objection. I've already seen all of these.
State's Exhibit 1, is it?
Your Honor, may I now publish these on the screens?
Yes.
Never mind, bro. Never mind. I caught that accidentally. I was like, oh yeah, never mind, bro.
All right, I'm on slide 1 here of State's Exhibit 1. This is the, I guess, Savannah, Chatham County metro area.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this this map here?
Yes, sir, it is.
And can you step down and just point to us where that is on here? Okay. The red pin just to the left of Garrard Avenue.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. You can sit down. Now, moving on to slide 2, this is a beat map of Chatham County Police Department beat 7, correct?
Yes, sir.
And beat 7 is further broken down into a number of neighborhoods. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is 535 Buckhalter marked on this map as well?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what is it marked by?
It is marked by Buckhalter and Garrard Avenue.
Is it that red pin there that we see?
That is correct.
Okay. And 535 Buckhalter then would be in the Garrard Buckhalter neighborhood of beat 7, correct?
That's correct.
Now moving to slide 3, what are we looking at here?
Slide 3 is showing Buckhalter Road. It's also showing the residence where we responded to.
Okay, that's marked by the red pin there.
That's correct, sir.
And finally, slide 4, what are we looking at here?
Slide 4 is another photo of the residence, but it's a closer photo.
Okay. Now, when you responded to this resident, you mentioned you showed up in your patrol car. Where did you park?
I parked in the driveway just outside of the gate.
Okay. So the jurors can't see what you're pointing at on that picture. So if you could just step down and tell us where you parked.
This is the driveway here. I came in and I stopped just short of the gate.
Okay. And you can have a seat, sir. Thank you. And when you arrived, were there any other officers with you?
Yes, sir.
And who were those?
There was 2 other officers that came in behind me. Corporal Jepson was one, and then the other officer I think was Voss.
Okay. Daniel Voss?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about Philip Gormley? Was he there as well?
He came in right behind him.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you make contact with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Where did you make contact with the defendant?
Just as I walked through the gate, they were walking towards the gate.
And who's they?
I saw a female, the lady sitting here with the glasses.
Okay. The witnesses identified the defendant. And what other, aside from police officers, what other people were on scene at the time that you arrived?
Myself. You talking about officers, sir?
No, other than police officers, what other people were on
The
scene?
people that I saw the young lady there. I saw a male subject, which I later found out was her boyfriend. And there was a little small child. And there was one more person standing back behind them.
Okay.
I think that was her brother.
Her brother?
I think it was her brother.
Okay. And was there also a person there who was identified to you as a babysitter?
Yes, sir.
And her daughter?
Yes, sir. She walked up behind me.
Okay.
When I got there and walked around the front.
Okay. Anyone else there that you remember who was there on arrival?
No.
Okay. Now, how did your initial contact with the defendant play out in the driveway right inside the gate there?
When I got there, she was walking towards me. She got to me and I asked her, "What's going on?"
And what did she say?
She told me that the child was missing.
Did she say when she had become aware of that?
Earlier that morning. If I'm not mistaken, I think she said around 6, I think, or something like that earlier when she had got up.
Okay. Wait, 6 was for when she got up or when the child might have gone missing? Do you remember?
I think she said when she woke up, she was looking for the child. Child wasn't there.
Okay. And did she say anything to you about the door, the front door?
Yes, sir. She said when she woke up, the door was open, the front door to the house.
And the child was gone.
And the child was gone.
Okay. While you were there talking to her about this, did she cast suspicion on anybody who might have been responsible for the disappearance of her child?
Yes, sir, she did. She said her ex. She think that her ex might have took the child. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she said that was the child's fault.
Okay. So she said the child's father might have taken it.
Yes, sir.
Now, as the senior man on scene, you were the senior man initially, right?
Yes, sir.
Once you've gotten this initial story, what do you then shift gears into doing?
Well, we shift gears and I asked her what was the last place she saw him. And she told me in the bed there. And then the front door, we assumed by him going out the front door. If he went out the front door, then it could have been the front yard. And then there was woods behind the house. And there was the roadway of Buckholder Road, which passed in front of the house and went south. So you go south of the house and north of the house.
Did you task out some officers to search the house itself?
Yes, I did, sir. While I was talking to her, I asked her, did they search the house and look for him? She said yes. So I said, well, we're going to search it again. So I sent 2 officers in the house.
Do you remember which 2?
I think it was Gormley and I think Jefferson.
Okay. And did they go do that?
Yes, sir.
And what was, you mentioned Daniel Voss was one of the initial officers there with you. What was his role?
He was talking to the lady.
Okay. Did you, at any point, did you call other officers out beyond the initial 4, you, Gormley, Jepson, and Voss?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what did you want additional officers there for?
To aid in the search of the area. It was quite a big size area. And once they started arriving, I had officers check to the south of the residence down to Veterans Parkway, and also had officers check to the north of the residence up to Broad Avenue.
Now, you had officers canvassing the area looking for the boy himself, right?
Yes, sir.
And what else did you have them go out and look for?
I advised them to check the residence as they was checking the area to see if there was any cameras.
Okay, like Ring doorbell cameras and
Yes, sir.
things like that. So you had people out doing that.
Yes, sir.
And did you also have them canvassing for witnesses, potential people who might have seen the child either on his own or with somebody else?
Yes, we told them to knock on the doors and try to make contact with the people that live there, see if they knew anything.
So initial effort focuses on searching the house and searching the general area around the house, if I'm understanding you. Did you yourself personally search any particular area?
I did.
And can you tell us about that?
While I was standing just inside the gate, the backyard area, there was a open shed to the right. It had an RV. We walked over in that area, me and another officer, and checked it. And we left there and went. There was a shop directly behind the house. We checked that area, but it was locked up. We inquired about a key, but they said there was the gentleman who had the key to it wasn't there. So we searched around it, looked at behind the stuff that was there. Nothing.
Okay. So you weren't able to get into the RV initially because of lack of a key?
Correct.
Okay. Did the officers that showed up to help with the search efforts, where did they come from?
There was other officers that was assigned to my team that day.
Okay. The same beat 7 or different beats?
No, sir. They was from beat 8 and beat 9.
Okay. Those are other patrol areas in the West Chatham area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have other officers kind of floating in from other places to help out?
Yes, sir. When you have a missing child, you call everybody over.
Okay. Now, at any point during your response, were you involved in making any follow-up on this claim by the defendant that perhaps the boy's father was responsible?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us about that, please?
While I was on myself, Officer Boss was there. I asked the lady if she knew where he lived.
You asked what lady?
The lady here with the black glasses.
Okay. You asked the defendant whether she knew whom lived.
The ex.
Okay. The boy's father?
Yes, sir.
And what did she tell you?
She told me a county. I wrote it all down. She told me where he lived at. She gave me the county that he lived in. So what I did is I contacted that police department that's in that county.
And what did you ask them to do?
I advised them who I was looking for, gave them the name that I was looking for, and asked them did they know of him. And while I was talking to her, she told me she didn't know the address, but she gave me some reference points.
What do you mean by that?
Like she told me there was some reference points. There was a store. She told me the name of the store, and I think she said it was a little campground or something. But she told me the name of it, and it was a large sign there. So I gave that information to the officer who called me back from the county.
Okay.
He told me, I think I know what it is.
All right. So you said she gave you some reference points of like businesses near where the boy's father lived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. To kind of walk you on to the general area?
That's correct.
Okay. And was there any result from that while you were out there?
The officer that called me and talked to me, he went out and searched.
Sergeant, I'm going to instruct you not to tell the court anything that someone else said.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Was calling that information out to the county in question, was that the end of your personal involvement in the follow-up on the suggestion that the boy's father might have had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At any point, did any of your superiors show up?
Yes, sir.
And who was the first one?
Lieutenant Foster.
And where is he in relation to you in the chain of command, the rank structure?
He was my lieutenant for that watch.
Okay. About how long did he get there after you arrived?
It was pretty quick because once I got the initial information about what was going on, the standard is you contact the lieutenant and advise him what you have.
Okay. And did he come out and become the senior man on scene after a little while?
Yes, sir.
Did anybody else from the Chatham County Police Department command staff show up?
Yes, sir. There was, the detectives showed up. There was the assistant chief showed up. There was the detectives, lieutenant, captains, they all showed up.
Okay. Do you remember who was first on scene for the detectives?
I think it was Detective Lemons. I think that was the first person I made contact with, talked to.
Okay.
There was other detectives there.
Did Detective Wilkins come out?
Yes.
And what about Detective Noble?
Yes, he was there.
Okay. At any point, was there a response by a canine tracking team?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about that? Where were they from?
They was requested. There was a county to the south of Chatham County, and then they came in. They called them in. I think it was around Reedsville.
And when they arrived, what did they do?
They came in. They was in the front yard, and they was talking to the lieutenant. And I guess after that, they went and did a search.
Now, you mentioned that detectives showed up after some time, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, once the detectives show up, who's in control of the scene?
The detectives.
Okay. So at that point, they took control and sort of relieved the patrol officers of command?
Yes, sir.
Okay. About how long were you at the scene total?
It was quite a while. Probably, I would say probably about 2 hours.
Now, you mentioned that the defendant, her boyfriend, and her brother were present at the scene when you arrived, right?
That's correct, sir.
Now, at some point, were they transported to headquarters for questioning?
They were.
And were you involved in that in any way?
No, sir. A couple of my units were. They assisted the detectives.
Do you remember who that was?
No, I don't.
Now, after your involvement at the scene concluded, were you involved in any other organized searches for the missing child?
I did.
Can you tell us about that, please?
Once I left Buckholder Road, I was advised to go to the church. There's a church that's located on the corner of Garrard Avenue and Lewis Mills Boulevard.
And what was happening at the church?
At the church, they was having other resources come in to do the search. Other officers were coming in, and I think they had a civilian search team that came in.
Okay, what do you mean by other resources coming in to do the search?
When they have something, and when they have events where they have missing children, they have called in other agencies and asked for assistance, Sheriff Department, and then you just have a lot of other people come in and help us aid with the search.
And when did that search take place, and how long did it last?
It took place right after I left Buckholder. It came down. All the units started coming in. I think we had a representative from SEMA that was there too.
SEMA being Chatham Emergency Management
Yes, sir.
Agency or Authority or something like that?
That's correct.
Okay. Roughly how many people were involved in this search that you're talking about that originated at the church?
I would say there was probably about 50 people there.
And what were y'all doing?
Well, once they got them to the church, they briefed them on what was going on, and they briefed on the areas that they wanted to search.
And what happened after that?
And once that was over, they broke up in groups and they searched the area.
Everybody had a particular area that they were responsible
Yes,
for?
sir.
And how long were you doing that for?
I would say probably another hour and a half.
Okay. What time of day are we at this point, roughly?
It's getting dark. It's late afternoon.
Okay. And when had you initially arrived?
To the church? Where?
To the residence in response to the initial call?
It was just a minute.
Sure.
9:42.
Now, were you wearing a body-worn camera that day?
Yes, sir.
Where was it located on your body?
Right in my chest area.
And is that thing always running, or do you have to turn it on?
Yes, sir. It's on.
Okay.
We require once you get on a call, it has to be on before we get out of the vehicle.
Okay. So how do you turn it on before you get out of the vehicle?
There's a round button in the center. You tap it, twice, and it aggravates it.
And did you do that upon arrival in this case?
Yes, I did.
And were your interactions with the defendant that you've described captured on body worn camera?
Yes, sir.
And were the arrivals of some of these other officers captured on your body worn camera as well?
Yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you an envelope marked as States Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
I wrote my name and everything on the front of it.
Okay, and that's an envelope, a sealed envelope?
Yes, sir, sealed.
What's inside of there?
It feels like it's a memory stick.
Okay. Is it a flash drive containing your body worn camera footage from that day?
That's what it feels like.
Okay, and you've reviewed that, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately depict your response to 535 Buckhalter in response to this missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this into evidence as States Exhibit 2. And I would like to just publish a little bit from the beginning of the file.
Wednesday night.
Oh my God.
Why is she jealous because Curse came up on my panel? It was clickbait. It was clickbait. Lisa K. Remain calm, has something to say. I am Cursed bodyguard. Okay. If he shows, then I show. All right. What do you mean what's clickbait? You don't, Cursed, you know what clickbait is. Clickbait. It means that she's trying to entice you. Clickbait on Ernie escaping. Oh yeah, that's clickbait. She's trying to entice you, darling. But Lisa K has something to say. If you want Curse to come on your panel, you have to send her flowers and a big check. Okay? She's not free. She's very expensive. You got to pay. You got to pay for that. I'm just saying. No, I meant what? Oh, what was the bait? Yeah, and chocolates, Lisa. We're not playing around here. Curse just doesn't go hang with just anybody. I'm just saying. Was she jelly because you came up on my panel? I don't know. Maybe she was. I love that you came up on my panel. For real. I know where she got it, and I'm not telling. Yep. It's hard out there for a pimp. It really is.
Yeah, unfortunately, I need to take a moment to see what's going on with the tech.
Okay. So why don't we just take this opportunity to short break, 10 minutes?
Dang, they
Now is
already.
1:10. Let's come back. Is it 1:10 or 2:10? I need to put my glasses on. So we're gonna come back at 2:20. Okay. All right.
All right. We got 10 minutes. Gotta wait for the jurors to leave again. Then you gotta wait for them to come back. Yeah, her eyes look like she's a little, not there. Yep, just in time for lunch. For real, for real. I am not interacting with this. Why do people act like I'm interacting in something? Get that off there.
All clear, Judge.
All right.
All right.
So the jury is out of the room. They're in the jury deliberation room. These things happen. So let's take a few minutes and see if we can't get this online.
Yeah, I want to see the body cam footage.
While you're doing that, Mr. Dean, I'm going to step off the bench.
Okay, Judge. All right, Judge. Pimping ain't easy. Hard out there for a pimp. Just having, oh, you got an adult today? I get it. I totally get the adulting stuff. She got a potty. All right, now I'm curious while we're waiting. I got to come over here. Let me see if I can find a... No, that's not her. Where's she at? Lisa. Okay, has something to say. I want to see how she, if I can find her. Here we go. What are you up to, Lisa K? While we got a moment, we're going to find out. Yeah, we kind of knew that Ernie didn't escape. I don't see where it says anything about Cursed with Curiosity. I don't see anything. Join me and special guest Cursed with Curiosity for a chat about misinformation. Well, she's saying at 9 o'clock tonight, Cursed, that you're going to be on there chatting about misinformation in the Summer Wells case. Is what she's doing. That is, I'll show you. Here, Cursed, I'll show you, honey. Lisa K has something to say right here at 9 o'clock tonight. Join me and special guest Cursed with Curiosity for a chat about misinformation, is what she said. So, I mean, you didn't need us chattering. I would have let people know you were going to be on there. Not a biggie. Not a big deal, girl. I would have figured out. Maybe y'all are brutal sometimes. Well, I mean, yeah, we're on different pages, kid. I'm lost. I am completely lost. That's all I'm gonna say. If you need me, I will be there. Oh, you're back on the Ernie post? I'm confused. I'm confused. Ernie did not escape from prison or jail or wherever he is in the hole. As Charlie K would say, y'all know what the hole means, right? That's all I'm saying. If you needeth me, I will be there. Okay? If you don't needeth me, I'm busy. New podcast word. I needeth you. Well, if you're gonna be there, I'll be there. Okay? I will stay up late for you, cursed. I will. Because you know I won't let nobody mess with you. I'll be like, Lisa K, you have to vet all the questions through me first. I am cursed as PR guy. I'm the PR guy. Dang it. Lisa's pretty easy to talk to. Bring the armor truck. Lisa K's pretty easy to talk to, but with Lisa, she never says that something is her opinion. Okay? Now, one of the things that always gets me when somebody's like, oh, I got a source close to the source that their source is telling them that the other source told them that this and this happened, and that drives me crazy. It really does. But other than that, I think Lisa's got a funny personality, and she can laugh at herself. So that's one thing I like. I like people who can laugh at themselves, for real. 420, 420, 420. Have I been on here that long? Wow. I've been on here for a while. I told her that's why peeps hate on her. You got to either show it or deal with the hate. Absolutely. I mean, look at Genevieve. She got mad at me because I was like, you can come on here and say whatever you want. But where's the receipts? Where's the proof? I could sit here and say that, I have all kinds of papers with that. But what I want to know is how anyone's getting information about any child, period, from CPS or the state. Especially when there's a gag order on the other children. That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know, Debbie.
And plugging it back in again.
That often helps. And that is the only method I know, the unplug and plug back. Okay, so Mr. Hill, you're ready.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
let's
did
bring
that
the
too first. Some conversations cannot be shown, but when you're stating that you have paperwork. Okay. I just want to see it. Doesn't mean I'm going to put it out. But let me say this, okay? Genevieve's got her own channel. She can put out whatever she wants on her own channel. But my channel is more of a receipt type thing. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I was just being mean today. I don't know. I'll decide in a little bit. No, just for 10 minutes, Debbie. The jury's coming back in. I'm sure that they're getting ready to end it for the day after they talk to the sergeant there. Maybe Quentin was crying or it's sad. I'm sure we'll wrap it up here.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Solomon. Please have a seat. And Mr. Dean, you may begin.
I'm going to publish a portion of State's Exhibit 2 by playing from the very beginning of this video file, and I will state for the record when I stop the playback.
Okay. You can take Bernie Free off before he got logged up yesterday. I woke up about 10 o'clock and I was working about 6, so between the 3-hour period, somehow the front door is unlocked and my son is not in his blanket.
So I've stopped the playback at 9:54:45 on the timestamp in the top right corner. Now, Sergeant Stewart, that timestamp in the top right corner of the frame, does that reflect the time of day it is?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you earlier about what time you responded, what time you got there. And I think you were testifying from memory at that point. But what does this video file reflect here in the top right corner is when you arrived and made contact with the defendant?
9:54 a.m.
Wow, 9:54.
Now, do you see in front of you a document marked as State's Exhibit 3?
That sounds good, Debbie.
What is that?
It's a photograph of what you see when you first walk past the gate.
Just one or a whole stack?
There's a stack.
Now, are those still frames drawn from your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the events that they're concerned with?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd offer this in as State's Exhibit 3.
Yes.
Numbers, yeah, 1 through 27.
And I understand that Exhibit 3 is a composite exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Admitted.
May I publish, Your Honor? Yes. And may I be seated to scroll through these and question witness? Thank you.
Had to get me a piece of candy, I did.
Sergeant Stewart, mainly these images depict different people and when they arrived, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let's just go through these in order. This first slide has 9:54 and 28 seconds in the top right corner. And we could see the defendant walking down the driveway towards you, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this is your initial arrival.
Yes, sir.
This next slide is shortly thereafter when she begins talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, slide 3, who is the gentleman on the far left? And you can look up on the screen, I think. Might be easier for you.
You said it far left?
Far left of this image.
That's Corporal Jepson,
Okay.
the officer.
Moving on to the next slide. Who is that immediately to the right of Jepson that we see there with his hands on his body armor?
That looks like Officer Gormley.
Okay, so that would be Gormley.
Yes, sir.
And then to the right of Gormley, who is that with the notepad in his hand talking to the defendant?
Officer Voss.
Officer Voss. Okay. So these pictures that we've looked at, these all depict the people who were there initially, correct?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to slide 5. This is what time?
Ooh, that does sound good, Debbie.
8:33.
So this is within just a few minutes of your arrival.
Yes, sir.
And who is the gentleman with no shirt there in the middle?
I think that's our brother.
Okay. And then the woman to the right in the image standing alongside the white vehicle, would that be the babysitter?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's difficult to make out in this picture, but is her daughter standing right on the other side of her?
Yes, sir.
Now, what time is this next slide?
10:08:58.
All right, so how long after your initial response would this be?
14 minutes.
Okay. And who's that in the middle? Is that Officer Voss still?
Facing away from me is Officer Voss.
Okay. And who is that looking towards you?
That is Officer Carson.
Carlson?
Yes, sir.
Now, had she arrived since the initial response?
Yes.
And what was her role there?
She was tasked to do a search.
Okay. So is she one of the officers that you tasked out to look elsewhere?
That's correct, sir.
Now, who is this gentleman?
Lieutenant Foster.
And does this slide depict the approximate time of his arrival on scene?
Yes, sir.
And that is 11 minutes after 10?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that'd be about 15 minutes or so into your response.
Yes, sir.
In this next slide, is that Corporal Jepson on the left there?
Yes, sir.
Not the far left, but the person that we see right there.
Corporal Jepson.
And who's that in the middle?
Officer Zerke.
Zerke?
Yes, sir.
And where did she come from?
From Beat 8,
And
Georgetown area.
Say again?
B8, Georgetown area.
And what was her role once she arrived at the scene?
She was tasked to search the area.
The next slide, we're at 16 minutes after 10. Who is this here?
That is some nice property, isn't it?
And where did he come from?
He came from, I think, Beat 9.
Okay. And what was his role?
To search the area.
Now, in this next slide on the far left, is that Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir.
And who are those other two police officers?
That is Corporal Eam, the one facing me. And I think that is his trainee.
Okay. And what was his name?
I think it's Laurel Stewart, I think.
Okay. And did they show up to search as well?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to the next slide, this is at 10:22, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this be just under half an hour into your response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And who is this that we're looking at here?
It is Latoya Brown. Miss
Say
Brown.
again?
Miss Brown.
Okay. Latoya Brown?
Yes,
did you
sir.
say? Okay. And what is her role with the Chatham County Police Department?
She was a CRO.
What is a CRO?
She goes around and take non-emergency calls.
She goes around
makes reports when people want to report this, whereas it doesn't require a police officer to go out and take like a theft or something like that. She goes out and take a.
Yeah, I heard they were selling the home.
And what was
I don't
her
know if they
role
actually
at the
did or not yet, but
She
I heard the
requested
home was
them
up
to come in
for
and
sale.
keep up with the notes. Be a scribe.
Okay, a scribe.
Yes, sir.
What is
That's
a-
what was told to me, scribe.
Okay.
But to me, she was just there to take notes.
Okay, notes on what?
What was going on? Who came in? What was said?
Okay. Now the next slide, we're at 10:44, right?
Yes, sir.
So that would be about 50 minutes after you've gotten there yourself, right?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster in the middle?
It is.
Who is that in the dark colored jacket there standing next to him?
I think that's one of the detectives.
Do you know which one that is?
No, sir.
You don't know off the top of your head?
Not off my head. No.
What is happening between the two of them?
I think the lieutenant's explaining to him about the incident that's going on out there.
Okay. Explaining what about it? Just
Telling them
what
what-
information y'all have to this point?
Yeah, so what information he has. I briefed him when he got there, what I had found out,
You briefed who?
the lieutenant.
Okay.
And then that's probably what the lieutenant is briefing him about what we found out.
Okay. So you would brief Lieutenant Foster when he shows up, and then Lieutenant Foster briefs the detectives?
Yes, sir.
In the next slide, who is that in the tan pants and blue shirt
think
arriving
that's-
at the scene?
A detective. And I think that's detective. I think it's no.
The biggest RV blowout sale of the year is coming to Fort Wayne. If you've been waiting.
Shit.
In the next slide, whose face are we looking at? Who is this in the next slide?
That is the. She's the lady that does out the news releases. Media releases.
The Public Information Officer?
Yes, sir.
And what was she there for?
It was a
I didn't know you guys were fucking playing, bro.
missing child.
Were there news media present at this time?
Not that I know of. I hadn't seen it.
Did they ever show up to this scene that day?
They did.
That's why she was there to deal with them?
She would be the one dealing with the media. Yes, sir.
Now, in this next slide, the time is 11:51, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this would be almost 2 hours into the police response to this scene.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, who is that gentleman that we see there?
Say Marine Patrol officer.
Say Marine Patrol Officer?
Yes, sir.
What do they do?
They provide the waterways around Chatham County.
Is he with the Chatham County Police Department or some other agency?
Yes, sir. He's with the police department.
Okay, Chatham County PD?
Yes, sir.
Specifically the Marine Patrol.
Yes, sir.
And why was he there?
He came out, and like I said earlier, when we have a missing child, all resources in the department, if they can spare them, they send them.
In the next slide, who are we seeing here with the sport coat and striped shirt on?
Lieutenant Cheney, I'm sorry.
And what unit was he with at the time?
The detectives.
Okay, so there's a lieutenant with the detectives.
Yes, sir.
Well, hopefully there's a reason.
Next slide, it's noon now, right? 12 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so we're a little more than 2 hours in.
Yes, sir.
And who is that walking across the yard there?
That looks like Sergeant Coleman,
And what unit is Sergeant Coleman with?
forensics.
Okay, so by this time, forensics is on the scene?
Yes, sir.
And they be
In
looking
the
at
next
the
slide,
house.
12:05, who is this that you're interacting with?
Assistant Chief Talbert.
And in the next slide, do you see a number of police officers in the blue shirt of the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Who are these other people in the olive drab and tan uniforms?
I think those are the people dealing with the K9, the search dogs.
Okay. And does this depict their arrival at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Now I'll move past this slide and move to the next one. What are we seeing in this slide here?
You see detectives and forensics officers talking to each other.
Okay. And they're in the driveway of the house next door, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talking over the investigation.
That's correct.
Now, the gentleman in the foreground of this photo closest to us, is that Lieutenant Cheney of the Criminal Investigations Division who you talked about earlier?
Yeah,
I'm talking
right.
about closest to us.
In the gray suit.
No, closest to us.
They got facing us?
With his back to us.
Oh, that's yes, sir. That's Lieutenant Cheney.
So that's Lieutenant Cheney. And who is that in the gray suit in the middle?
That is Chief Hadley.
The Chief of Police for the Chatham County
Yes,
Police
sir.
Department. Who is that in the green shirt?
That is Captain Wright with the detectives unit.
Now, is it normal for multiple lieutenants, captain, and 2 assistant chiefs and the chief of police himself to show up to a call?
They show up on calls, how would you say, high profile calls like murders, stuff like that. Missing children and stuff like that. When we did a lot of searching and
It's like a
calling in
beautiful
lot of sources, they
area.
come out to.
So they come when it's important.
Yes, sir.
Now, this next slide, what time are we at now?
12:31.
Yes.
And who is that we see in this slide?
I think it's Detective Lemons.
All right. And what is happening at this time?
This is the front door of the house. The door that they said it was open.
And what's going on?
I'm explaining to her from where I am what they told me and that showing her the area, the room.
She's taking a look in the room.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, in the last slide here, what time are we at here?
12:43.
All right, so this would be almost 3 hours after your original arrival.
Yes, sir.
You got there at 9:54, 12:43, almost 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are we seeing here? What is happening here?
That is Lieutenant Foster, Detective Lemon, Captain Wright, and that is Captain Vandrich.
And that's Detective Lemons on the far right.
Yes, sir.
And what is she doing?
I guess they all briefing about the case. They're talking to each other about the case.
Okay. Talking about the plan to take
Yes, sir.
everybody to headquarters and conduct formal interviews.
I think that's what they was doing.
Let me ask you a little bit about the defendant's demeanor. Okay, I want to go back to when you first got there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you responded to missing children calls before?
Yes, sir.
About how many do you think you've responded to, if you had to estimate?
You want a number? I can't tell you the
Rough
number.
estimate.
It's been quite a few, sir. Quite a few.
More than 10, less than 10?
Or more than 10.
And have you had the opportunity to observe the demeanor of parents calling in that their child is missing and reaching out to the police for help?
Yes, sir.
What is it normally like?
Most of the time when we get to a residence where a child is missing, mother's upset. She's hysterical. She's crying. She's telling us, "What are you standing here for? Talking to me? You should be out looking for my child. You're wasting time." And just, they're so hysterical. A lot of times you can't talk to them.
Was the defendant like that in this case?
No, sir.
Did you view her demeanor as consistent with that of other parents that you've spoken to in missing children cases?
No, sir, I didn't.
Wow.
Let me go back to the first slide. I guess this is actually the second slide. Do you see this here?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, does it look to you like the defendant is crying?
Looked like she's trying to cry.
Try
Is that
and
what it
cry.
looked like to you that day at the time that she was trying to cry?
Yes, sir.
Did it appear to you that she was actually crying or no?
I mean, there was some, you could see there was some water on her face, but it wasn't like I told you. She wasn't hysterical. She wasn't crying, just crying out when you saw big tears coming out of her.
One moment, please. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, in just a moment, Sergeant. Mr. Hilliard may have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I would think she would have still been under the influence, right? Well, she got the substances at what, 11 midnight, something like that.
So, Sergeant Stewart.
Yeah, not like
you
she
were
was crying in the
first
car.
ones to respond on the scene that day, correct?
Yes, sir. One of them.
All right. And I'm curious, you said you have 35 years worth of experience in law enforcement, correct?
Yes, sir.
So in your 35 years of experience in law enforcement and you arrive on the scene of a crime, what's one of the first things you've been trained to do?
Go up and make contact with the complainant.
Okay. And then what next?
Talk to him, find out what's going on.
Okay. And then what next?
If I need to call in other resources, I do.
Okay. Now, in a case like this where there may have been an abduction that took place or transpired, especially from inside the home, would you secure the scene?
Yes, sir. That's what we had other officers to do that.
Well, we'll get back to that in a minute. So you had officers do that. Which officers were doing that exactly?
Let me see who I had out there. I had quite a few officers out there that day, sir. I know I had Jepson was there after they had searched the house. He came down. And Gormley, he came down.
Okay.
And for you talking about securing the scene, the house?
Yeah. So
Yes, sir.
isn't it normal routine that you secure the scene where there may be some forensic evidence for you to seize or look at?
That's correct.
Okay. And wouldn't securing that scene mean you prevent people from going in or out?
That's correct.
Okay. Wouldn't it also mean that when you send techs in to go ahead and secure or look or search or do something like that, they would actually be wearing gloves or have some sort of bodysuit on so they would not contaminate the scene?
Yes, sir. You talking about the officers that went in and searched
Talking
the house?
about all of the officers that were out there. It seemed like you had an ungodly amount of people out there that day.
That's
Wow.
You still have State's Exhibit in front of you?
Which
State's
one?
Exhibit 3?
He just said that.
Oh, yes. Okay, I get it.
Seems like you had an ungodly amount of officers there that day. It was a missing child.
Dean just meticulously went over with, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's start with number one. Number one was the first one, 954, right? This was literally as you drove up on the scene, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was your body camera operating at that point in time?
It was.
Okay. And this is a still of that, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, wouldn't the best evidence of that interaction, rather than your conclusion, be the actual video of that?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay. So you arrive on the scene at 9:54 that morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have an interaction. This is what we're looking at in this particular photograph, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, rather than your conclusion being what they put in front of this jury, wouldn't the actual video from that body-worn camera be a better indicator of what actually transpired?
Of what I saw?
Right. But that's not what Mr. Dean offered, was it? He offered your conclusion, correct?
He asked me what I thought.
Right. So let's go to the next one. Picture number 2. Same thing.
Wow.
Rather than the actual evidence, he offered your conclusion, correct?
Objection. Argument.
Sustain.
Let's talk about number 2. That's actually part of the video as well, is it not, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did Mr. Dean offer your actual video of that interaction? No, he didn't, did he?
Objection. No one has the witness be allowed to testify.
Well, he has to actually testify, Judge. I asked a question and it hung out there. He looked confused, so I'll withdraw it and rephrase it.
Okay, thank you.
Sergeant Stewart, these are stills lifted from your body worn camera from that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've reviewed the body worn camera, right?
Yes, sir.
It's good video footage, right?
That's correct.
That's the best evidence of what actually transpired that day, was it not?
Yes, sir.
I don't think it's argumentative.
And you do have him on cross-examination. However, I think the point is you are asking the sergeant questions about technically best evidence.
I'll rephrase it, Judge. What actually transpired was recorded on your video, correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Dean asked you to state your conclusion about that, correct?
He asked me that I think about this and thing.
Right. So, didn't play the video, did he?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move on.
Wow.
Look at picture 4. These 3 particular officers, were these officers there to search?
Yes, sir, they were.
Did they search?
They searched the house.
They went in the house, and I'm just curious, was that before or after this picture?
After.
Okay. Did they don any particular gloves or clothing or anything to protect the scene, or did they just go in and search?
I couldn't tell you, sir, because I was standing here. I was not around the back door. They went in the house.
Well, but you know what you saw. Did you see them do that?
Here, no. When they went out of my sight, I don't know what they did.
Okay, well, let's parse this out a little bit then. Did you see them go to, say, I don't know, the back of their car and pull out some gloves?
Most officers carried gloves on their uniform, sir.
Did you see them carrying gloves?
I can't tell you what was in their pocket.
Well, all right. Did you see them put on any gloves?
I did not.
Did you see them come out and pull any gloves off?
I did not.
So you didn't see them grab any, didn't see them put any on, didn't see them pull any off, but you can't state conclusively that they didn't put any on.
I cannot tell you that.
Okay. Let's look at number 5. These particular 2 officers here, did you see them do that?
You're going through each exhibit from State's Exhibit 3. Do you mean for the photo to correspond on the screen?
Judge, I assume because they've already been tendered, the jury's going to have these.
They're going to have them.
So I really don't care whether they see it right now or not. But. So Sergeant Stewart.
Yes, sir.
These particular 2 officers, which 2 officers are these again?
Officer Voss and Corporal Jepson.
Same question to them. Did you watch them search?
Officer Voss, no. He stood there and talked to the complainant.
And how about the other officer?
Corporal Jepson? No, sir. I did not see him search inside the house.
So neither one of them went inside the house?
Corporal Jepson did.
Okay. Did he put on gloves when he went in?
I can't tell you that, sir.
And let's go to picture 7. This is, I think it's one of the lieutenants, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, reaching. I agree.
Yes, sir.
Did he help in the search?
No, sir.
He stayed outside the whole time?
Yes, sir, as far as I know.
Okay. How about picture 8? These 2 officers. I think one of them Jepson. I don't know who the other one is.
Corporal Jepson and Officer Zerke.
Zerke. Did Zerke help on the search?
Outside of the house.
She searched outside?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's go look at picture number 9. That officer, which officer was that?
Officer Norano.
Okay. And same question for him. Did he help in the search?
He was outside.
Outside?
Yes, sir.
And when you say outside, we're talking about out in the pool area, the RV, all of that area, correct?
Outside of the house.
Not inside the house.
No, sir. I never saw him inside the house. Never told him to go in there.
Now, and I'm curious, you said it's Miss Brown. She's a CRO, correct?
Yes, sir.
She arrived at 10:22, which is about 30 minutes after you arrived, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
A little bit more than 30 minutes.
Okay. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, right about 30 minutes. Yes, sir.
35, 40 minutes. Doesn't really matter. Does she normally come out and start taking notes for people?
No, she was requested to come out.
Who requested her? Just out of curiosity.
My lieutenant.
The lieutenant requested the note taker. Okay. Now, so then the next picture is picture 12. It has a detective in it. Did the detective help search?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And picture 13, it looks like it's another detective, Noble, if I'm not mistaken. But is that Detective Noble?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did he help search?
Don't know, sir.
Okay. What did he do then?
As far as I know, when he walked up, they was all talking, doing their detective stuff.
Now, and picture 14. I know I should know this officer. Which officer is that?
Thompson.
Thompson. Then what was his duty?
He just came out to assist the lieutenant.
If you had to guess that day, how many people were out there from the time you got there at 9:45 or so till 12:45?
Quite a few people, sir.
A large number of people.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, did you say it's an unusually large number of people?
No.
Okay. You said you've been doing this for 35 years. Look at picture 16.
Yes, sir.
Who made the determination to call out the public information officer?
I can't tell you that, sir. I don't know. I didn't request it.
It wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
Is that something you would normally do?
It was a missing child.
And with regards to the rest of these pictures, over the course of the 3 hours you were there, is it safe to say that more and more and more and more people showed up?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And where did they focus their search at when they got there?
I don't know where they focused their search. I can tell you where I focused.
So where did you focus your search?
My search was the wooded area behind the house, the roadway south of the residence, and the roadway north of the residence. All the houses around that area.
Okay. Now, what time did the media show up?
Don't know, sir. I didn't see the media.
How long were you there that day?
I was there for quite a while.
It's safe to say 6, 8, 9 hours easily.
At that house, I know it was more than 3 hours.
So you were at the house more than 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't call the media, did you?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. And that would not be something you would normally do either, would it?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, who was it that called the canine search dogs?
That was something that Lieutenant did.
All right.
Lieutenant Foster.
How many, and I'm just curious, Mr. Dean, how many missing child calls have you ever responded to?
Quite a few, sir. Over the time I've been.
10, 20?
I'd say, I know it's been more than 10.
More than 10?
Yes, sir, it's been more than 10.
Less than 20?
I would think it's been more than 20.
Been more than 20?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you had any specialized training in that area or no?
Searching for children? What area are you talking about?
I would say missing children's investigations.
We've got classes on it.
A class on it?
Some classes, yes, sir.
Some classes on it? Okay. And how long ago was that?
We haven't had anything recent. It's been a while.
10 years?
I think it's less than that.
5 years?
I've
7
said
years?
I've said 5.
All right. Now, let's talk about when you originally got there. The people that were on scene when you got there was Daniel Youngkin, Paul Simon, Miss McCarta, and her daughter, correct? 4 adults.
Babysitter.
Excuse me?
The names you called last. Is that the babysitter?
The babysitter and her daughter.
Yes, sir.
So it's 4 adults that you saw when you got there.
Yes, I think it was 4.
Okay. And I have a question for you. What was the first question you asked when you got there?
I asked her what was going on. What was happening? What's going on?
Right. And what were you told?
She told me her child was missing.
Okay. And now you made a distinction here, so I'm going to ask a very specific question. Did you ask if she had an idea of who may have taken the child, or if she had an idea of any suspects?
Well, she kept saying somebody took my child. I said, do you have an idea who?
Right. So you asked that question, which is a normal question, right?
Yes, yes.
That's a normal question, right?
Yes,
and she responded to that question, correct? So nothing unusual about that. That's a normal question you'd ask.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Youngkin say anything to you?
He was saying something.
Objection.
I'm not asking what he said. I'm just asking if he said something to him. That's all.
You may proceed.
Right.
He was saying something.
Right. So, Mr. Youngkin, you talked to him as well.
He was standing there when I was talking to the lady.
Right. So, you were interacting with Mr. Youngkin, Miss McCarter, her daughter, and Miss Simon all at the same time, and they were all standing right there in front of each other. Correct?
The babysitter was. I don't think she was there when I was talking to the lady.
So you
I don't
pulled him
think.
to the side.
No, it's just when I first walked in, I saw her boyfriend, and their little child.
Okay. So that picture, I guess, this right here is what you're describing, with the exception of you can't see the child, right?
Correct.
Right. Okay. So, and was it a few minutes later when it was the babysitter and the daughter and them as well? Correct.
That's correct. And Officer Voss was talking to him. I wasn't talking to him. I was standing back.
Okay.
Going to
Did you
Tarjay.
report in this case, Sergeant Stewart?
Yes, sir.
And if I were to go back and review that report, would that report pretty much contain everything that you have listed right here, and everything you testified to here today?
Pretty much.
That's all the questions I have with this witness, Judge.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dean. Any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Sergeant,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
is there any reason this sergeant should not be excused?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. They will not be calling the sergeant again. No, we always just called it Wally World. The Wally Mart. But Target is Tarjay.
Okay, the state may call its next witness.
Cody Jepson.
Oh, we're going to keep going here, you guys. I've been on 5 hours. But we going to play it out. This must be another police officer, I'm wanting to say, or a detective. I see the badge.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, ma'am. Step this way.
All right, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Josh.
Mr. Dean.
Say that again?
I was turning to Mr. Dean.
Sorry.
Sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Corporal Cody Jepson. Work with the Chatham County Police Department right now.
And how long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
About over 6 years.
And what is your current assignment at the Chatham County PD?
Just basic routine patrol.
When did you join the police department?
Chatham or just in general?
Well, were you with any other police department before Chatham County?
Started with Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department back in October of 2016.
And is that before the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department split into the Savannah Police Department? And
Correct. It was
Chatham
still
County
at a merged department at the time.
Police? Okay. So after the demerger, you went with Chatham County Police?
A few months after the merger, went over to Chatham County PD.
Did you serve in the military before joining the police force?
I did, sir.
And can you tell us your branch of service?
I was in the Army.
And what was
What?
your military occupational specialty?
Cavalry Scout, which is basic reconnaissance, 2-3-man mission teams, go out, seek, and inform.
Yeah, you would think,
What
Hurst,
years
it would
were
be
you on
packed.
duty in the Army?
From 2003 to 2015.
Sometime not too long before you joined the police.
Yes, sir.
What's your current assignment? Did you say what watch you're on?
I'm on the routine patrol division on Alpha Watch on the west side Chatham precinct.
Alpha Watch is the same thing as A Watch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that essentially the day shift or something like that?
It's just the call sign in general. You have 4 watches, Alpha Bravo, Charlie Delta, and it's just signed to Alpha Watch.
What hours do you typically work?
5:30 to 1700 on day shift, and then to 1800, and then 1730 to 06 on night shift.
What particular beat are you assigned to?
It's on numerical basis, and I'm in beat 7, which pretty much goes from Ageechee Road near 516 all the way up to Berwick area, Lamarville, South Bridge, all the area right in between those 2 areas.
Does beat 7 include the Gerard Buckhalter neighborhood?
It does, sir.
Am I saying Gerard right? Is it Gerard or Gerard?
Everyone pronounces it differently. Gerard, Garriard. I've heard it 15 different ways.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to October 5 of 2022, specifically the morning of that day, okay?
Yes, sir.
Were you working in beat 7
Yes,
Alpha
sir.
Watch that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond along with Sergeant Stewart, Officer Voss, and Officer Cornley to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, sir.
Now, you guys didn't all arrive in the same vehicle, did you?
No, sir.
But did you all arrive at substantially the same time, like within a few seconds of each other?
Sergeant Stewart was on scene first, and then myself and Officer Voss arrived right around the same time, and then Officer Gormley came a short time after.
Now, were you present in the driveway for the defendant, Ms. Simon's initial statement to Sergeant Stewart about what was going on and why they had called the police?
I need
came
one
right around
first.
that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sergeant Stewart task you out with looking in the house for the child?
And thank you guys for hanging out
And
with
did
me
you
and
do
watching
that?
this. I
Can you
appreciate you
describe
all.
how that played out? What did you do?
After being tasked to go look around the house, I went inside with permission from I believe the boyfriend at the time, or the brother, one of the two.
Up on the screen right now, it's States Exhibit 3, Slide 2. Is that in the orange reflective vest there? The gentleman who gave you permission to search the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyway, go on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I was in the backyard or back patio area. Asked permission to go inside the house, which he granted. And then after that, went in, and then basically on the first entry, just went through the downstairs area.
And did you find the child in the downstairs area?
No, sir.
Did you ever go back in the house and look anywhere else?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that, please?
When we went back in the second time with Officer Gormley, we conducted a downstairs and upstairs search through all the bedrooms, closets, just the basic go around the house.
Now, when you were looking in the house on these 2 different occasions that you're talking about, what were you looking for?
Just for any signs of the child, diapers, anything that would kind of lead us to, or sounds to lead us to where a child may be.
First and foremost, you were looking for the child. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Yep.
Okay. Now, at some point, did the fellow on the screen here in the orange reflective vest give you a picture of the child?
Yes, sir, he did.
And why was that?
Just out of basic necessity, so we can give out to other officers, the PIO for the department, just a basic description of what the individual looks like, basic appearance.
And you mentioned a PIO. Is that the public information officer?
Yes, sir.
And what would she do with a picture of a missing child?
I can't put it on social media for others to see.
See if anybody had seen it
Yeah.
around?
Yeah.
At some point, shortly after your initial arrival, did you approach the defendant and ask her for a clothing description, what the child had been wearing the last time he had been seen?
Yes, sir.
And did she give one to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what she said?
It was a Sesame Street pajama top, and then I believe like a blue gym style shorts.
Okay. And did you have a body worn camera on that day?
I did.
And did it record that interaction?
Yes, sir.
And your other involvement at the scene?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived initially,
Mhm.
and she approached Sergeant Stewart and gave this initial kind of blast of information.
Yep.
She said something to the effect of the door having been open, right?
Yep.
Did you go and look at the front door to see what it looked like?
I did.
And at some point after doing that, did you go ask for her, the defendant, for some clarification on what the exact state of the door was at the time that she woke up and saw it open?
Yes, sir. I did.
And why did you go ask her for that clarification?
Just further knowledge, see if it was, really basically if it was kicked in, broken in, how it was opened, if it was locked, unlocked.
Did you see any of that stuff in the door frame, any damage or anything like that?
I did not, sir.
Okay.
Everything appeared as a door should be.
And other than those interactions with the defendant and searching through the house, what was the remainder of your involvement at the scene? What did it consist of?
So after the basic 15-20 minutes there, did the two searches of the house. I was tasked to walk on to pretty much search around the wooded area. Can't remember the cardinal direction. Pretty much behind the property in the woodline there, going towards Veterans Parkway.
Did you find anything back there?
No, sir. No signs of any disturbance or evidence.
And were you eventually released by Sergeant Stewart or Lieutenant Foster to resume your normal patrol duties?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 4, may I please?
I've seen it, Judge.
Okay, so are you seeking to admit that?
Well, I need to lay a foundation.
Go ahead, please.
I've just handed you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 4. Does that disc contain your body-worn camera footage from that day?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know that's what's on it?
Reviewed the footage and then signed, initial, and dated.
And does the footage on that disc fairly and accurately depict the events that you were involved in at the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to have been altered or modified in any way?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I would offer this as State's Exhibit 4.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Excuse me. Yeah, they did use the dogs, Debbie. Are you talking about the
I'm going to publish just a
cadaver dogs?
excerpts, Your Honor. The first will be on the timestamp in the top right
That's a
corner.
good
of the file.
question, Debbie. Hopefully they'll answer that.
09:58 and 2 seconds. And I will note for the record when I stop the playback.
Well, here we go.
This afternoon,
What was your son last wearing?
He was wearing Sesame Street, like the color shirt, I'm running black shorts, red black jeans shorts.
All right. So I think I asked you earlier about the clothing description, and I recall you saying blue shorts.
Yeah, they did have
Haven't
dogs,
watched
Debbie.
that.
I
You
just
wanna
don't know
revise that
about
answer?
cadaver dogs right away anyway.
I mean, I'm bad with colors just in general, but yeah, it's gym style shorts. So.
Okay. The next bit that I will publish is starting at 10:02:53.
Now, how open was the door? It's about a foot.
Open enough that I see that open my eyes, I can see it without my house.
I've stopped the playback at 10:03:14 per the timestamp. One moment, please, Your Honor.
Wow. That's something, right?
Mr. Hilliard.
Officer Jefferson, how long were you on scene that day?
I don't know an actual full-time amount. I don't believe no more than an hour,
So you just out there for an hour?
give or take.
Okay. And again, but while you were there for that hour, you conducted 2 searches of the houses and at least 1 search of the woodlot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you said you searched in the house, did you go through the entire house?
Me and Gormley kind of broke it up. So I personally didn't go through the entire every inch of the house. But he took a little bit, I took a little bit.
What was the part you took then?
A little bit of the downstairs. I mean, it was a maze to begin with. So some of the downstairs, north of downstairs, I'm not really too sure. And then a few bedrooms on the upstairs and closets.
All right, well, let's talk about the downstairs. The front door that you walk in is I guess that's the one that's facing Buckhalter Road.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you walk in, you immediately see the couch, the TV screen, and all that area, correct?
If you're walking in, you have the crib right next to the door. Then to the left, the couch, and the TV on the other side. Yes, sir.
All right. And if you walk further back into the house, does it go back around to another part of the house?
Yes, sir.
And does it come around to the back side of the house?
Eventually.
And how's that? Well, how's that laid out? Is it a maze or?
Yeah, it was a complete maze on the inside. I know they're doing construction, so there was walls everywhere that kind of made you go left when you need to go right, kind of thing.
But let me ask you this. But I'm going to assume it's a normal house, right?
Yeah.
It has windows. And
yes, sir.
The front door is not the only door.
Well, you look like the type that hits a lot of curves.
What were you
So I'm
saying
thinking.
there, Leilani? There was only what? 2 what? Hold on, there's a commercial. I'm going to try to get WTOC tomorrow. Hopefully, there won't be any issues
Whenever you
with
went and, I
sound.
guess, worked your way through the downstairs, did you notice anything of any importance?
At the time, no, sir.
Any contraband?
No, sir.
Any weapons?
No, sir.
Okay, any, I guess, biological material?
I didn't see any, sir.
Okay. So, and you went through and searched the house twice,
Hey,
correct?
Debbie, will you
If you go upstairs
drop
and search as
the
well?
TV link for me again, please?
And I assume you went outside and searched the outside areas as well, correct?
Yes, sir. In the woodline.
And were you the only one searching, or were there other people searching too?
There's a few of us that was Are you talking about inside or outside?
Both.
Yeah, I know me and Gormley did the inside. I can't say if anyone else came in looking after us. And then on the back, there's several officers looking through the wood line.
Okay. And again, I know you're only there for a short time, but I'm just talking about what you saw. There were a number of officers searching both inside and outside, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it safe to say that over that period of time, as time wore on, more people came, or?
Yeah, more people officers came, yeah.
So the numbers of people walking around doing the searching and in and out of the scene increased over the time you were there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Increased? Correct. And if you remember, and if you don't, that's fine too. Had the forensic tech showed up yet, or no?
No, sir.
Okay, so these are all officers, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But not forensic technicians or people who are trained to collect evidence?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, Officer Jepson.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, any redirect?
One moment, please.
Thank you.
Why would she care to even respond about the inside of the house and him saying it was a maze?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any reason why this witness cannot be excused?
No, Your Honor.
You're excused.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All right.
Right here.
Just leave right there.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
They may have time for
Before we call the next
one
witness,
more, maybe.
Everybody good? Okay. Yeah. I think I needed a break too. So let's break for 15 minutes. It's 3:15. Let's be back at 3:30.
Yeah, I got to remember the time difference too, you guys. The time difference too. Wow. So it seemed to me like the defense was, especially with the sergeant, didn't like the fact that he basically was asked by the prosecution to give his opinion on how Leilani was acting. And so much his reply was basically that he felt that she wasn't reacting in a way that he was used to parents of a missing child to act. He didn't feel that she was, being sincere with her emotions, we'll say. So, very interesting on that. Very interesting on that. Now, the question about the dogs, that's a good question. Okay, so we know that Leilani's got 19 counts, 1 malice red rum, 2 felony red rum, concealing the death, count of false reporting, and 14 counts of making false statements during the course of a police investigation. 14 counts. 14 counts of making false statements. Okay, so which exhibits did the judge admit? One of the exhibits that was ruled inadmissible included Leilani Simon drinking tequila shots at the popular Tybee Island bar, Stingray Seafood, about 2 weeks after she reported Quentin missing, while they were looking for Quentin in a landfill. Leilani denied this, and that was kind of silly for her to deny it because YouTubers were all over that. there was no denying that they were not in that restaurant. For real. Hang on. Hold on, you guys. We got another commercial. Oh, good. I got it muted. Okay. So, yeah, we know the protesters were down there. Bullhorn Betty and JLR and them were all over that. Also ruled inadmissible a video of Leilani talking about her relationship with an ex-boyfriend. Okay. That Stokes also ruled not to admit a dispository, how do they say that? Dispository. Yeah, dispository notice filed by Leilani's mother, Billy Joe Howell, with the Chatham County Magistrate Court in early September of 2022 to evict Leilani and her then boyfriend, Daniel Youngkin, we know him as Danny, from the home on Buckhalter Road. In her ruling, Stokes said she didn't find the evidence to be intrinsic. Okay. Did you guys get what I said? So these were not admitted. But I don't understand. Well, we knew that Billy Joe had filed to have them evicted, but I don't know why that I don't know why that wouldn't be important, but obviously they've got a lot more. Stokes also ruled to include 2 testimonies of individuals close to Leilani when Quentin went missing, including a former neighbor who believes Leilani committed the Red Room and another former neighbor who babysat Quentin. Okay, wait a minute. So those are included, but the eviction and the pictures of drinking the tequila shots was ruled inadmissible. The 2 witnesses testified that they saw Simon threaten Quentin and at times abuse him. In one instance, the witness who babysat testified that Leilani pushed Quentin into a pool and another time onto pavement. The other witness testified she sent a witness tip to police investigators about the case. Wait, okay. This is the babysitter said she had seen these things happen. The babysitter, if I remember correctly, also said that she had called CPS. If I remember correctly, Billy Joe was very upset because the babysitter had been paid and didn't go down and get the kids. I think at the time, I don't know how Billy Joe feels now, but I think at the time she felt that the babysitter should have just went down and got the kids. And you can't blame it on the babysitter, but they argued that exhibits would show Leilani's motive and her state of mind, and therefore it was relevant to the case. The other side argued that exhibits that were sought didn't prove the counts, the indictment, calling it a Hail Mary pass. Oh my. My. That is something. Understand why that's not. Yeah, tomorrow, hopefully I can figure out why I'm not getting any sound with my WTOC. I don't understand that. 'Cause it looks like there's people in that chat that are. Somebody in WTOC's chat put, I would rather have ads than sound. Well, maybe somebody needs to tell them that you can't hear them. It's okay. We're okay. Yes. Don't forget, Bullhorn Betty and Dolly Vision were on the scene there. That is when Dolly went to jail for snatching a bullhorn away from a woman. Well, I never talked to Billy Joe, but I think that I kind of think that she wanted to be angry with somebody besides her daughter. Yes, the babysitter had already previously, if I remember correctly, said that she contacted CPS. Yes, what they did outside of that home was not good. Not good. Oh, heck. I called her out for that stuff over here on my channel a long time ago. But what they did outside that home was a lot. We'll pop over here real quick. Georgia police crack down on protesters outside Quentin Simon's home as landfill search drags on. I don't know if they are actually going to have a news report showing it. Police investigation, the disappearance of 20-month-old boy in Georgia, are limiting protesters outside his mother's home. They support the constitutional right to peacefully protest, but they started enforcing ordinances outside the Savannah residence of Leilani Simon. She continues to be the prime suspect. Chatham police said that YouTubers morbidly obsessed with the case and protesters outside Miss Simon's residence have disturbed residents. For real, for real. So they said they could only a loitering ordinance was from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. They didn't care about the neighbors or anything. They didn't care. The behavior of many YouTubers and people calling themselves protesters has gone beyond anything acceptable in a civil society. We have to return the neighborhood back to the residents. It is their neighborhood. Well, these protesters that were protesting outside Quentin's home were the ones who were protesting outside of the laundry home. Local police said the constant disturbances outside Miss Simon's home have taken precious resources away from the department during an already grueling investigation. How sad. Let me tell you guys, it was a miracle that they found Quentin. A miracle. And she stood there. We seen her on that video where she stood there showing them how far the door was open. The babysitter who said she babysits the two children, there were 3 children. She said in an interview on 11th of October that she had previously reported the family to DFCS with concerns, but this was unconfirmed. She said, I got a text this morning saying they would not be here, would not be babysitting them at 5:29 a.m., which she said surprised her at a seemingly last-minute decision. which was kind of odd because I have them even when their mother doesn't work. She had them even when Leilani did not work. She's thinking that it's odd that they're texting her at 5:29. She knew of different events that she felt she needed to call CPS about. Okay, so now can we see why Billy Joe was upset? And made the comment, why didn't you go get the kids? And I could be wrong, but I thought it had been said before that there were times when she would go get them. Oh, yeah, she was feeding off YouTubers. I've said that from the get-go. Oh, shit, we got started again. All right. Wait, am I on the wrong? Okay, we're waiting on the jury to come in. There you go.
And where are you from originally?
I am from Uxbridge, Massachusetts originally.
Okay, so you've gone home.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm currently employed as a public safety officer for Bryant University.
Okay, and is that in Massachusetts?
That is in the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, got it. Were you previously a police department with the Chatham County Police Department, or a police officer with the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were the years that you were with the Chatham County Police?
If I recall correctly, I started in March of 2021 and ended in July of 2023.
So you've since left the department and moved back to your hometown?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Okay. During your time with the Chatham County Police Department, what assignments or positions did you hold in order, if you can remember?
Yes. So I started off as a patrolman, graduating the academy. After about a year of service, I applied to the CID, the detective division, and I was granted the position, I believe, in late September of 2022. And then I went back to patrol in February of 2023, where I remained until I left.
Now, you said the detectives division has an acronym CID. What does that stand for?
Criminal Investigations Division.
Okay. So you mentioned you got to CID as a detective in, I think, September of 2022?
Yes, sir.
So as of October of 2022, were you working for the Chatham County Police Department as a detective?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you, on the morning of October 5th, 2022, respond to a missing child call at 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, did you conduct an interview with the defendant, Leilani Simon?
Yes, I did.
And do you see her sitting in the courtroom today?
That I do, yes, sir.
Can you identify her by an article of clothing or where she's sitting, please?
She is currently in the table to the right of you, sitting down with the glasses on right there.
Witness has identified the defendant. Now, were you first on the scene for the detectives?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay, so you were the first detective to arrive there.
That is correct, yes.
Bunch of other police officers, but you're the first detective.
Yes.
And when you got there, what was the first thing you did? Did you walk right up to her and start talking to her, or did you get some background, or what?
No, I did not. At first, when I arrived on scene, I believe I was briefed by Lieutenant Foster, just giving a short synopsis of what the call was about. And then I would say approximately 5 minutes after that is when I engage in a conversation with the defendant.
Now I'm displaying on the screen a slide from State's Exhibit 3, and I think it is slide 12, although the number's kind of difficult to make out. Do you see yourself in that picture?
Yes, that is me.
That's you wearing the dark colored jacket?
Yes, sir.
And is that Lieutenant Foster to your left in real life, but to the right in the photograph?
Yes, sir. That does appear to be Lieutenant Foster.
Now, would this image reflect the approximate time of your arrival at the scene and getting briefed by Lieutenant Foster?
Yes, sir. That is what appears to be happening. Yes.
All right. So going off of the timestamp, what time would that have been?
The timestamp reflects 10:44 a.m.
Does that sound right to you?
That does, yes.
Okay. And you said it was only maybe 5 minutes after this that you spoke to the defendant.
I would say so, yes, sir.
And where was it that you talked to her?
If I do recall correctly, I had gone through the back gate to where the defendant was at the time.
Are you referring to the swimming pool area, patio area in the back?
Roughly.
Okay. Who was out there at the time?
I would say the defendant, her brother, Mr. Paul, and her fiance, Mr. Daniel.
Okay. Did you separate the three of them to conduct your interviews?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ultimately end up talking to all three of them on the scene?
Ultimately, yes.
No, I didn't growl. Are you hearing growling? You're hearing cats and growling today. Row.
So I did at one point or another speak to all three, yes.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you specifically about your interview with the defendant. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask her when the last time she had seen her child was?
That I did, yes, sir.
And what did she say to that?
If I recall correctly, the defendant explained that she had gone to bed at approximately midnight that evening. And yes, that is approximately midnight that evening.
And was she putting that out there as the last time she had seen her child, Quentin, I should say, the missing child, sometime before she went to bed at midnight?
Yes, sir. When I had asked that question, I believe I did ask if she remembers putting Quentin down at that time. Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you when she had woken up in the morning?
I believe she explained that she woke up at 9 a.m. that next morning.
So in this initial interview with you, the first detective on scene, she's putting herself in bed around midnight. Last time she saw Quentin was before that, and has herself waking up at 9 a.m.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Was your interview with the defendant audio recorded?
Yes, I did use an audio recording device for our interview on scene.
Did you have a body-worn camera at that time?
I do not believe I did at that time, no.
And is that because detectives didn't have body-worn cameras at that point?
Not normally. We did not wear body-worn cameras normally in our uniform.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as State's Exhibit 5?
That I do. That is correct.
Okay. And do you know what's on that disc?
I believe it is that audio recording from that morning with the defendant.
And have you listened to the contents of that disc, at least in part, to verify that that's what it is?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. And does that recording fairly and accurately depict your interview with her at the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence as State's Exhibit 5.
No objection, Your Honor.
Well, you have to remember, guys, in that video where Leilani was going to go into the river, she talked about
And Your Honor, at this point, I'll publish a brief
not
portion
getting
at the beginning of this recording.
like
We'll
love
start at
from
the
her
very
mother.
Beginning of the recording, and I'll state for the record when I stop the playback.
So when's the last time you saw your child?
When I went to bed last night.
And what time was that?
It
Do
was
you remember?
around 12.
12?
12 when I went to bed. I had my wisdom teeth removed yesterday.
I'm sorry, that's
So I went to bed kind of late.
I get you. Listen, I had them out too.
So and then I got up this morning about 9.
About 9?
And my front door is open, so I went up and I shut it, not thinking about anything like that. And I look over and check on my kids, and it was gone. All the rest were there.
I'll find out.
It's all right. It's all right. Take some deep breaths.
That was actually a 34-second clip that I cut out of the larger file that was admitted, and I'll make it clear to the court reporter and the clerk at some point on a break what portion of the larger file was actually reflected. No issues, Judge. Now, did you go to headquarters that day for follow-on interviews with involving the defendant, Daniel Youngkin and Paul Simon?
Yes, I did. That is correct.
And were you paired up with an FBI agent to participate in these interviews?
I was, yes.
And do you remember who you were paired up with?
I do have my report here. If I could look at that just to remember the name.
Sure, if that would refresh your memory.
Yes, I was paired up with FBI Special Agent Taylor Burns.
And who did you all interview of the three?
The defendant's brother, Paul.
Okay. Now, sometime over the coming days, were you asked to submit a request to Verizon for phone records associated with a phone number for a Henry Bubba Moss Jr.?
Yes, I was.
And did you do that?
Yes.
How did you do that?
There is a paper form that we were sent by the cell phone carrier in which I fill out the identifying information, such as the name that the number is registered to, the actual phone number, and I believe a time frame in which the records that we are requesting are needed.
And did you submit that request to Verizon?
Yes, I did.
And did they produce responsive records to you in response to that request?
Yes, sir, they did.
How do they give those to you? Do they mail them to you in the mail or email them or what?
I believe it was an email, sir.
Okay. And when you got those records, did you forward those to the lead investigator, Marion Lemons, who's here in court with us?
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Okay, this one's going to go quick, I hope.
Mr. Wilkins, how long have you been in law enforcement?
I was employed as a police dispatcher in Holliston, Massachusetts for approximately 5 years. After that, in 2021, is when I was employed with the Chatham County Police Department for about 2.5 years.
No, you're not, Ro. You are not.
2021, you're...
Oh, shit. Hold on, I gotta find it again. Oh, my word. Okay, I found another station that's doing it. I'm going to use it tomorrow. I'm going to check on the WTOC and then we'll...
I was just curious. That's kind of a short time. Why?
I just didn't feel... fulfilled, I guess, at in the detective unit.
So, and then when did you move back to Massachusetts?
So I left the detective unit in February of 2023 and was on patrol. And then I would say in July of 2023 is when I moved back to Massachusetts.
All right. So you've been up there about 15 months, a little bit more at this point in time.
I think that's a fairly accurate.
You said you had a conversation with Ms. Simon at the patio area, and I believe Mr. Simon was there, Paul Simon was there, and was anyone else present?
I believe the defendant's fiance at the time, Daniel, was there. I don't remember how close in proximity he was, though.
Any children there?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Any children there?
I can't recall.
Okay. How about any other adults?
There were a few adults. I think I talked to them sparingly after the interviews with the three, but I can't recall their relation to the defendant off the top of my head.
And how long were you on the scene that day? We're talking October 5th, correct?
Yes, sir.
How long were you actually on scene that day at 535 Buckhalter Road?
From my arrival at 10:44 in the morning, I believe we didn't leave, if memory serves me correctly, maybe 5 or 6 p.m. Again, that's a ballpark estimate, though.
So at least 7 or 8 hours.
Roughly, yes, sir.
And when you did leave, my understanding is, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, just trying to make sure I understand, but when you did leave 7 or 8 hours later, it was to go to the police station and conduct interviews, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. So it wasn't like you just went home. You were there for 7 or 8 hours, and then you went and did an interview, correct?
No, sir. There was no downtime between leaving the scene and going to the station.
And that's kind of what I was getting to. Now, while you were on the scene for those 7 or 8 hours, was it an increasing number of people that were arriving on the scene?
I would say more resources had arrived on scene in an attempt to find Quentin at that time, yes.
So the number of people kept going up during that 7 or 8 hour period?
Yes, sir.
And to the best of your knowledge, was this all of your involvement in the case, to the best of your recollection?
Outside of my initial on-scene interview with the defendant and the interview with Paul Simon and what Mr. Dean had asked me about the cell phone records, in terms of major involvement, yes. After that, I was moved to more of a supportive role, where I was just there to help as a body mostly.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. On the day that you were there on October 5th, did you conduct any of the searches on the house or anything like that while you were there?
Not any of the in-depth searches to my recollection. It was the interviews, conversations with the other detectives that had arrived on scene, and then the interviews shortly after.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Dean?
I'm looking to see if they're public defenders, and I am assuming that they are.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, don't forget that she was getting ready to be ordered to pay child support.
The state may call its next witness.
Just to remind you guys of that also.
Kiana Robbins.
Billy Joe Howe did in fact have legal custody of Quentin and his older brother.
The evidence you shall give the court and jury in the trial of this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
She was getting ready to be ordered to pay Billy Joe child support for the boys.
All right, good afternoon.
It was signed exactly 1 week before Quentin went missing and filed the morning of his disappearance.
Jury, spelling your first and last name.
It's Kiana, Keiana, Robbins, Robbins.
That's
And
interesting.
where do you work?
With Chatham County Police Department.
What is your position there?
Currently a detective.
How long have you been with the Chatham County Police Department?
6 years.
And did you work with any
We
other
all-
police
we all
departments
do.
prior to starting with the Chatham County Police Department?
No, sir.
What assignments have you had at the Chatham County Police Department before becoming a detective?
I was on patrol for 3 years.
So that would put you joining the detectives
January of 2022.
I've been looking to see if they
Now, were
are
you
pro
on
bono
duty as a
lawyers.
Detective on the morning of October.
I bet,
5th,
yeah, I bet they're pro
2022?
bono.
Yes.
Where were you?
Maybe I should have asked.
I was at the Islands Precinct, located at 54 Johnny Mercer Boulevard, in our detective's office at my desk.
Now, is that a ways away from 535 Buckhalter Road?
Yes, it's about 30 minutes, give or take, 45.
Is that where your office is located?
Yes.
The Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
Is that where all the detectives' offices are located for the department, or are y'all spread out?
That's our main office. We don't have any other offices at any other precincts.
Okay, so the CID offices, if I'm understanding you correctly, are in the Islands Precinct on Johnny Mercer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you become involved at some point that day in the investigation of the disappearance of Quentin Simon?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the scene yourself that day, 535 Buckhalter?
Yes, sir.
When roughly did you go there?
Around 6 o'clock, I believe, that evening, after getting a search warrant signed.
Okay, so you didn't go there till the evening, till after the search warrant was signed for your residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, earlier, before that, were you nevertheless still involved from your desk at the Islands Precinct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, were you asked, or did you just decide to run the defendant's name, Leilani Simon, and see whether there were any vehicles registered to her that you can see in your system?
I was asked by the detectives on scene.
Okay. And how did they ask you? Over the radio, cell phone, or what?
Through text.
Okay. So who was on the scene at that point that may have asked you to do that, if you remember?
I believe it was Detective Noble and Detective Wilkins.
Okay. So one or both of them asked you to run the name and see about vehicle registrations.
Yes, sir.
And did you see that any particular vehicle was registered to her?
I believe that there was a Dodge Journey registered to her.
Do you remember the tag number for the Dodge Journey?
Yes, it was TEN9300.
And is that a Georgia tag?
Yes, sir.
One moment.
Dang, she remembered that right off the top of her head. So that is interesting that Leilani, the day Quentin went missing.
Do you see in front of you a document marked as States Exhibit 6?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what that is?
It appears to be a license plate reader from Flock.
Okay. A flock camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. Does it fairly and accurately depict what a typical flock camera looks like?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would move this in as States Exhibit 6.
No objection, Judge. I've already seen it.
It's in it.
And may I ask, rather than putting this up on the screen, if it could just be published by passing it to the jury?
That's fine, Judge.
And would the court like for me to do that, or would the court prefer that a deputy do that?
What does the state wish to do?
I'm fine.
Are these photos?
It's just a single photograph.
It's just one picture, Judge.
Okay. So,
Thank you. Now, what is a flock camera and what is the flock system?
So essentially, it's a license plate reader that is stationed throughout different areas throughout the U.S. The Flock system is made only public to law enforcement agencies, so you have to have a username and a password through your agency to actually use the system.
And did you have that on October 5th of 2022?
Yes, sir.
Roughly how many of these cameras are there scattered around Chatham County? Off the top of your head, I'm not looking for a firm number.
I know. I got a bunch of stuff I got to do tonight, too.
And do you have access to the information from all of those?
Yes.
Do you have access to information from flock cameras in other places?
Yes, sir.
How does that work?
So essentially what it is the agency, say if we're here in Georgia, an agency in California can put us on their permissions list. And then what we can do is just add it or do what we call a hot list, which means say if there's a vehicle that you're looking for, if you have the tag, you can put it in the system and then it'll alert those individuals who are on the hot list. So I would have to say if me say if I'm the owner of the hot list, I can add you as a user to see what the vehicle and where it hits at.
Now, what do these cameras do when a car drives by and the license plate comes into the field of view of the camera?
It just takes a picture of the license plate and the back of the vehicle.
And are those images maintained in the flock database that you have access to?
Yes, I think they hold for about 30 days.
And does it tell you the location of the camera that took the picture?
Yes, sir.
And you can see the picture itself?
Yes, sir.
Does it tell you the time that that picture was taken by that camera?
Yes.
Do you have the ability to, after the fact, search for a particular tag number in the flock database and see what, if any, cameras in the area or in other locations that you have permissions for the vehicle's tag has been photographed by?
Yes, sir.
And once you had this tag for the defendant's car, Georgia TEN 9300,
yes, sir.
Did you look it up in the flock system?
Yes.
Okay. And you're doing this on October 5th, the morning of, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you see any results of note to you?
Yes, it showed that the vehicle hit multiple times from the late night of October 4th until the morning of October 5th.
All right. And so you were able to look at this and see, gosh, it looks like this car has been out driving around?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with that information, did you relay that to officers on scene?
Yes.
Who specifically do you remember relaying it to?
I contacted Lieutenant Foster.
Okay. And was he the on-scene commander at this point?
Yes, I believe so.
And you told him, hey, I'm seeing flock hits late at night for this car.
Yes, and then I sent him a screenshot of my computer screen of the multiple hits on the flock camera.
And how did you send that to him?
Through text message.
Okay. Had you just taken a picture of your computer screen with your phone? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sent that to him?
Yes.
All right. One moment, please, Your Honor.
So they had the foresight to run her plate.
Mention, going out to the residence after a search warrant had been obtained for the residence.
Yes.
Who obtained that search warrant?
I did.
What do you have to do to get a search warrant?
You have to get the information you need from the detectives or whoever's on scene. Essentially type up the search warrant and then submit it to your supervisor. The supervisor then approves or rejects it. Once it is approved, you would reach out to the judge who's on call or who's available. And then at that point, you send them the warrant. Once they find probable cause, and they'll sign it and then send it back to you to cloud gavel.
I'd like to approach with what I've marked as State's Exhibit 7.
Yep, you busted, girlfriend.
No objection, Judge.
All right, could you take a look at?
Oh, here we
These
go.
mushrooms make you feel.
I love mushrooms. I really do. Not the kind that make you go, mm.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Just one or two, Judge. Detective Robbins, you secured the search warrant and you looked at the flock camera, and that was pretty much the beginning and end of your involvement in the case?
For the most part, yes, sir.
And did you ever respond to the scene that day or no?
To 535 Buckhalter?
Yes.
Yes, that evening around 6 o'clock p.m.
Yeah. How long were you there?
Up until maybe 8 or 9, and then I went to the West Chatham Annex, which is where our property room is located.
That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Dean, you need to redirect?
There you are.
Okay. You are excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. The state may call its next witness.
Eugene Foster.
Must be another detective.
If the clerk can raise your right hand, please.
The evidence you shall give the court and the jury of the trial. This issue should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you.
Thank you. Step this way, please.
Good afternoon.
40 years, Marie.
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your first and last name?
Yes, my name is Eugene Foster. My first name is spelled Yujean. Last name is Foster, Foster.
And what is your city and state of residence, sir?
I currently live in Statesboro, Georgia.
And what do you do for a living these days, sir?
I'm a retired police lieutenant, and I am currently working full-time at International Paper.
What are you doing for International Paper?
I'm a chemical operator.
Okay. And when did you retire as a police officer?
March of 2023, I retired.
And was that from the Chatham County Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any side jobs now in addition to International Paper?
Yes, sir. I guess I didn't have enough to do, so I work part-time at the Chatham County Sheriff's Office as a police instructor.
As a police instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What kind of topics do you instruct on?
I'm a level 3 instructor, so pretty much any topic out there I can teach. I teach driving, use of force, firearms, defensive tactics, legal issues, everything.
Now, at the time that you retired from the Chatham County Police
Yes,
Police Department, how many years of service did you have as a police officer?
Almost 27 years.
In what departments were those almost 27 years spent with?
Oddly enough, in '96, I started with the Chatham County SO. And then,
The sheriff's office?
yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
Chatham County Sheriff's Office. And then I laterally transferred to the original Chatham County Police Department. And then we merged with the City of Savannah Police Department, which became the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department. And then in 2017, we had demerged and I went back with the Chatham County Police Department.
Now, I don't necessarily want to ask you about every assignment that you held during your career as a police officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing it's probably a lot of different things, correct?
Luckily, I was able to do various things.
Did you have, I guess, any experience as a detective specifically?
Yes, sir. For over 7 years, I was in detectives, and I was I was in auto vehicle theft, and then I went to violent crimes. I was in robbery, homicide, and during those 7 years, and I was also for a short period of time in an undercover unit.
And was that with the Savannah Chatham Metropolitan Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Violent crimes?
Yes, sir.
Dealing with robberies and homicides?
Yes, sir.
So you've been a detective before and did it for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
All right. On October 5, 2022, were you working?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position and assignment at that point?
I was the West Side Watch Commander for the Chatham County Police Department.
And who was your immediate subordinate in that role?
At that time, it was Sergeant Bobby Stewart.
Okay, so it goes Sergeant Stewart, and then next up the chain of command is you, Foster.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you at some point that morning respond to 535 Buckhalter in response to a missing child call?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were not the first on scene, were you?
No, I was not.
Who else was there at the time that you got there? And I'm not asking for names, just broadly speaking, who was there, what was going on?
The initial officer was there, which again, I'm not sure which one it was. I'd have to go back and look. But Sergeant Stewart was already on scene. And when I got there, he started briefing me on what he had already initially found out.
Okay. So you show up and you get briefed by Sergeant Stewart. At that point, do you become the senior man on scene, the on-scene commander?
At that time, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you, the story that was given initially was that the defendant had woken up around 9 and the front door was open, right?
That was what I was initially told. Yes, sir.
Did you take a look at that door?
I did.
Can you tell us what you remember about that door, if anything?
I remember actually checking the function of the door and actually opening it and closing it. And I realized that it wasn't something that was easily opened, and it wasn't necessarily a door that was quiet per se. To when it opened,
Wow,
it made
that's
noise.
interesting.
Are you describing like kind of a sticky door that you have to pull hard to open?
It required a little
Push
bit of,
hard to open, whatever the case may be.
yes, sir. It required a little bit of force.
Did you have any contact with Detective Kiana Robbins? Well, not necessarily at the scene, but while you were at the scene, did you have some form of contact with her?
Yes, sir. If I remember correctly, I got a phone call from her. And while I was trying to assess everything and trying to allocate resources to potentially figure out what happened, I got a call, at which time she told me that the defendant's vehicle was seen on the flock camera the night before, going down Ageechee Road and then coming back down Ageechee Road.
Now, did you do anything with that information once you had it?
Yes. Once I found that out, because I think when Sergeant Stewart briefly told me they had said that they had went to bed at a certain time the night before, I went back to her because then some just kind of got a little feeling. So I went back and I asked her, I said, at any point, did you ever leave the house for any reason? And then she told me no twice. She said,
Wow.
no, never left. I said, okay. I said, could maybe, maybe you went somewhere and the thing? She said, no. So once she told me no, that kind of threw up another flag for me. I became concerned about that. And I remember talking to her in the backyard or back porch area. And I asked her, I said, could anyone, you sure you didn't leave the house? And then she said, oh, wait, I do remember I went up, I don't recall the address. It's the convenience store right in front of 4711 Ageechee Road, which is the City Mobile Home Park. She had said that she went up there to get some Orajel. And she said that she went up there and then she tried to show me her phone. And she said, matter of fact, I went up there at such and such time and it's in my report. And I came back and I was back home at about 1:25.
Around here, lunch?
I don't know if I would put Orajel on an area where they just removed a tooth. But then again, I don't know.
Could somebody, possibly maybe your ex-husband, somebody? She said no, and that's when she told me about the Orajel. The concerning part about that to me was I've worked that area close to 27 years. That convenience store has never been open past midnight.
Now, did you as a lieutenant have a body-worn camera on that day?
No, sir. It wasn't required not by our policy for me to have one.
And is that because, I guess as a lieutenant, you're not typically the one out there making first contact with a complainant or a suspect? So you just don't need it like a patrol officer does?
Correct. I'm usually after the fact.
Okay. But in any case, this last conversation that you're referring to, wherein she gave you the Orajel, the Chevron Orajel story or the convenience store Orajel story, was that captured on somebody's body worn camera?
I believe on one of my officers' body cams, yes, sir.
Do you see in front of you a disc marked as States Exhibit 8?
I do.
Do you know what is on this disc?
This is the body-worn camera video of, if I remember correctly, APO Gormley.
Okay. And does that particular excerpt that's on that disc capture the exchange that you've just described? The asking her again, hey, are you sure you didn't go anywhere last night? And her telling you about this trip and giving you the story about what it was for. Is that what's on there?
It is, because I think APO Gormley was back there with the family when I came up. He was already back there. And I had asked her, I said, in any way, did you ever leave the home the night before at any time and where somebody could have followed you back home and possibly come and took your child? And she said no. And then that's when she came and advised me of the incident to go get Orgel. And that's when she showed me her phone, tried to show me her phone, where the track of her phone, where she went. And she even told me exactly what time she came back home, and she was looking at her phone, and she told me 1:25 a.m. I was like, okay.
Now, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No.
When you had this exchange, whether it's captured on Gormley's body cam, this was on the patio in the back pool area,
Yes, sir. It was actually on the back patio, back porch area, right next to the pool.
and was it the defendant was obviously there because she's the one that you're talking to, right?
Yes, sir.
Was her boyfriend or fiance Daniel Youngkin there?
He was, and I believe so was her other children were there.
And what about her brother Paul Simon? Is he there?
There was a family member. I don't know exactly what his name, because I don't remember talking to him. So if that was his name, that it may have been. But I do remember there was another male family member there.
And what was Gormley doing? I mean, you mentioned that this was caught on his body cam. What was he doing back there with the three of them?
He was standing with them because I believe at that point I had already instructed the officers to research the house again, looking for Quentin, just to make sure that maybe he wasn't hiding anywhere or anything of that nature for this type of cases, just to double check.
Okay. And for that, at this point, did you want these three people out of the house so the scene would be secure?
Basically, I had everybody who was in the house that was there out, just to have the officers go and look for the child.
And Gormley's back there just kind of keeping an eye on the three of them?
Correct.
Your Honor, I don't know whether I've done it yet, but I would introduce this into evidence as State's Exhibit 8.
Mr. Hilliard?
What is it, Judge? I guess it's the Gormley's body cam?
Yes.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, it's admitted.
May I now publish this, Your Honor?
Gonna see some body cam. Wow. We got to remember, though, I mean, they're on Georgia time, and my time's totally different. So, putting in some hours today. Kind of looking a little concerned about this, Leilani. You got caught in a big fib. So it seems like she was telling them a lot of fibs and then trying to go back and, oh yeah, I remember this. She went and picked up the substances. But waited to get home to do them, right? Yeah, I think it's almost done, Loves to Lurk. No, that's Danny, the boyfriend.
Can you tell us what, now that we've got this up, can you tell us to the minute what time this exchange was at?
12:12 in the afternoon on the 5th of October.
Thank you.
Have patience for sale. Did y'all go anywhere last night or yesterday with Big that maybe he could have followed you or something? Y'all didn't go anywhere? No, just did you maybe you yourself?
Yeah, I know. I could have got my tooth pulled yesterday, so about 2 maybe. I went to the Oregon. That was it.
2 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
No, like morning wise, because I couldn't go to sleep.
Okay, so where'd you go?
Right up the road right here, I got Chevron. I met my friend that I used to work with, and she got Oregon because they didn't have any extra okay when I called.
Okay. Did you go anywhere else that we maybe have followed? So when did you get home?
I can tell you exactly the same.
Where would you come up with an Origel story like that? Why didn't she just say, I went to the gas station to get something for my mouth?
At 125?
So I was gone for literally 12 minutes.
I believe so, Debbie, yes.
Next to Chevron.
Oh, the 40 over here on, right here on
Right up the road, because I used to work at Bojangles, so I had a girl named Misty that.
I got a bar over for the canine. Okay, give me just a second. Yeah.
I had there's a girl named Misty that I used to work with that had dental problems as well, so I got in contact with her and asked her if she had Oregon, because when I called Circle K, they said they didn't have any.
Okay, did you notice anybody following you or anything?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you go back out at all anytime at the time?
When I did get back, there was a car, which is why that lady mentioned it, whatever. I was thinking that maybe the car was for people across the street, but it was another little gray car sitting out front of the house.
Okay.
So I was thinking it was for across the street from the neighbors, so I don't know.
So you said you got home about 1:30?
Yes, it's 1:25 a.m. was the exact time that I arrived on my phone for almost 12 minutes.
Okay, all right. Nobody followed me, right?
No.
Yeah, they're just going to ask you about it.
There you go. They're talking about the dogs right there, Debbie.
You mentioned earlier, and I want to make sure I heard you right, that there were, before she told you about this trip at one, whatever it was, that she had previously, she had given a time that she went to sleep, and she had given a time that she had woken up. And I think you said that she had twice told you that she didn't leave the house, didn't go anywhere during that time window. Is that right?
That's correct.
Not once, but twice?
Correct.
Now, are those statements captured in this exchange, or are you talking about some other statements she made to you earlier, not captured on camera?
There was an other, and I believe when I first got there, I asked them what happened. And I believe that's the first time when she told me what time they went to sleep. But then on this time, I asked again after I had gotten a phone call from Detective Robbins, where they told me that her vehicle was seen on the flock camera system. That's when I went back to her and said, did you ever leave the house? And as soon as I approached her, the first thing she said was no. And then next thing you know, she said it. She shook her head again, and then she said, "Oh, wait a minute, the Origel." Okay.
Now, I want to move forward in time, long after October 5th, but into later in the eventual landfill search that was a part of this investigation. Now, were you a part of the landfill search?
From the very beginning.
And what was your role or roles, I guess?
I had multiple roles. We were there to set up the initial
Excuse me.
site to start the search of the trash that was there. I was there prior to us starting the search. We were there getting equipment. Logistically speaking, I was there to make sure the equipment was there, resources, fueling the vehicles, making sure water was up there, bringing food. I mean, I was kind of a jack of all trades on that.
Were you involved in ensuring that there was enough PPE for all the searchers?
Yes, sir. I was part of that along with another individual from the department. We ended up setting up all the PPE in order to make sure everybody was safe while they were going through this potentially biohazardous material.
I'm sorry. And were you there for every day of the landfill search?
I was there every day.
What were the hours of the landfill search on any given day?
We would, honestly, we literally, myself and another lieutenant, prior to everybody showing up, we were there at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we did not leave easily until 5 in the afternoon, 5:30 in the afternoon. And the only time I actually left is when we had a uniform security, a uniformed police officer coming to do security of the landfill site after hours.
A warehouse.
The after hours security plan at the landfill.
We usually traditionally broke down about 4:30, 5 o'clock to clean everybody up, decontaminate everybody. And then once all the searchers were bust out, I was the last person there waiting for the relief uniformed officer to come there and sit on the site. That way we had security there at the site 24/7. Somebody from the police department had eyes on that site 24/7 from the time that we started to the time that we ended.
And are you talking about the entrance to the landfill on Little Neck Road, or are you talking about inside the landfill at the search area specifically, or both?
But there was security at the entrance of the landfill, but that was done by the city of Savannah because that was their area. The actual site where the volunteers and the people who were assigned to the search was actually done by Chatham County Police personnel.
Okay. Was the area kept well lit at night?
Yes, sir. We actually had floodlights that came on. The officers were instructed to turn them on when it got dark. Sometimes when we were still there, I would have them turned on before the officer even got there.
And what was the point of all this?
So we could have visibility of the area at all times. That way there would be no chance, any way, shape, or form, that area could be contaminated by somebody other than the law enforcement searchers who were involved, and police personnel, and of course, waste management personnel that were allowed to be there.
Now, did you pull that overnight security duty yourself at any point?
Unfortunately, a few times I had to, yes.
And what did that involve for you?
Basically being in a marked unit, being in a uniform, sitting there, looking at the landing where the trash was brought to, I hate to say it that way, but trash was brought there to be searched, and looking at the site where they were actually pulling from to bring down to the landing. We had all that lit up to where you could actually see the whole thing.
Do you remember, were you present on the day that Quentin's remains were finally found?
Unfortunately, yes, I was.
And what were you doing at the landfill that day? What were your duties on that day?
Again, based off of the logistics part and setting everything up and all that, while we were there and they were searching, we were actually stationed by, and every time something of significance was found, they alerted us. And then they would bring whatever certain items that they found and took it over to the forensic pathologist to review.
And was that the last day of the landfill search?
Yes.
Overall, how many days would you say that you were out? You may not remember off the top of your head, but roughly how long did this landfill saga last for?
I remember it was it after previous Thanksgiving? I think approximately 4 weeks. It was a very extended search.
Now, we've heard testimony from Sergeant Stewart and maybe to you from some degree that initially, the initial response to the scene on October 5th,
yes,
that there were search efforts focused in the house and in the areas around the house, the wooded areas, bodies of water, and so forth. Is that a normal protocol, the normal protocol for a missing children's call?
Yes, in the event that we don't immediately find the child. When I was there, I was the incident commander, so we were figuring out what happened from the initial story that we got, just to make sure that we covered all our bases and everything that happened. We initiated a further search pattern out that I had to coordinate, and we started getting volunteers. We contacted SEMA. SEMA got involved. A lot of resources were brought in to try to attempt to locate little Quentin.
Now, when we're talking about young children, the missing child call pertaining to a young children, is it fair to say that the typical situation is the child is just eventually found nearby, either in the house in a closet or something like that, or in the woods 50 yards away?
Luckily, in my experience, very few times have we had a situation where, for an extended period of time, that we lost a child. A lot of times, in situations of children this young, they're usually hiding somewhere. Not to go off tangent here, but I mean, we've actually had one where the child was sleeping under a bunch of blankets, and that's when we ended up finding them 30 minutes later. But they usually are found within the house or within the immediate area of the house relatively soon. Luckily. Unfortunately, in this case, it didn't end up being that.
Now, Sergeant Stewart has testified that one of the first things he did when he got there and got an initial statement was simply send a couple officers into the house to look for Quentin. Based on what you've just told us, does that seem to you to have been a sound approach, at least initially?
Yes, sir, because traditionally when a child is lost, usually the parents or family members are hysterical for the simple fact that, I can't find my child. So they tend not to search as well as a reasonable-minded officer would when he comes to the scene and knows what to look for. So yes, that is a normal protocol. Well, let us check the house. Maybe we'll find them. And that's what was initially done.
One moment, please, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard?
Thank you.
Lieutenant Foster, how many people were searching at the landfill over the course of that 5 or 6 week period?
Easily between 20 to 30 a day.
And so let's say how many days? 45 days, let's say. So 20 or 30 a day times 45 days, that's a lot of people. Isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. In and out. And that's not counting everybody else who's coming in and out of the landfill in normal routine business, correct?
Correct, but the majority of the searchers were the same.
I don't think I had a question before you. Did I?
Wow. Can you spell dick?
I don't believe
There wasn't a question.
So,
Wow.
Mr. Hilliard, I'm going to ask that you move on.
So Lieutenant Foster, so there was, I'd say, easily hundreds of people in and out of that place during this time frame, correct?
Not hundreds, no.
Not during the course of these several weeks?
Not hundreds, no.
Okay. Thousands in?
No, not thousands.
So if you had 20 or 30 people a day times 45 days, okay, is it the same 20 or 30 people every day?
Majority of the days, yes, sir.
Okay. But not every day.
Not every day, no.
Okay. So it's different people.
Sometimes.
Okay. So that being said, this is a dump, correct?
It is a dump.
And you have a number of people coming in conducting normal business, and you have a number of people coming in conducting searching, correct?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate statement?
That is fair and accurate.
Okay. And you said a minute ago that you were genuinely, you didn't think that you were trying to protect against contamination at a dump site with all these people in and out of it.
Correct.
Is that genuinely what you just testified to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Now, that being said, at 535 Buckhalter Road, how many
Yes,
people were
I
there
am,
on
Marie.
October 5th?
I am, ma'am.
Entire west side, so we're talking 6 to 7 officers. My sergeant, myself, and then once we really started doing the search, command staff, federal authorities. But as far as going into the house, it was pretty much my officers, myself, and then the investigators that I know of.
So I guess it's a fair number of people that day at least. Okay. So now we just watched this little bit of video right here. You asked a question, but what the question that you asked, because that was you asking the question on that video, correct? That wasn't Officer Gormley.
Absolutely.
Right. So it was Gormley's Cam, but it was you asking the question, right?
Yes.
And the question that I heard was, you asked if she went anywhere with the kids, and she said no. Okay. Was that the question that you asked?
I asked both. I mean, did you go anywhere? And then I asked, if you watch it again, I asked the second time, did you go anywhere with the kids?
Right.
And she first said she didn't go anywhere. No, was the answer no. And then did she ask if she went anywhere with the kids? She said no.
Right.
And then, if I recall correctly from a few minutes ago, she said that she had to go get some orange out.
Right. But this was at noon on October 5th, if I'm not correct. Correct?
Yes.
So, now, and I didn't understand because it was a little confusing to me, so correct me if I'm wrong. Mr. Dean then asked you if there was a prior statement to this, or if this was the statement that you were referring to. And I wasn't really sure what your answer was. Is this the statement that you were referring to when you said you had asked her if she'd went somewhere?
Yes, this is.
Okay, so this is the statement. There wasn't some earlier statement. It was this statement, correct?
There was an earlier statement when I initially got there. I, of course, looked around to see where the baby was sleeping and things of that nature. And from what Sergeant Stewart briefed me on, because I asked what
Well,
time.
I'm not asking you what Sergeant Stewart said. I'm asking if it was your question. If you asked the question earlier.
Yes, sir. If you let me finish, I would tell you. Then I spoke with her.
Right.
And spoke with her boyfriend and asked some relatively same questions. Well, what time did you go in? When was the last time you saw him?
All right. Well, let me ask you that. You said you asked her boyfriend. So did you ask her boyfriend or did you ask?
Dryland individuals can also earn on uninvested money.
Wow, wow, wow. He's a little feisty guy, ain't he? Gordon might want to know. It must just be about over. The commercials are getting a little longer.
I am involved with it, correct.
Okay. That's all the questions I got. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Does the state have any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Debbie. This is probably the hardest thing I've done on my channel so far. But we're going to stick it out through the whole
As the
trial.
next witness, is it, the witnesses thus far have been relatively short. Are we still in that vein with the next witness as well?
I think the next witness is going to be, I'm notoriously bad at predicting how long, but I think longer than any of the previous witnesses. So I'll leave that information to the court, and the court can plot the way forward.
Okay. I'd like to take up some housekeeping and timing issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to allow you to take a short break. I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room while we talk about scheduling.
Jury's up exiting.
All right. My goodness. Wow. Honestly, you guys, I've been on 6 hours and 45 minutes, so I'm going to try to, what I'm going to do tomorrow, I'm going to try to show it on a different, from a different source. See how that goes. There's nothing wrong with Court TV. Don't get me wrong. All the credit for today goes to Court TV for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is
Everyone, please have a seat. So, we're at 4:40.
Things can only get better, you guys. This is just our first
We want
day.
to get as much done as
Okay.
we can. I'm concerned that if we
You just
start
gotta
with
hang in there with
the
me.
next witness, it may take some time.
For real.
We can either break a little early and attend to any other things that we may need to, let the jury go, or we can push through one more witness.
I'm fine with taking a break, Judge. I'll be quite frank. biased because I have a little bit of a headache. So
I get it.
Well, I bet
it's been
you
a
do.
long day, but it's been a good day.
You sound like you had a headache, sir.
We're going to go ahead and break. We're going to start back up in the morning at 9 o'clock. And the jurors actually they have their meeting instructions, and everybody's clear on that. Okay. Is there anything that we need to take up outside of the presence of the jury at this time before we recess?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
not from the defense, Judge.
All right. With that, let's bring the jurors back in so we can release them.
All right, y'all. It has been one heck of a day. As they start getting into the witnesses, it's going to be very interesting to, see what the babysitter says, what actual people are going to tell us of what they know. I'll be interested to hear her brother Paul speak. Possibly Quentin's father, I'm sure, will speak. And I'm sure that her mother is going to speak. Okay, we're at 6:48, so we got about 10 minutes because I have OCD. So, 10 minutes, y'all. First, I'll try to pop in on Lisa K. has something to say, because if you guys are going to talk about misinformation that has been put out, especially in the Summer Wells case, I'm afraid you guys might get into an argument. I'm just saying. I will mediate. I will. No, go on there, have some fun. You're fine, Marie. You are absolutely fine, girl. Don't you fret. Just give me a thumbs up, girl. I'll be happy. I know, Lurk, you've been here all day too. Well, look, I don't blame people for popping in and out because it has been a very long day. Very long day. So we do know that there's a 30-minute delay in the court proceedings. So somehow we should be able to, well, I don't know. But I will be here tomorrow. So you guys, don't feel like you got to come and hang out all day long, because 7 hours is a lot. For real. I know that. Okay. Just pop in every once in a while and say, hey. Yeah, just being here is a lot, Marie. For sure. All right, I am tired, believe it or not. What a day. We will be back tomorrow. I will see exactly what's going on. And we will probably, I'm going to try to get started around the same time. It's kind of, I want to make sure that we, don't have a long period of time where we're just sitting here waiting on court to start. Because I know it had to drive you guys crazy today. Oh, thank you, Be the Bean. Thank you. But I'm going to go ahead and get off here. So, we'll get better. I'll get better, you guys. I will get better at it. I promise. So have a great night. And if you guys have any questions, make sure to bring them tomorrow, okay? Because you know I'm going to try to look for the answer. And I couldn't see where the lawyers were pro bono or if they were state. So I will keep looking for that, because every place that I looked, it wasn't saying. But that it would be interesting to know. And like I said, don't forget that she also, the day Quentin went missing, it was signed that she had to start paying child support for both of the boys. So I think that's something that, you know, people really didn't pay a whole lot of attention to when that was actually put out there. So that's very interesting in itself. All right. Peace out, everybody. Let me turn my camera on, and peace out, everybody. Peace out. Thanks for hanging with me, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Katie. All right. Thank you, Debbie Nielsen. Flies, I hope, let me know when you get to feeling better. So let's get the heck out of here. Thank you, class. You were all wonderful. Later. Oh, thank you, Marie.